Hello. 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 Sorry I'm a moment late. I was just trying to find our players, which, believe it or not, I don't know if you've learned a thing or two in 2025, guys, but if you haven't learned this, learn it now. If you don't have players, it's very hard to play games of StarCraft 2. Welcome to the final day of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It has been a journey. We started with qualifiers on December 2nd, about 20 days ago, 19 days ago, if you want to be exact. It's the 21st today, right? So, we started with qualifiers, but obviously this event started essentially months and months and months ago because we did kick off with all of our other tournaments that seeded players into this tournament to get to this point here, you know, and a lot of the players that remain are the players that qualified through a lot of the events early in the year. Classic in the Summer Championship, Clem in that Summer Championship, MaxPax in the European League, you know, Solar in the Korean Royale, Shin also in the Korean Royale, and then Reynor, who is one of our few players that came through a qualifier, came through the group. Obviously, he's one of the favorites overall, but came through the qualifier system to actually just make it in as well. Absolutely bananas business. Let's get it going. Crowtail with the 136-month resub. How are you doing? That, my friends, is the longest sub on the channel. I've not said it for a hot second or two. That is 11 years and counting. No? Yes. 10, 120, 132. There we go. Doing great. Hell yeah, that is the longest sub on the channel because that was our very first sub. And still subbing today. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Let me get you on the tree, and then I will show you guys the bracket, and then we're going to get ready to go, because our players are already videoing through. We're not going to be far away from getting these matches on the way. And we're starting with ZVZ, so I hope you guys are ready, because it's going to be most likely an explosive start across the course of this. I don't know, I mean, I really feel like you probably should have a better decoration, Crowtail, but I just don't think you do have one. I don't have one to give right now, so... Crowtail, thank you so much for 136, and welcome to this year's WardiTV tree. Bam! Alright, players are videoing up. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's show you guys what exactly happens today, what has happened thus far, and all the rest of it. Let's take a quick little peek over here and show you guys, like I say, the dealio. We have got 6 players remaining, and 6 series remain between us and crowning ourselves a 2025 champion. We start the day with some ZVZ, Solar versus Rainor, 2 of the highest rated Zergs in the world. 2 players who have been on absolute heaters lately, have been absolutely amazing at kind of giving us some great games across all matchups. Then we have perhaps the rivalry of the year in MaxPax versus Clem. That will come up second. The winner of those 2 series play each other in the lower bracket semifinals. Then we check in on our Koreans in the upper bracket final. Classic versus Shin in that upper bracket final, followed by the lower bracket final, followed by the grand final. It's going to be 5 best of 5s and a best of 7. Straight up and clean is going to be the play today. That's what's happening. That's your bracket. Like I say, we're starting off with the ZVZ. We're going to eliminate someone pretty quickly as our players are ready. So let me get everyone into position then, and we will be good to more or less go. Solar, Reynor, drag them up, make sure they're cozy in the player slots. The Jacob, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Serari, Nonion, Dribble Tony, Eagle, and MM Star. Thank you so much. Would you like to pick a color decoration to go on the tree? We've got red, light gold, orange, deep gold, green, or pink. We also have hot pink or light pink. Feel free to pick one. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to start the day. These really are the ones that remain. There's up here's the light pink ones. Let me know if you have a preference. Says everyone is ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I really feel like we're meant to have more casters. I pick. Okay, you're gonna get a green one because there's loads of green ones left and they look cool. All right, let's send it. Let's get into some action, my friends. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here early. Let's have a hell of a day. We've got some fun things to talk about further down in the day as well. It's just going to be fun. I mean, the last day of the tournament is always going to be fun. Maybe even a little bit emotional. I was having some cool thought. I was just walking around with Ellie earlier, and I was like, oh, you know, we're here. You know, it's been another year. It's been another year of StarCrafting. Thank you so much, Jacob. I'll get you on the tree with your green deco. Yeah, it's just been another year, and it's amazing to have another tournament that's going to soon be behind us. But we're not there yet. Let's get this started as we go to the bottom left-hand corner of the map. To start things off in this Zerg versus Zerg elimination match in this best of 5. In the bottom left-hand corner, representing Falcons, this is Solar. He will take on the blue Zerg player in the top right, the only player remaining that came from the initial group stages. Will he be able to make a deeper run yet today? Our blue Zerg player is Reynor, representing Basilisk, of course, as well. Predictions are up if you would like to bet your Twitch channel points. Guys, if you're on the YouTube early, let's get those likes in. Let's get the stream visible. Let's get as many viewers as possible today on YouTube. We have some great games. I really think we could maybe hit an all-time viewer peak on YouTube today, so let's get it done. The more likes we get, the more people see it. The earlier we do it, the better that is. Let's just keep it going. Let's keep people liking all stream long. If you're on the Twitch, you don't have to click any buttons. That's the benefit of watching on Twitch, but you get to give them ads every now and then. It's like the trade-off. You know, if you're on YouTube, you have to click the like button. On Twitch, you just get sent ads upon ads upon ads. Yeah, we got a fun day today, guys, because obviously we've got great games. The finale. I want to talk to you a little bit about the plans for 2026 as well. So we've got a few different things kind of lined up. Nothing like super official. Don't expect some like cool ass video or anything like that. But just want to give us some general information and stuff. Yeah, looking forward to wrapping this up. And honestly, as well, I'm feeling pretty chilled out today because the last week has been stressful. Players messaging me, you know, hey, can I play at this day at this time? And I'm like, no, because how's that going to work? That means the rest of the bracket can't play. And they're like, oh, what? No, usually you let me play whenever I want to. And yeah, it's been a week. So I'm feeling chill today because I know everyone's going to be here. I know everyone is just, you know, generally around and going to be playing good games. Like, it's just going to be good. Just going to be good. I get the feeling. Couple queens on the way up. Link speed is coming through to get us started in the next few moments. The drone's going to be mining away. We do have the couple Zerglings going to run down. After a couple of other Zerglings, we go back and forth. Good little bit of micro back there. Solar is the highest seed in the competition, and hence he will have server preference. He plays West Central, West Central, West in this series. As that Zergling will continue to chase the other Zergling around, really trying to get a grab on it. Baneling Nest coming up. Both players going to Link speed. These two have had such great matches between each other this year as well. If you have not followed the Solar Reynor, I mean, not really rivalry, I guess, but I mean, kind of rivalry. They've just played a lot this year, and they've played some really cool and close matches against each other this year, especially. So, definitely expecting to see a kind of a banging here. The last few times they met, Rainor 3-2 Solar, Solar 2-0 Rainor, 2-0 Rainor, Rainor 1-0, Solar 2-0, Solar 2-1, Solar 3-2. Solar has actually been Rainor's kryptonite apart from that most recent meeting, and even that went to 5 games. So, can Rainor figure out what to do about, you know, a Zerg who is honestly very up in your face and very aggressive? Actually kind of crazy to think that, yeah, I mean, their year started with that GSL group where Rainor beat Solar once, but then Solar beat Rainor to eliminate him out of Group A, right? And since then, Solar has just been, like I say, the nemesis of Rainor, the 3-2 victory in the DreamHack Dallas playoffs as well. You know, obviously a huge result because that was also a qualifying match into EWC at that point in time as well. That was the match that qualified Solar on his way to his end, what ended up being a top 4 run at EWC. As the Queens do get rid of the Overlord, Rotron Lair still building through. Just going to see the couple Queens pulling back. The Lings are going to settle. Evolution Chamber finishing at the front door. Rotron as well coming straight down here as Zergling's going to move on through. We do have our Lair from both players, and we are going to see a melee upgrade from Rainor, so very fun, going to be very Ling heavy, and probably a Spire coming down as well. Now, Solar actually has a bunch of gas stacked up, so maybe he's more likely to build a Spire. He has 300 gas ready to go, so what is he going to do? He doesn't have an Evo Chamber. He does throw the Spire straight down. Okay, what is Rainor? So Reynor's obviously going to be a slightly later. He will not have the gas for a Spire straight away. So is he just looking to play like a melee-based style? No Spire and you just play like a lot of Lings or so? Kind of intrigued actually as to what this perhaps means. Let's just see the few Zerglings getting up toward the top, pulling around here and seeing where they can go. I guess it's going to be a Spy from Reynor, so I'm not super crazy, but he will have the melee upgrade, which actually does help a lot. Currently, he's a bit behind in gas count, but the melee upgrade will help a lot to win a lot of fights on the ground, and that can make it very difficult for Sola's mutas to do a lot. But what a great opening here. ZVZ, Spire on Spire action to begin with. It seems like a really fun way for things to open in this best of 5. One Bailey on the left side there from Sola, going to get denied pretty quickly, going to get pushed away. Still got Spire coming up on both sides. The melee upgrade coming through. And you actually have the Overseer at the front. Is going to take a few more shots and is going to get pushed back the other direction as well. Again, waiting for that melee upgrade to finish. Not ready yet, and Solar Spire will be done first. He will start up 9 meters or 8 meters instantly. He has the gas for 9 or 10. He'll start a flyer upgrade with that as well. There's the 9. And yeah, Reynor's Spire to be done soon. So he'll be on less meters initially. But like I say, maybe some potential to make some things happen. That one Zergling might grow as well to get the Baneling at the front. So we take that down. I'm just going to see the rest of those Lings all running forward, and we do go back and forward a little bit, just figuring out what we want to do here. As the Lings get up the high ground, a couple of mutas are going to pop out. They will chase those Zerglings and the Baneling away, and the Roaches. And now Reynor knows it's mutas, so he's going to cancel the... he's going to go into Flower Carapace, so is Soul. He's recognizing what's up right now, so they're both going to go Flower Carapace. That's the better upgrade for Mutalisks, because when mutas attack, they have a bouncing Glaive, and that Glaive, when it bounces... it doesn't gain from the attack upgrade every time it bounces, but the Carapace upgrade does affect it every time it bounces. So Fly Carapace is much more important. This is where that melee upgrade is going to come in big here from Reynor. He's going to get one Queen already into the main base. A few drones going down, and Solar taking quite some damage right away. Oh, that Queen just about escaping out of trouble. But now Reynor's sending a few more Lings over, and he's just trying to keep these mutas back for a few moments. He will start his +2 melee upgrade as well, looking to, again, keep himself dominant on the ground. Actually, a couple of gases coming in. 5 drones went down from Solar. The 4th base of his a little bit later. I love that he's already got the gases here. He's ready to take as much gas as possible. That's a big part of the ZVZ, because especially in Muta versus Muta, you want to make sure you have as many mutas as possible, so gas mining is imperative. You need as much of that gas as you possibly can get. The mutas get through here. Overseer goes down. A Changeling gets popped. The rest of those Mutalisks will make their way over to that left-hand side and continue to cruise around. The mutas all coming up, again, +2 melee. The Fly Carapace, like I've mentioned before, already on the way by as well. As you just have the mutas still swinging around the top side. So the main thing for Reynor here is that so far he's been able to kind of force Solar away. He's still about 5 meters behind me. If he takes this fight, I'm not sure if I love it, because he is down on the Mutalisk count, so he needs to be careful. He needs to be winning with the Lings and then distracting the mutas in that regard. Eventually, this damage will lead to you having the Mutalisk lead, but he needs this damage to do more for now, because right now, like I say, the muta count isn't there yet. I mean, this is good, right? If the mutas are busy cleaning up these Lings, then you can hit elsewhere, and Reynor currently is all over the map as the Zerglings in the main mineral line will nibble through a few more drones. 31 workers killed. The mutas are going to pull back up the right-hand side. They're going to get away. +2 melee upgrade coming up on the Evolution Chamber. Again, a little bit more Muta Bane coming online, but 31 dead workers, and all of a sudden Solar's economy is in absolute tatters. And what does he do? He's not rebuilding drones, he's just going to build more mutas. He's just going to start going, but defensively, Reynor will have queens as well. A few Zerglings underneath will eat some of the bouncing shots, so there are ways in which this turns into a better trade for you as Reynor than it would otherwise. It's very important that these Lings stay underneath when they can. The Spore's going to move forward as well. It's 15 to 19, so it's still going to be in Solar's advantage, but that should be deflected, especially as the muta count gets lower and the Spore Crawler comes in defensively. It's going to be too much, especially with Lings once again across the map, killing more drones. Reynor relentless with the aggression, and he is going to steal map 1 from Solar in this opening best of 5 in the lower bracket elimination series. But Reynor starts strong with Muta versus Muta. That very much so goes in his way early, goes in his favor right from the bat, and is able to go from there. Hello everyone. What's up, Mamad, over on the YouTube? Hello, 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 everyone saying hi on the YouTube. Good to see you guys. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for watching. We already have 1,000 viewers across platforms for the first game of the day. Is pretty much unheard of. So, like I say, I get the feeling today might be a pretty darn good day. As we will have Rainor server preference, which is a big deal for ZVZ because there's a lot of little micro things that can be very kind of as quick a reaction as possible necessary kind of scenario. So I do get the feeling we're going to have ourselves kind of a matchup here which is going to become kind of big. Kind of as we kind of go through these games, we may see some more aggressive stuff on some of these kind of maps where all of a sudden Reynor has the server preference. He feels a bit more confident in the Ling Bane micro. Maybe we'll see some more stuff based around that. Waiting for Reynor to join our lobby. Somehow we're on even less casters than we had to start the series with, somehow, some way. I have absolutely no idea how. These guys are crazy. Where are they? Everyone just forgot to show up for the final day? Crazy. I don't understand how to win this game. Do you have to destroy all the bases? Yes. The win condition in StarCraft 2 is to destroy all of your opponent's structures. However, what typically happens is when one player realizes that they have no chance and they just can't ever get enough units up, they just give up because, otherwise it takes like 4 minutes to kill all the structures and there's just no reason to sit around for 4 minutes when you literally can't win the game still. So you just have to destroy all of the structures. But obviously, like I say, the majority of the way of doing that is just to have the bigger, better army that will not be defeatable. If you can do that, then yeah. Hey, what's up, Krasak? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. And we'll get you on the tree. I've moved my little box of hangers, so they're in a different place. Thanks so much for priming us up. I'll get you on the tree real quick before we get into the ZVZ, guys. Is there a schedule for the game? Look at the Wikipedia page, scroll to the top. Up there, it does give you a schedule of all of the upcoming games in the tournament. That's in the bottom left-hand side. It is going to be our Blue Zerg player down a game and looking to bring it back. We are going to have, from Falcons, this is Solar. In the top right-hand side, our red Zerg player, this will be Reynor as we get into game number 2 of this best of 5. A drone coming up from both sides, a hatchery about to go down in sync at the 16 supply mark. So we're going to see mirrored builds for this mirror matchup at the start of game number 2 at the very least. So getting that underway, starting off and seeing where we will go. Here on Tourmaline for, like I say, our second map of the series, our opening series of the day. Let's jump on the French stream for a little bit, guys, and steal that camera, giving me a little bit of chance to read some chat and so on. Why is Reynor not playing Toss versus Zerg anymore? I would imagine because he's not as confident in it as he was in the past. Reynor never made like a full switch to PvZ. He just sort of played it here and there on maps that were specifically good for Protoss versus Zerg as well. I think he just doesn't practice it enough to really justify bringing it out in a lot of these situations. He played it a lot in a certain meta that was very, very good, and I think his off race is still very, very good in general as well. I just think he was really using it specifically in some certain metas that were extremely good for him and very, very favorable, and just styles that he was able to play that really worked. But a lot of how he played in PvZ kind of got played by a lot of the other Protoss players too, so while he had like a very unique PvZ style, it's not really unique anymore, so the Zerg players are a lot more prepped against it as well, so I would imagine that also comes into play in terms of him wanting to play it or feeling like he can play it and so on and so forth. Don't think Reynor ever won a full PvZ series even? That's not true. He beat Solar multiple times in full PvZ series. Yeah, he won a lot of PvZ series. Yeah, he definitely won full series. It was just very much so like a bit of a pick and a choose. He hasn't commented on it publicly? No, I mean, not that I'm aware of. I don't think he probably sees it as that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, some of his most substantial wins, like the map win against Serral, was obviously just a single map and so on, but yeah, Solo was actually one of the players that got farmed by Reynor's Protoss. There was a sequence of tournaments where Solo just kept losing to Reynor's PvZ, and definitely some frustration during that for Solar. A couple of things going to nibble at this hatchery. Do you see the Rotoron coming up? Baneling Nest on both sides. The Rotoron, though, is going to be what indicates real aggression here, because I would imagine that Rotoron is hidden away. And at the back of the main base, trying to make this as difficult to scout as possible. So Rotron is hidden back. The Bay Nest is about to complete. We've got 10 Lings and Ling Speed all coming through. A couple Lings here, just going to nibble at the hatchery for a few more moments. Just going to see the rest of the Zerglings heading down to the bottom side. Just going to get in toward this location as a few of those Zerglings are going to get jumped on. I mean, Reynor's going to like this if he can cancel the hatch. Obviously, it's probably not going to happen if Baneling shows up. Reynor needs to identify the aggression of Solar sooner rather than later. 4 roaches, now 6 roaches on the way, and Reynor is droning. You get too many drones up here, and you're just never going to be able to afford the army that's realistically going to help you out in this. So, yeah, this is becoming very tough very quickly if you don't know what's up. He does start a roach rowan, though. Starts defensive Bane, but he's still droning. Now, I get it. Right now, you can't exactly spend build roaches, but he could start stacking some money to build roaches. He's going to confirm this now as the overlords see what's coming. It's not a big map, so there's not going to be a lot of time to prepare here. I mean, I think it's going to be very late by the time he gets his own roaches up. He does now throw a Spinecrawler down as well to try and aid in a defense. You'll see the Baneling's going to micro back and forth a little. We do have ourselves the Queens trying to target fire Baneling in return as well. Reynor trying to do everything that he may be able to here to give himself the defense. You do see a couple Banes going to threaten into the natural. So that's kind of nasty, but Reynor right now probably just needs to try and just deal with the front attack as best he can. 8 drones go down. It's not a bad start from Solar. Reynor will be able to absorb that damage with all the drones that he had. It's not ideal, don't get me wrong. The Lings are going to threaten to run in there again. There's obviously a couple gaps in this wall at the moment. We're going to see that again, just the Lings threatening to run through and into the main base. We are going to see them catching some of the reinforcing roaches, which is going to be a big deal. It does mean that those Lings are not going to be on the low ground to protect the roaches, though, so maybe that becomes a little bit of an okay kind of scenario for Reynor. He's down half the army supply. Currently, these Lings still moving about. Obviously, the issue is the Banelings are just running around everywhere. Reynor did not know about this in time, and that's going to be GG's. Solar is going to bring us back by a game, and we are going to get tied 1-1 to start off this series. So, Reynor and Solar going to start trading maps back and forward here as we get ready to go into Winter Madness. West once again to get this going. So with the all-in, with the roaches, hitting strong, hitting powerfully, and just hitting Reynor when he was not prepared for it. And that is going to be good enough for that map win. Like I say, tying things up. And that's what you will see a lot of in this ZVZ. Players kind of going back and forth, trading out with each other, and all-ins that kind of one guy sees coming, the other does not. And obviously ZVZ can be a very weird matchup. Definitely the most aggressive matchup that we have in StarCraft 2 overall. Drag Rainor up to the player slot, and we'll get him underway. Thank you, the Gyron, for the resub. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so very much. Rainor is ready. Still only got 7 casters. I'm sure everyone's just waking up. Alright, let's click start. The Gyron on the tree. And kick off into Winter Madness for map number 3. Tied up 1-1 in this series. Solar and Reynor, like I say, trading blows so far. What we want to see in the ZVZ, you know, some back and forth matches, right? Some games going either which way. Like that a lot so far as we jump into game 3 of this series in the bottom right hand side. Where you're going to have a red Zerg player. This is going to be Reynor. And the top left, our blue Zergy is going to be Solar for game 3 of this best of 5. Those Lings running by into that natural and main base really just made that defense way more complicated. It was always going to be tough from the supply you were at as Reynor, but yeah, the Lings running through to the main range just made you have to chase after it. A lot looking to happen, just became very difficult very quickly. And like I say, it just became a problem for him right from the very first few moments. Dronies coming through. Let's try and talk properly. Dronies coming through. Gonna see a hatch coming up. The drones will come by. I'm just gonna have the overlords flying in towards the center of the map. This game 3 here on Winter Madness. Overlords will be able to give each other maybe a far off high five. They're even gonna come in vision of each other. This is EVZ in a nutshell, you know? Like right now, it's like the Venn diagram of Overlords is the most exciting thing we got going on there. 2 spotlights crossing paths, and then, you know, that's it for now. But then a minute from now, you might have like a full-on, well, maybe not a minute from now, but 2 minutes from now, we might have a full-on Ling Banal in. It gets going very quickly as the Overlords continue to make their way across. Whoa! These 2 Overlord spotlights touch again. You know, we used to get excited about Overlords high-fiving. I'm now getting excited about their vision pathways crossing over each other. Just gonna see the Overlord still moving to the upper left-hand side, so just gonna go and scout to see what else is going on. Couple queens coming up, Lings on the way through. Overlords will produce, as we have the Zerglings, and a couple queens on the way. Everything mirrored between each other so far, 21 drones each. Ling speed started slightly faster from Solar, but we're talking about within a second still of Raynor's. So really not too much to really chat on about there. There's extra drones coming through. The couple Lings will make a bit of a play across. Right now you're just looking to get these Lings. I don't think they want to attack the rocks, but yeah, get these Lings across the map and see what we can scout. Put a little bit of pressure on the 3rd hatchery potentially. Solar's will be a couple seconds earlier than Raynor's here over on that right-hand side. Two Zerglings will just take that chance to nibble the Baneling Nest on the way from both players. 2 more Zerglings coming over to that left side. We will again just pull away once more. Zergling speed going to be finishing very soon. The hatchery coming up on that 3rd base. And the Overlord just going to sit out there as well. It's going to be pretty comfy for the next couple of moments then. Obviously until the Bane Nest is up at least, which is not far from now. And Ling speed finishing, that's when we can maybe start seeing some Ling Bane aggression. We'll see if that perhaps comes into play. See if that becomes a factor very soon. Let's hear what's up, Najib2. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the channel. Roachroran is building right now from Reynor, so he will be the first to dive into the Roachroran here. Solar will not be too far behind him though, so not too much of a difference. Obviously, feels as though this is much more of a let's get up into the latest sort of stage of the game kind of play than anything else, as Lings nibble at each other, the drone's going through, Overlord in production. Your Zerglings there going to get chased around, pushed up into the top left. Queen getting the KO for now. And a single Zergling will just step through. Just again moving into the middle of the map for the moment. Again, Lair and the Evolution Chamber just coming about. We do see the Zergling continuing to scout. Oh, we're not going to start an early burrow? No, cancels into +1 missiles instead. Not sure what the burrow was about there. Maybe just a misclick? Yeah, but gets the missile upgrade going. Maybe just hit the hatchery and then start the upgrade, and then, you know, obviously when to do this, maybe his hotkeys overlap. Sure, it's just a simple explanation. Let's just have a few Zerglings heading down the left side. Again, the Lair coming up, the Roach is on the way, drones in production. Both players having that missile upgrade coming through as we right now commit into the Roach versus Roach style. And plenty of those drones still coming up, and we just have the couple of Roaches there to pick off a Zergling. We take that out already as the few Overlords continue into play. It's going to be the Spire still from Solar, so as his Lair finishes, he drops the Spire down instantly. And starts his Roach speed. Meanwhile, Reynor is a little bit afraid. He's starting a Spine, so he doesn't really have the info as what's going on. So he builds a defensive Spine Crawler when it is not currently necessary. He sees these few Roaches, and maybe that's what he's afraid of. We'll see if he lets the Spine finish. As he scouts through and he sees gases and everything, I feel as though he should be able to recognize that this is not necessarily a Spine Crawler territory. He's going to do exactly that realization, or make that realization, cancels the Spine Crawler straight away, and now just continues in. A few more drones coming up, but he's a bit behind on drones. Like I say, the interesting part of this is the Spire from Solar, because he is fully committing to Roaches otherwise. And what these mutas are probably going to be is not just mass mutas, let's never stop. If you can build 5, 6 mutalisks here and you get them across the map, you can start harassing some mineral lines, you get rid of a couple of drones, you force a response from your opponent, and then you hit the Roach max. Then you hit with the Roaches while your opponent's running around after mutas, trying to build a response to them, getting busy. If you take too much damage off those mutas, the Roach max of your opponent is just going to be that much better than your own Roaches at that stage. So that is going to be perhaps the plan here from Solar. How many is going to be? 8 meters on the way, so a little bit more than 5 or 6 I said. 5 or 6 is like the bare minimum, I suppose. I feel like 10 is the upper limit, as we are going to throw the Hydra Den down from Reynor. So like I say, this really is like, you know, in a lot of cases, this is perfect, because then you have the Hydras up against the Mutilas. Brilliant, that's what you want to have. But, like I say, the question mark here is going to be the fact that we are actually going to be having, you know, only 8 mutas and then probably more and more roaches. And if you build too many Hydras against the mutas, and then you get hit by roaches and your Hydras can't really fight very well in the roach fight, that's going to be an issue. We are going to see the couple mutas here going to reveal themselves onto some of these roaches. I don't think Reynor can really justify throwing roaches across the map either, because Solar, as I said, has got his own roach upgrades. He's got his own roaches as well, so throwing roaches across the map is not going to do much here. We just will take the chance to get onto a couple of these overlords. The Overseer comes for a full scout through, sees roaches spawning, so gets the confirmation that more roaches are on the way out right now. So you get a little bit of information already confirmed there. The Muta's going to get back to business, picking away at this overlord. Roach on the right side, trying to get this hatchery. Reynor will run across. That's an easy defense. First couple of Hydras showing up. Very narrowly getting a Mutalisk initially, as they were just kind of move commanding through. He's going to try and finish this base. No creep between 3rd and 4th will slow down some of the Hydra movement. Will be a little bit of the problem here, as the Mutas will continue on that, but the Hydras know where they can go to. Actually see, I mean, basically the follow-up from Solar after these Mutas, he's not just going to go for the Roaches and then shove, he's going to go for the Roach Bane. So the Banes make this a very efficient single army. Banelings are very... Oh, I love that. Contaminates the Baneling speed, because Reynor knows what he's weakest to right now, and that's going to be a kind of a Baneling-based timing, right? Because the Banes can get towards the Hydras, that's great. And like I say, when you're maxed out with Roach Bane, a maxed out Roach Bane army actually has so much value packed into it, because the Banelings are expensive, they're very they're very costly per supply. So yeah, it's going to be a real kind of, you know, shove here that's going to be dangerous. Now the Lurker Den's coming up. If you get a few Lurkers up against Banelings, you're going to have a great time. Obviously, the question is, are we going to get Lurkers up against the Banelings? I don't think we have time to get Lurkers up in this scenario, but if you can survive the first wave, then get Lurkers up, that becomes a possibility. Bane speed will finish very soon. I mentioned that's something you don't want to fight without here is Solar. Reynor obviously wants to be spread against the Banes, but then he wants to try and, you know, not be too spread, because then he gets kind of picked apart a little bit. Roach Ravage are going to be the units that reveal themselves initially as the Banes, even just crashing into those front roaches are going to be big. Enough Banes are going to get through towards the Hydras. Reynor's supply plummeting initially, as he did run across to try and defend this base, and that might have been the issue. Now a lot of drones are going to go down in this back mineral line as well, as we are going to be seeing not a lot of anti-air left. A lot of roaches on the way from Solar as he crashes in here. Reynor, I think, is in some trouble. Can he get a defense right now with these last few roaches? He's got roaches reinforcing and spawning, so that's going to be a big part of his defense. He starts to build a new Hydra, and he is going to live through this, but Solar already has himself that 4th base up, and that's what Reynor lost during this. If you can build some Lurkers, then brilliant. That would maybe get us on the right track. But can we afford to get Lurkers now? Because you've also got to think about the fact that these Mutas are still around. Okay, only 5 of them, so maybe the Spore Queen is enough of a defense. Reynor in general is down a lot of supply. I think he's just got to take the risk of trying to build Lurkers no matter what. As soon as the first Hydra spawns, Lurker starts up. We just need to get as many of them as we can as we try and play a defense here. Dodges away from the first couple. Corrosive Bowels will eat a couple as well. Has to fall back. His own Bowels trying to do what they can to zone. His 3rd hatchery is kind of low here. Took some Baneling damage throughout the course of that previous engagement, so you've got to be super careful at this point. You've got to try and keep this base alive, because if this base goes down, that's going to be a disaster. There's the Lurker showing up. It will burrow. It will do a little bit, but one Lurker is probably not quite going to make the difference. Again, multiple Lurkers would have been very solid here, but that's not going to be good enough. Solar's going to take game 2, and sorry, game 3, his second game though, and is going to go up 2-1 now in this best of 5 with match point and an elimination coming up for Reynor if he doesn't win this next game. Najib2, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome to the tree on this Championship Sunday. Appreciate you. Thank you. Headset cutting out again. This freaking wires annoy me. I swear down. When we get some money, I'm going to replace this thing because I cannot stand it cutting out all the time. Alright, we are going to get into game 4, which will be Ruby Rock. Yeah, Reynor was just... I mean, the engagement was obviously not pretty. That was definitely an issue over on that right-hand side. The position wasn't great. So many Banelings. And like I say, just not a response really ready for the Banelings initially either, unfortunately. So, just not ideal, to say the least, as we get ready for this next game. Let's get into position. Drag Reynor down, drag Solar up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We gained a caster. Nice. Alright, Reynor and Solar both readied. Let's do this. Hey, what's up, FaZe? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub as well. See if I can get you on the tree before the game begins. It depends on my micro of the hangar. Oh, it was perfect. GM level micro there. Bam! FaZe, thank you so much for subbing up for 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome to the tree. Going for the lean hang right here. Oh, of course, sound. Oh, I'm back. Alright. Sorry, just trying to fix my headset. Don't mind me. Just the finals of our biggest tournament of the year, and just trying to fix my headset while I'm doing it, you know. Casual day in the office, you know. Nothing too crazy. In the top left-hand side, down a game now in this series and fighting for his tournament life. This is going to be the red Zerg player. This is Rainor. Sorry guys, 1 second. Just trying to tape my headset to the table. Just a casual bit of DIY while we're getting this elimination game underway. It's just annoying me a lot, so I'm just trying to fix it. Cool, alright. Rainor Solar into a game number 4 of this best of 5. Solar leads 2-1. Win this and you get a chance to play it against Clem or MaxPax in the next round of the lower bracket. So yeah, Clem or MaxPax up next. That will be the next series. I mean, what a day. Clem MaxPax is our second series of the day. Obviously, we've got an absolute... it's a difficult bracket. At the end of the day, whoever comes through this is going to have to play their very best StarCraft 2 today. Absolutely no doubt. Shin and Classic in that upper bracket's awesome as well. We're going to have an underdog, kind of an unexpected finalist, I would say. Especially lately, if you're, you know... I mean, Shin, I don't think anyone really necessarily expected to be a finalist, but then Classic has been someone who, yeah, throughout the course of the year, you'd expect him to make finals, runner-up at EWC. I do feel like Classic's recent form has maybe not been there in terms of what we've seen, especially in some of the Wardy tournaments and so on, so him showing up for this event has been great to witness thus far. Getting that ling speed coming through. Just have that ling speed will be on the way from both here. The ling's moving out over to the sides. With a hatchery, it's going to be taking a couple of nibbles from the Zerglings. The Queen is going to hit that Overlord. Failing Nest coming up on both sides. Hatchery coming through. Drones and the ling speed coming about. Overlord's on the way. Last couple of lings just going to get in toward that Zergling again. Bane Nest coming up. Take a moment or two. French stream's going crazy. They're just leaping around everywhere. Ay, ay, ay. No indie today, guys. My tried and tested observer has failed us on the final day. He has life commitments or something crazy. And everyone else is just doing, you know, suddenly we're leaping around all the bases quickly and everything. That's why we believe in indie, man. Let's try a Saber in here. Saber's fun. Oh, Saber's on my camera. Cool. Yeah, you know we're down bad when everyone's actually coming to my camera to steal the observing. Yeah. Alright, we do have ourselves a Rotron coming up. It's going to be a faster Rotron on the side of Rainor. There's a little bit of Ling Bane strikes through. Going to try and get the Queen at the frontier. Goes for the false around, backs off of it. A little bit of the Ling Bane showing up to play a defense out there as well. Now going to be seeing some more of this Ling Bane trying to get through. Bane's going to get a circling us. So we do get rid of the Baneling. That allows us to keep fighting the Queen, as we obviously would love to get rid of that. We have some more Zerglings showing up. Great defense from Solar. Obviously, a couple moments that go a little bit wrong for you, but nothing's ever going to be perfect, right? And for the most part, he's able to keep everything alive and just keep himself in a very comfortable spot and stop this from getting out of hand, so good job, well done. Roaches on the way on both sides, banelings coming up, add a few drones on in there as well. We do see a few zerglings continue to move about. Bang coming across, a few other lings going to get there. Roaches are going to shoot the lings as well. Get rid of a zergling for a second or so. I'm just going to be seeing Reynor obviously come into a little bit of a push, but Solar has units up as well, and I don't think Solar necessarily has so few units that Reynor can really do much here actually. So I kind of get the feeling that this one is going to come to the swift closing point. Reynor falls back, adds a couple drones, adds some more roaches at this stage of time. A little bit more of this all on the way up here. Again, the evolution chamber about to finish. The overlord coming online. The rest of the Langbane through the center of the map, heading down to the bottom right side. A couple of the roaches are going to set up for the moment. Roaches, zerglings of Solar will begin to step forward. Good amount of units here as the lair starts up from both players as well. It's just going to get that on the way straight away. Obviously with the lair coming through, the missile upgrade coming up as well. And get ourselves established into this next step of this, which is going to see a little bit more tech coming online. Much later Evo chamber from Reynor, so he's going to be on a much later upgrade. He takes 2 more gases alongside that lair. He's going to be a 5 gas zerg. Solar's a 4 gas zerg, so more gas available to Reynor. I wonder if that means he's going to stay away from the kind of the continuation into roaches, especially with that later Evo chamber. I wonder if he maybe goes... Is there a world he goes melee and kind of like Aspire? Oh, he's going to go instantly missiles. Just wondering because he had the extra gases a little bit sooner. But now Solo goes to 6 gas as well. You're going to want gas to be able to deal with the, be able to build the Ravages essentially at some point of this. So that is going to be important as the Roach speed starts up on the side of Reynor. The Dropper Lord starts up from Solar, so he is going to get aggressive. Even if it's just a few Roaches dropping, right? I mean, just a little bit of harassment here. Going to be some extra harassment to kind of, deal with here as Reynor. It's like 6 drones. Reynor up about 20 army supply. Less stuff invested into so far. That's messing around, like the Overlord speed, for example. That's just going to be the Baneling. So looking for a Baneling drop to try and deal some eco damage early is going to be Solar's game plan as he comes around the left-hand side. Four Banelings in that Dropper Lord coming, like I say, straight across to the left. Gonna load another Dropper Lord of Roaches up to the top. Obviously just scouting around too. Reynor will be able to see its Overlord speed, right? So if you've committed to Overlord speed, you've got to think of the possibility of some of the Dropper Lords. He might see this one. It is awkward to spot because there's a lot of Overlords on the map anyway, right? So, just seeing kind of a blue dot moving around isn't like something you see on the minimap and instantly think necessarily, oh, Dropper Lord. You see the Spore Crawler. He actually denies this, and only one Baneling gets through. Will splash on a lot of the drones, but not do too much else. Reynor's already split a few roaches into the main base. Only 3? Okay, now it's going to be 5. So he's going to be able to defend this. It keeps some of his supply in the main, though, which maybe Solar can take advantage of. As Solar looks for a cancel on this 4th base. That's a kill, not a cancel. However, Reynor jumps on the arm. He's going to get rid of the Ravages quickly. Reynor, I still think has... Reynor does have just a lot of army supplies. He finishes +1 missiles here. He might just go. Because Solar's also invested into the future upgrades of 2-1. So if Reynor just goes, he might just have more roaches, enough that he can actually create a fight, especially as these roaches are kind of out on the map and not really doing what they want to do. Single Ling into the main base has been a little bit of a complication as well. These roaches might be able to create a bit of a surround, but they've also got to come up this ramp, which is not exactly fun. A couple of Biles trying to lead these roaches in as Reynor definitely has a lot more right now, but now he's getting surrounded, so now his Ravages end up in a little bit more trouble. Can he protect these Ravages? Solar's supply is dropping heavily as Reynor just has a lot of units. There is not a defense here from Solar, and he just says GG. It falls apart just like that as Reynor maxes, strikes, wins, and takes us to a Game 5 to start off today's lower bracket run in the championship. One of these players will go out of the competition here in a Game 5. It's Taito Citadel to determine their fates, with this 5th game coming up in just a couple of moments. Back to the West server. They've been trading games on each other's servers throughout the series, so obviously it's a factor, but it's maybe not a be-all and end-all kind of factor necessarily. Throw our lobby link down. We'll get ready to go. Get Solar up to the top. Missing Reynor here, as we will get this ready to rumble. Oh. Where is Rainor? There he is. Invite him through. We are going to have ourselves a Game 5 to decide this series. One player will advance. The other falls in the top 6. Here in the championship. Let's see who does what. Let's see what happens. Just want to take a moment, guys, as we get this 5th game on the way up, to say if you have enjoyed the competition and you enjoy the players that are playing and want to say thanks to them, 100%. 100% of the donations on the stream today and throughout the rest of the tournament, that's what this bar is down here. All of these donations are going to the prize pool of the competition. So 100% is going to the prize pool. So if you want to just say thanks to the players, or you want to get the players a little bit more money in their pockets, say a little, you know, like I say, just give them a little bit more of a bonus for playing this bracket that's been a grueling bracket all week long, then do consider donating. Like I say, all donations will go to the prize pool. Donations, that's going to end today. So after today, donations will just resume being donations to the stream. But if you want to support the prize pool of this tournament, donate today, and it will go to the prize pool. We are currently, we're closing in on being I want to say we're closing in on, let me just do some math. We're about $200 away from making this a $7,000 tournament. So yeah, we're about $200 away from a $7,000 tournament right now. In the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg as we enter Game 5 of this series. This is going to be Rainor. And in the bottom right, our red Zerg player is going to be Solar from Falcons. As we get this underway. Doesn't Twitch take a cut of donations? They take a cut of bits, but donations don't go through Twitch. If you type !donate, the stream elements link, the only cut that goes from there is like the processing fee. So if you donate $100, typically I see like 95 or 96 of those dollars if you do a direct donation. So we'll just be making up the $4 or $5 in that case to make sure it's fully paid into the players. Because we will make sure 100% of what you donate ends up to the players. We will cover transaction fees. Hatchgasm pool, all on the way up. Overlords. Okay, Reynor's Overlord was like, I will not high-five you, and then he was like, no, I'm just gonna, we can we can high-five, bam, Overlord's high-five, have a good game, hope we both survive, as they go across the map to scout in these early few moments. The Hatchgasm pool all coming up, the drones will be building here on Taito Citadel. Crowdale with the £8, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the players, thank you. As the Overlord just cross each other by. Just going to be having the hatch on the low ground here on that natural expansion. Going to set up as well. So just get that hatchery underway. Bring that through. And a couple of queens and the lings set up here. Game 5 of the ZVZ. It's been an awesome series to open the day. It's been a ZVZ series. It's had the ZVZ things right. It's had the aggression. It's had the back and forth action. It's had some of the fun max roaches. The banelings rolling through. It's had mutas. It's actually been a great ZVZ. And it comes to Game 5 as well, which what more can you ask for? Reynor and Solar once again showing that they're very good at matching each other. As, yo, Brief Mark, thank you as well for the £4 going toward the players and the prize money. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the nest will come up. Just going to be having the couple of lings. Going to go in after another couple of lings. So Solar again, the Bane Nest. Rainor is a little bit later on his gas. Okay, there he is. He actually already had it queued up. Was just not building just yet. He builds in the back of the natural, so doesn't wall off with that Baneling Nest. Almost kind of feels like a little bit of a mind game. It's like, hey, I'm not going to let you see what I'm up to. You know, I'm going to try and hide away what I'm doing. doing a good job of zoning out that scouting Zergling for now as he tries to keep Solar a little bit in the dark. Ling Speed will finish. And we'll see what Solar wants to do here. If Solar thinks there's no Bane Nest, he might skip a significant amount of Banes, and then maybe, Reynor could kind of spam some units. I'm just going to throw the Evo Chamber down at the front. What are we doing here as Bane Nests finish? How many Lings are we going to build? It doesn't really feel like many from either side. They are just drones on the way, so both players will just keep droning for the moment. And Zergling gets denied again. Not going to be allowed to do much of anything just yet. Evo Chamber coming through. That Rotron is on the way from Solar as well. Again, the couple of Zerglings, the Extractor, continue to come by. We will have ourselves a single Zergling of Solar up to the top. I'm going to move across into the natural, at least try to get to the natural. A couple of drones are going to transfer over as well. Queen just going to hit. The Zergling will take some damage right off the bat. Again, the Rotron will be about halfway done. Rotron coming about. Carapace upgrade coming through. The extra drones coming into play. Zergling's coming about as well. Just going to be seeing the Queen going to fight. The Ling going to take some damage. Again, Carapace still going through. The drones, the Roaches, the Extractor coming up for now. The Ling's going to get a little grab as well. There's the Rotron that's about to finish here on the side of Reynor. Zergling's coming across. Again, just going to be seeing that Zergling is going to be coming about as well. Carapace still coming through. Drones, Extractors, the Overlords continuing to build as well. Ball being picked off. Roach is just producing through. So Solar's just going into Roach production already. They're both going Carapace upgrade. Reynor will now start some of his own Roaches. He's got a lot more money still to spend. He's going to build a bunch more Roaches again. So he's getting up down that Roach count. He's up by about 6 workers. If he plays a defensive Roach setup here, he may just be A-okay because the worker leads in his favor. If he's not going to get overwhelmed by the all-in or the timing commitment here from Solar, it will look good for him. Obviously, Solar's starting to make the Lings. They're going to reinforce more quickly. Reynor knows units are running across the map now, so he'll prep himself. It's important Reynor has some Lings as well. The Lings are going to be the frontline kind of tanks. And while they don't tank a lot of damage, they do take some Roach shots. So they force a lot of shots, not on your own Roaches, basically. However, Reynor is so prepared, and these couple of Lings are taking so much attention. He is getting rid of Roaches of Solar super quickly. And every Roach you lose is going to be a little bit of your damage potential really dropping off a cliff. So that is a major factor as we lose a couple right away there. Solar is already on the way to that lair. He is teching out of this. He's realizing that this was not necessarily going to do everything he wanted it to. Good defense on the natural wall off as well, making sure Lings do not get in, and Reynor will deny Solar from doing much else. Obviously, it's a little bit weird because this is slow Roaches. So when we're trying to play the chase downs right now, Roaches are not doing a great job of chasing each other down, so it's a very slow and awkward affair. Reynor will feel good to throw down a 4th hatchery, though, and I think rightfully so. He's had a great defense here initially, but such is the weird world of ZVZ that a great defense does not necessarily mean the world. And even though Reynor gets into a lead, you absolutely can still see some twists and turns coming in the ZVZ. And it's going to be a Spire from Solar, so he's going to choose to Spire it up to try and create some of these twists and turns, to try and create some of these weirder opportunities and so on. Again, a Spire coming about, just going to have the Lings gathering together. Again, there's that Spire coming through as mentioned. Just going to get that on the go. The Overseer. And he's going to be taking some damage. The Queen stepping across. Overseer taking a few more hits. Again, Spire halfway at the moment. Lings will gather on the top side. And we have Roach Speed coming through. If Reynor doesn't know about the Spire, that could be an issue. But he scouts it with this Overseer. So he knows what's up. Having that information critical. Now it's just a question of how much do you prep? Like, how many drones do you give up to spores and so on? Does he maybe just try and send the +1 missiles, Roach Speed kind of attack himself? Up 30 army supply currently. I mean, it really depends what Solar does, because like Mutas would eventually clean up, but if Reynor has enough momentum behind him, and he just doesn't get stopped on the initial push through, he could deal a lot of damage before Mutas clean up, and he could use that as a way to buy time against the Mutas as well. Ling Runby going to hit his 4th base. Reynor does not have an answer to that right now, but he's just going across the map, so he's really believing in his chance to get damage done on the other side. So the 4th base straight goes down. We will have a Ling Bane defense here against that as it tries to move further through, so that will not go any further. And now Reynor putting himself in a little bit of a dangerous spot because he needs to get damage done here. His first dive through is good onto a Ravager. His own Ravager is now showing up. He has a bit of a better concave here, actually. Reynor is going to be forced to move through the choke point, which will give his opponent a better concave. Reynor's going to kill the base, so no matter what, he's going to kill a hatchery here. Now, that's going to be the third hatchery of Reynor, of Solar, so that's a big deal. He'd be down to a 2-base Zerg scenario with this hatch going down. The mutas are coming up, but like I say, Reynor's going to buy himself time because the mutas can obviously jump on this army, but they need to clean up this army. And with the Roach advantage, Reynor is not going to be losing this army quickly, so he's going to have a lot of time to prepare against the Mutalisk. Dodges away from this Corrosive Val. Only one Ravager currently left from Solar as Reynor comes blasting through the natural expansion, and he will go for as much damage as he can get right now. He will get a few drones targeted with these Roaches. He does decide to pull back. He says, let's bring this Roach Ravager away and see if I can keep a few of those units alive. I don't necessarily hate that either, because what is going to happen is he's going to have the Hydras already producing through. Muscular augments, that Hydra speed already coming up. Solar is a 2-base Zerg. Reynor's rebuilding his 4th. Can Reynor keep this in a positive enough scenario? He's getting extra Spore so up. He will lose some Overlords to the mutas. He's very heavily overloaded right now, though, so he's not going to be supply blocked anytime soon, it would seem. I think he's going to be A-okay. I just don't think these mutas are going to do enough. And now he's going to be on a Roach Hydra army very comfortably. And Solar doesn't have a good response to the Roach Hydra army. He does not have Banelings available. He does have a Baneling Nest, and he's going to start Baneling speed. Reynor, does he have some prep time? The thing is from Solar is it's not like that previous game where the Banes came rolling in and absolutely hammered through Reynor's army. Because what happens next is that these Banelings, when you have the Bane speed, he doesn't have the money to mass up the Banelings, right? Reynor is significantly ahead on supply, so there's not going to be this overwhelming army value on the map from Solar like we saw it previously. And Reynor already stepping through here. Bane speed not ready, so we might not even see this getting up to being a Baneling-based game from Solar. He does have a couple biles. They will help. Obviously, Ravagers do kind of provide that bile that the Hydras do not, although the Ravagers over here will try and make their way through. The mutas are just looking for kind of damage across the map, but it's not going to be good enough. Reynor is going to take down Solar, only for the second or third time this year in a best 3+, and really starting to break that streak that Solar had against him. GG's. Reynor is going to take it down. He is going to take this 3-2. He gets the Game 5 victory. The turnaround, because he was definitely in trouble, down 1 and 2. GG's. Reynor moves on through to the next round of the lower bracket. Solar had the more predictions on him as well on the chat. Crazy people. Next series I'll get predicting very soon, guys. I'll put Clem and MaxPax up if you guys would like to make those predictions. I'll give you 10 minutes on it because we will take a few moments to hop on over to EU and get ready for Clem MaxPax. I know, it's not Monday until tomorrow, but we've got them on a Sunday, and we are hopefully going to get this going fairly swiftly. As I say, I will be impressed if Clem is already online. He is not. But we'll take a couple moments. I will ping the players and get this temptingly ready to go. MaxPax is online, so just ping Clem. And we'll give this a couple of moments, guys. First series of the day, Reynor advances. That means we get either a Reynor MaxPax or Reynor Clem rematch in the next round of the lower bracket. So one of those two rematches from the upper bracket will happen next. And then, of course, we get Classic versus Shin in the upper bracket final. And, of course, the entire tournament does play out to conclusion today. Very, very, very exciting. Oh, lovely. Alright, Clem is active on Discord at least, which is... You guys never... I don't know if I can ever explain the feeling I have when I check Discord to message Clem because he's not online. And seeing his icon as busy instead of offline, the feeling of relief. Especially when it's like midday or 1 PM. It's just like the feeling of relief that the dude has at least been on Discord already. It's like, oh... He's not going to sleep in today. Or, you know, he very unlikely he's sleeping in today, you know? It's a big positive. Yeah, I don't know how to describe this, like... apart from just saying it's a very real thing. It is a very, very real thing. MaxPax Clem coming up next, guys. Get into this in just a few moments. Thank you so much for tuning in. We almost have 2,000 viewers already across the course of both of our platforms, Twitch and YouTube. I think today might genuinely be a kind kind of a viewership record kind of day for the year, maybe even. Crazy business. Alright, we are just taking a second or two. I'm just double checking, like I say, waiting for Clem. He usually takes a couple moments to reply and then shows up, so all good. We get a moment or two to breathe. We can maybe even sell out if Clem gives us long enough to do that. We'll take it if he does. Yeah, we just chill for a couple moments. How's everyone feeling in the chat? How's everyone doing? Rainor will advance through to play, like I say, the winner of this series. I get the feeling Rainor is cheering the hell out of Clem. Because he messaged me yesterday. He said something along the lines of, I pray. He goes, something along the lines like, I pray for you to not send me a Protoss in the lower bracket. I was like, well, the only way that happens is if Solar wins then loses, and then Solar won then lost, right? But obviously it's unavoidable then if MaxPax does take Clem out, so that's a factor. Now Clem is offline on Discord, so you know, now the other feeling comes around of utter dread. Is Clem asleep? Is he alive? Is he awake? We'll find out soon. He heard it. Yeah, he's listening to the stream. He's like, oh, I can give Wardy a panic attack? Amazing. I'm going to log off Discord. Incredible. All good, guys. Take a couple moments. Take a couple minutes. Finishing his breakfast baguette? I don't know if Clem has breakfast, man. Like, I don't think this is a word in his vocabulary. Yo, what's up? Over on the YouTube, we have QuidYep8642 coming in with the YouTube membership. Thank you so much. Welcome to being a WardiTV bronze member over there. I appreciate you. Let me get you on the tree. Is Clem still doing silly pros things instead of winning all of his games as a Terran? I mean, he doesn't play TVT. He plays PVT. So if that's a silly little Protoss thing, then yes, he is still doing that. But obviously he's not going to play Protoss in... Well, he played some PvP against MaxPax this year, but I really highly doubt that's going to happen today. Thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Trying to find some branches that are less occupied. I keep doing a lot of branches here because we're obviously like trying to get games going and stuff. Who's the higher seed? Clem. Clem A. MaxPax B. Perfect. Alright, videos are on the way, guys. The Goat Beast. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Did you guys know that every time you guys subscribe with Prime here on Wardy's Twitch channel, that you save a game of StarCraft 2? Every Prime is one more game of StarCraft, guaranteed. Now you might be thinking, Wardy, how can you actually guarantee that? Because we will never stop giving you guys games of StarCraft, okay? Especially if you use the Prime subs. So Prime us up, support the channel, support the content. I appreciate it if you do. The Goat Beast, thank you so much for priming. Appreciate it. Let's get you hung on the tree. Like I said, I'm trying to find some more creative branches to hang people on. Well, while also trying to keep myself kind of stable. As videos have come down, first map is selected, White Rabbit. We've seen these two play some great games on this map already this year, so see if that continues to start the series. $7 AM on the east coast of America, 7 AM, and you're loving it. Love it. Love the appreciation, guys. Oh, thank you so much for the Prime subs, guys. Oh, I really convinced you guys. Alrighty, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, just typing to people. Just typing to people. Let's take a couple of moments. I'll probably just need a second or so. Finally won a hype train. I mean, that feels very fitting. A hype train to start off. MaxPax versus Clem. Thank you so much for some Prime subs. Reamed, thank you so much. Coming in to start us off on a little bit of a hype train Prime sub situation. Houdini, thank you so much as well, coming in. That's a resub on the Prime with 10 months. If you're running out of room on the tree, I could just go on the Battle Cruiser. I can't hang things on the Battle Cruiser. I'm sorry. It's too far away. And then everyone wants to be on the Battle Cruiser, you know. Bamlum, thank you so much for the Prime as well. And oh, Danny Boy 123. Thank you so much for the Primes, guys. Keep them coming. It is hype train time. If there's ever a time to support on a day, it's hype train time because it makes you feel like you're part of something, you know? Crazy. Yo, what's up? The local pariah over on the YouTube as well. Thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Let me get the Twitch Primes on the tree first. Then I'll get the local pariah on the tree, and then we'll start this series. How many subs for Wardy to update the WardiTV website? Bro, yo, yeah. That's crazy business. There's the first 4 initial Prime subs there. What's up, Mr. Linux G on the Prime as well. I will get you guys on the tree after this game, because I'm already holding up the players by trying to do tree stuff, and people keep subbing. So I will get you guys on the tree a little later after this first game. I'll get your decorations ready while they face off. I'll just double check everyone's ready here. And we can go into MaxPax versus Clem. MaxPax with the instant ready into GLHF. Clem with the go GLHF. GLHF Air Claws on the 10 gifted subs. Air Claws, if you let me know what color you like. Pink, green, orange, gold, or there's a red one. I can get that added to your decoration on top of your thingy-mabobby. And we'll get that going as well. The hype coming through. We're feeling it. I'm feeling it, guys. I'm feeling it. Thank you so much, Air Claws. Thank you so much, Mr. Linux G. Thank you, Klebos, as well, on the 9-month resub. And also, again, once more, the local pariah on the YouTube. I'll get you guys all in the tree when this series goes to a game 2. For now, it is time for one of the hottest matchups in StarCraft 2. This really has been the storyline of many a Monday evening. Many a WardiTV Monday as well. We've seen them in so many WardiTV events, and you never know who's going to win, because at the end of the day, these two really do just keep on trading matchups with each other. It is time in the lower bracket to see who will advance on to play against Reynor. The bottom left Red Terran player is going to be from Team Liquid. This is Clem. And in the upper right, our blue Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. He and Clem play so many great games. They go through phases of one guy maybe has the advantage, the other guy then takes it back. Very exciting. Thank you so much, Major Quark Venishta, coming in with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all for the subs, guys. Thank you so much. Echoes on those 10 gifted subs as well went out very quickly to Mightier, Toxaman, Mavilius, Jackie's King 414, No Man's Land, Lowers 87, Shoxis, Enmin 11, Outlander LV, and Beast SC3. Thank you so much for the generosity. Appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys rock. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and the content. Thanks to Wardy for carrying SC2. No, thank you guys for carrying SC2. You guys supporting is what makes this happen. You know, I will tiny little spiel at the start of this game, but realistically, guys, you guys are the reason we're still here. You know, you guys tuning in, you guys watching all year long. We've had great viewership. We've had so much happening throughout this year. It's been a rough year. Like I had to get married this year, which not that was bad, but it was a very stressful time. And you guys kept on watching throughout that, even when I had to take time off and everything as well. So shout out to all of you guys keeping on supporting. The Patreon is at an all-time high as well. So the Patreon's at an all-time high right now, which is what we use to help fund the foundation kind of base level prize pool of these tournaments as well. So shout out to everyone who's a Patreon pledger, helping to keep these tournaments going. And keep it coming, guys, because we're not stopping for 2026, and the more support that we get, the more that we can do. Like, I would love to run, you guys, as much StarCraft as possible. My only limitation is genuinely the funds we have to work with. So if you guys love it and you guys want to see more, do consider supporting, because the support really does make a difference towards us being able to do more and more and more of this in the future as well. It's been a rough year. I had to get married. Okay, I didn't mean it like that. I just, like, that was, like, on my mind. I was, I had a lot of anxiety over this for, like, a good portion of the year, and I did all of the wedding planning outside of a few things that Helen helped me with. So, like, it was a busy year. It's not easy. Ay. It was a fun one. Alrighty, guys. In 2025 in Liquipedia, MaxPax versus Clem is 22-42 in matches and 83-127 in maps. Damn, so they've played 64 times. So on average, they play once every 5 days this year. That's a pretty crazy stat, and Clem is the favorite according to that. But we know, like I say, some days MaxPax can just 3-0 Clem, and Clem just never gets away from any of the aggression that starts off, right? This is going to be seeing our Marines in the Cyclone coming through. I said about marriage, like, we should send you condolences. Look, no, it was just a lot going on, I was trying to keep streaming while doing a wedding, and it was a thing, like, it was a great thing looking back, but, like, at the time, it was probably one of the most stressful times I've ever been through. Because there was a lot to do, and I was still trying to keep streaming, and the stream was not... I mean, there's been points of this year as well, guys, where the stream has done, points of this year has been the worst time that the stream has had in a long time, which is very concerning. But the bounce back over the last couple months especially has been incredible, so... yeah, that's the thing. We might have these downswings, but we have these upswings as well, So, the bounce back is always very real. That is very true. Thanks so much to the hype train, guys. What did I get? An oh wow emote. Oh, I got a little hardy eye thing. Very cool. All right. Let's full focus on this TVP as we do see the medevac was trying to get across 4 Marines in the Cyclone. They will get denied by the first couple Stalkers. MaxPax with the 4 gates of Blink, bringing it back to just a pure Blink control in these early stages. I mean, this is a typical MaxPax Clem kind of situation. Let's see what happens. As we see a few more Stalkers warping in. The first Dev going to look to try and absorb a shot on the siege tank. And it is going to do just that, as the Stalkers will actually just go for the bunker. We're going to now pull the Liberator into siege mode. Cyclone's going to be here. Honestly, quite a lot of damage going out on these Stalkers. We'll try and micro. We get rid of the Liberator too, but honestly, the Marines are getting rid of a lot of the Stalkers. MaxPax just about now getting some blink-aways. This was 7 Stalkers going down. This was not a cheap trade for MaxPax at all. This is actually a very, very rough trade for MaxPax, especially compared to what you usually expect to see from him. That's actually really, really bad, and MaxPax ends up in a difficult position early, as this 4-gate just did not find the value he was looking for. Like, this now got pushed back over to the top side. It's going to see that a Stalker is going to blink underneath the medevac. Is going to survive, gets far enough away. We kill an Observer in the process here as Clem, as he just about is able to keep these units of MaxPax at bay for the moment. Just going to be having the extra few Stalkers still stepping through, so they're going to take a moment or so right here. It's going to have the Combat Shield and the Stimpack still coming up. We got the Marines coming about as well. That Prism coming over to the top. And our few Stalkers still just gathering as the +1 Stimpack Combat Shield all continues into play. So Clem getting to all of his upgrades. MaxPax will be able to pressure the front because there's obviously no bunker or anything to kind of really stop him from stepping forward. I mean, that 3rd CC is in a little bit of trouble, but I think Clem just has enough stuff at this stage as well. MaxPax, again, lost a significant amount of Stalkers early. That was not good enough for him on that first wave of aggression. He's definitely now feeling a bit of pressure from that as we follow on from there. He's going to go around that left-hand side. He will try and get a little bit more done. Clem is going to be expecting the blink into the main base. There's going to be a tank there. There's a Marauder and Marines. It's a perfect defense, and we will go nowhere with the Stalker pressure on the Prism. As MaxPax takes his third, RoboBase starts up. Charge will be done soon. He is very much so ready to step into the next stage of this game, but definitely not from the position he wanted to be stepping into it from. His economy is not as good as it could have been. Clem's army supply is massive as well. I'm actually kind of afraid the first push from Clem has some real potential because, okay, we're going to have charge, but the RoboBay is only halfway done. A Colossus will take a while to come out. If Clem pushes with the upgrades completing, I actually do think there's going to be a timing window here where Clem could see some serious success, and MaxPax may just not be able to do anything about it at all. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned right now for MaxPax as Clem starts to move forward. Again, we do have the Prism ready to counterattack, which is probably going to be essential here because without this Prism, yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough. Clem will see it pretty quickly, and he does have a couple units still fairly nearby. He actually has units in the main base. Marines and a Cyclone were there to zone the Prism initially. They're actually just going to pull to the low ground and be that Prism-based defense, so they're going to push things back. We see the couple of Zealots getting chased away. Prism doesn't do much, and Clem continues across the map. A fourth base looks very much so on the table for him to cancel right here. I don't think MaxPax has enough to kind of deal with this at all right now. Like I say, there's no splash units. The Zealot count's pretty miserable as well. 9 Zealots is just not that impressive. And if we get over here, tanks can set up in these low ground positions and these corners and so on. It's so difficult to really reach them. Maybe here MaxPax can jump on the tanks quickly. He's going to get 4 tanks siege, and we are going to move forward. Good couple of force fields coming down, but again, the siege tanks will do a lot of work on this. And like I say, I think Clem realizes he has the absolute potential to take this 4th base out. And that will be a cancel there. Hits his own siege tank for good measure in the end. He's like, see? Just want to make sure you guys know what you avoided by my positioning. You could have been hurting, but no, you did not. These tanks need to be careful because they maybe could have got jumped on there. End up sieging. The Prism's still not doing much here. It's being hunted even. Fun with just a group of units back at home. And now MaxPax will try and establish a 4th base into the middle of the map instead. So taking a different direction for now. As Clem will load up those tanks, he will fall all the way back, and he gets to rejoin with the rest of his army, still building siege tanks as well. So actually continuing to go into that tank production. I think it's just a very tank-friendly map. There's a lot of good positions that you can work with. That Observer apparently just got out of detection range. I'm not sure if we have a scan available right now as the Stalkers get a siege tank. That's nice, especially when Clem is still looking to build tanks, and obviously is going to value their numbers in this game, otherwise he wouldn't still be building them. Pull back over the left again. That Observer just chilling out. Clem never realized. Oh, I think he did realize he was just waiting for the scan. Okay, so he spots that, drops it, and gets rid of it. Sense Tower coming up on the right-hand side. We will warp a few more Zealots in on the left as MaxPax looks to pressure into the main base, where there is going to be the Cyclone. The Vikings are going to move toward the front, so it will just be the Cyclone, and that can obviously do some damage, but I actually feel like we could have dropped into it, maybe. It's a little bit risky. I guess MaxPax is not quite at the point of needing to take risks like that just yet. We'd rather just keep the possibility on the map than anything else right now. Let's just join up once again. +2 attack on the way, +1 armor coming by, ship weapons on the armory, 3 extra barracks, the starboard coming through, adding a command center alongside everything else, and the Prism going to swing back over to the center, and potentially a chance to move down through to the bottom of the map here as well. The Ghost Academy still coming up for the moment. Additional barracks on the way. We scan to the top, keeping an eye on things. That's another round of Zealots just on that central area. Also coming in right now. A few Zealots on the bottom right. Just going to chill out for the moment. Again, the Vikings coming through. +1 ship weapons, 2 upgrades. Join that all in with the Ghost Academy and additional barracks. And that's where we stand at this point in time. Clem stims out of the bottom right. Just going to get rid of the Zealot. MaxPax on his way to Disruptors. Clem is maxed. Question is a max Clem one that actually wants to move out onto the map? He may not want to move out onto the map, right? There's a world where he just feels the later this goes, the better his army gets, and he's still adding on for now Vikings and Ghosts, so at the very least we'll wait a little bit on those, get his 4th base positioned as well, cleans out that scouting Zealot. MaxPax is pressing forward. This is not an army that can attack into Clem's force. I understand what he's wanting to do, apply some pressure, see what he can get, but this is just realistically not that situation. He does not have enough. He needs to be super careful. I like the Prism speed. He needs to try and find ways to figure this out later on. So Prism speed is much better if you have a Prism, and that is now not going to be the case for the next couple of moments, as these medevacs can just run kites. They could get blinked on, but we're going to, for the most part, escape away, disrupt the shots. They'll just try and help on the bunker initiatives. Clem moves over to this right side. Was a little bit out of position at first, but comes over pretty quickly, and MaxPax pretty respectful as well. Like, it's not like MaxPax is trying to absolutely send it here. He sees the army coming. He does take steps back, and he's just going to try and utilize the range of the Colossus for a few moments to help him out as well. The Disruptor Shot does not much at all. Retreating as a Protoss doesn't feel good. The Immortal goes down. The Zealots kind of stop you from retreating a little bit, stop Clem from chasing a little bit, but the Viking control is good as well, keeping them a little bit out of range of the Stalkers, while still getting shots onto the Colossus, as Clem continues to control well against this Protoss army for the moment. Bio pulls back down to the bottom. Command Centers both coming online. We do have the +3, +2 upgrades coming in from both players. Both are at a little bit of a different point of progress on each of those, but the TLDR's upgrades are coming. They're going to be a little bit favored in MaxPax for a few moments. It's kind of give or take. There's like an armor upgrade for Clem, which isn't there for MaxPax, and then the attack for MaxPax that isn't there for Clem. Diving up this ramp, we're going to see a few units coming around the backside, which is very cute. Gets rid of one of the Disruptors there, I believe, initially. The Disruptor Shot that does connect doesn't do much, and that's enough Vikings to kill these Colossus, which means that everything else will get the chance to steamroll forward. The Disruptor Shot from too far away clips the edge of a Ghost, but that's about it. I think we've got one Disruptor off cooldown, do we? Or they both cooldown? They're both cooldown. Going to get one back now to maybe stop the chase down that Clem is trying to apply, as Clem once again taking a good solid trade. Resources lost 7.2 to 11.4k difference, and the issue for MaxPax is he's having to replenish, you know, big chunky units. Colossus, for example, are not easily replaced. They're expensive, they take a little bit of time, they take some money. He actually never got the Prism rebuilt as well. His robo facilities are constantly churning out tech units, so he's not been able to replenish the Prism, which obviously would have been great for more harassment focus here. He's not been rich enough at all to go into a Dark Shrine and any of those kind of options that you typically see later in the TVP for the Protoss player to try and retake control and to get stuff done. So all of that is kind of being avoided at the moment also, as we just have the Sensor Tower coming down. The Observer overhead at least giving MaxPax an eye on this army, a vision of what's going on. Good Disruptor Shots, the double combo will work out. The scan clips the Observer, unfortunately for MaxPax. The EMP's onto the Sentries, and now we have no force fields. We are going to start chasing. Where are the Vikings at? Do we lose all the Vikings before? No, we have 8 of them. They're on the ground, just running about. Maybe get those in the fight, and these Colossus are going to be way less of an issue as MaxPax is maxed out. Clem in a little bit of an awkward position because he's ran through the mineral line. You're going to see a Disruptor get a few more SCVs. The Zealots get pushed out in the bottom side. There's a bunker here as well. Clem has a really good defense. He consistently has just so many units kind of sprung about everywhere, as MaxPax does establish himself up to 6 bases. So he will get himself to a 6-base Protoss situation, but again, it's his army and the trades that are leaving him in kind of a rough spot. Kind of leaves him in a very difficult place to play from here. And to just have the Bio coming back through. The bunker and a couple extra units there are just doing enough. Like I say, the Vikings are now at least here, which allows us to chase forward a little bit. We kill off one of those Disruptors again. The retreating moments for the Protoss are so expensive. Tech units being chased down. Clem establishing a very comfortable 5-base situation to start this series off. And it all just, again, kind of stems from what was a weak early game from MaxPax. An unnaturally weak early game from MaxPax, honestly. Vikings there do a good job. Just bam, one Colossus goes down immediately. Disruptors need to be careful. Lingering towards the front is not fun. Clem's going to scan. Seeing an opportunity to get a bit further forward. I mean, this army is beaten up from MaxPax too. These Stalkers are low HP. Like I said, there's enough Vikings, I think, to get through the Colossus super quickly. First one goes down immediately. But I think we use energy recharge the Sentry to give us Guardian Shield. That's the kind of situation we're in. The level of desperation we're trying to find just any sort of edge that can help us out here. Going to die for that Disruptor. Clem with the confidence to take this one out. The Zealots will charge through. The Stalkers will blink. The Zealots keep on moving up as Clem will kite on backwards, though. 30 supply ahead at this point in time. An EMP to take the Zealots down a little further. MaxPax losing 7 probes here so far. The next is alive, which is a credit to MaxPax on the defense that he has not lost this yet, able to dive in at the right time to keep this alive and not lose everything in his army. In the end, it will go down, though. The secondary push forward from Clem is going to be too much. MaxPax working off triple robo facility. Disruptor Colossus on the way through. 3 Disruptors coming up at the moment. And we're just going to be having the Bio stimming up this ramp. The Zealots trying to step forward as well. Another Disruptor shot that we split away from nicely. The couple of Zealots still trying to charge through also as we look to get on top of the rest of this army here. We pull back a little further. One more Disruptor shot. We go and we dive and we get it as Clem has no disbelief in his army at all. He completely believed that that was going to be fine, and he does get the KO on that Disruptor. I mean, you know what? Clem is a different beast when he plays with this confidence, right? And when he has a good start to a series, and I feel like right now he is just feeling confident, so there's nothing that stops him. He's making every play that he needs to, and every play that he has the chance to. MaxPax is just going to leave the game. He's not even going to keep on fighting. He's just getting bullied. He doesn't want to give Clem more feel-good time in this series. He's just going to get out of here. GG's. And it is going to be Clem to go into a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. Just like that. Apparently we're too excited. Ellie is here to tell me to calm down. Hey, baby. No, you gotta go just chill out. Dad's working a day. It's the finals. Come on. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll throw you a donkey for you. Ready? Steady. And a donkey. Alrighty. Winter Madness coming up here for map 2 in just a second, guys. Get this on the go in a moment for our second game as Clem trails... Clem leads by a map. MaxPax trails by a game. Game 2 up in a moment here. I have air claws. I didn't see what color you wanted, mate, so I just gave you a green one. I don't know if I missed it or if you just didn't say. And I've got everyone else that subbed towards the start of this series. Thank you so much for supporting. I'll get you guys on the tree, and then Clem and MaxPax Game 2 is coming up. Right, like, half of you just jumped off the tree, so, like, yeah, I can't help that. No time, as we're in-game, and it's time to go into game number 2. In the bottom right corner from the 4-gear blink that didn't work to a frustrating game of just nothing that really went his way. Like, there wasn't really... There was a couple of disruptor shots that were like, oh, yeah, MaxPax, that was nice. But that's the best thing we could really take away from that. Like, he got into the base setup as well, that was fine, but he just never found success with anything he did. MaxPax in the bottom right is our blue Protoss player. Well, in the top left we have the red Terran. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Game 2 of this BO5. And Winter Madness as our map. So, getting set up, and away we go. For the early few moments. Probe will scout. And winner of this plays Reynor in the next round of the lower bracket. We saw both these matches in the upper bracket already. Reynor versus Clem, Reynor versus MaxPax. Reynor won the first, lost the ladder. I think Reynor wants to see Clem again. I don't think he wants to play ZVP, so I think he's probably looking at this and saying, yep, give me some Clem victory. I like how this first game went. I see that command center dropping down, so you can get that put straight into place. And yeah, the assimilator coming through, Cybercorn still coming up, got Nexus on the way as well, so little bits of everything just being brought in for the moment. Here on Winter Madness. Bunker at the front, the Marine will pull back, factory is about halfway done. Just have ourselves, the factory is going to finish shortly. The command center coming by, Twilight Council will build from MaxPax, so going to stick to the Twilight opening, stick to the blink play. It really was just, I mean, he dove into that natural in that first game. He just lost so many Stalkers. 7 Stalkers going down in the first offenses. I mean, that was it. That was the end of the Stalker pressure, right? Like, it just never really got going again from there. So it was so costly to make that first dive in with a build that's meant to be able to go again and again and again and again and just keep on seeing success. Twilight Council about to finish. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up. Right now, gateway number 2 is on the way, so we'll keep our eye on that production tab to see just what exactly MaxPax is aiming for overall. Starport about to complete. The orbital command finishing soon. SCV and a couple Marines coming by. The Adept will be at the front. So you're going to see the Adept will shade. Again, gateway, blink, warp gate, all coming through. Starport going to swap on over to the tech lab. And the Stalker will be there. Helene will take a little bit of damage just for a couple moments. So that Nexus goes down on the third base location. The Hellion wants to come stepping across. We see a couple of Stalkers. They'll move their way over to that right-hand side to try and deal with this. The Blink is a building. And the robotics facility coming online. And Warp Gate will get a Stalker warped in at the front as well. And just see that Hellion in the center going to continue to cruise about for a few moments here. And the Banshee going to have cloaking to help it as Clem. A little bit more of an aggressive setup this game. Obviously, MaxPax on just the 2 gates as he gets all of the other bits and pieces set up. The third base, the robo facility, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, a little bit of a different approach as the Banshee tank Marines will all build through. And will Clem push, or will he just use the Banshee harass and then kind of go for this? Otherwise, middle of the map, the Hellion sees a couple Stalkers. The Banshee peels off to the right side. That's Banshee 1, Banshee 2 still in production. And 2 barracks very quick behind this from Clem as well. So just getting those straight up into play. That charge upgrade is coming through also. So yeah, a lot of that just coming straight on by. As we do have the Stalker in the charge. Building on up, a couple gates coming into play as well. We do have that Banshee cloaking. Just head into the main. So we're seeing a couple probes going down. MaxPax not prepared. Observer is a few moments from being done. You're going to see 4 workers killed here as Clem. He turns. He knows there's going to be an Observer soon. And it's perfectly timed retreat from him. So 4 workers down, the Observer now showing up, and the Banshee's already out of there. No problemo at all. More shots, and there's going to be one more probed. Can we actually get the kill here with the Stalkers now? Clem runs it to the corner, runs it to the dead airspace. Now we've got a Banshee coming into the natural. Battery is not yet ready, so Clem is looking to take a few more workers out here. As this Banshee shows up, we'll drop the cloaking down, and probes continue to drop. There's now 8 workers dead at this point. We actually go back in the main base with this Banshee, which did get another kill before going down. Battery completes. This Banshee gets away, and I would still say overall this is obviously a fantastic trade and sequence of events already from Clem. 10 probes early. Going to see a probe that's out of reach of the battery as well, so just finds +1. And some days you just wake up and you watch these guys, and you just feel like they've just turned it up to another level, right? Just trying to find every single additional worker. The extra chance for +1 more probe there, right? You know, gotta just put a bit more focus in than usual, but right now he's just doing all of that. Amazing to see. Definitely a great effort here. As obviously Clem did lose 1 Banshee, but still has the other one, and still can obviously, as we just saw, threaten with that to potentially get some work done here or there at certain points of this game. Sinister, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. SE2 hype, hell yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for resubscribing as we do scan the Observer down, so that will get picked off over here as well. So an Observer falls. Nice little catch from Clem. Another bonus already. Let's just have Command Center building into the natural, getting that underway. A couple medevacs. The Bayon's going to pull back across here as well. Just get down to the front. Siege Tank will also step on forward. And as all these units gather, I see the couple of Stalkers going to get turned away already as well. And we will have ourselves Storm and +1 both continue to build on through. The little bit of bio will stem. 1 Marine off to the left side. The Observer will see said Marine. And the rest of this bio still into the center here. As the +1 attack is about to finish from Clem. +1 armor is coming up. The rest of these Stalkers down that right side. Clem has a lot of army supply here. And this push, I mean, this is obviously one of those pushes where it's like, well, you lost 10 workers early, so don't forget that you're not going to have anywhere near as much as you usually have, and that's definitely the case at the moment. Storm's halfway done. If Clem goes soon, then this is going to be very scary. Now, he may just see no 4th base and be like, well, you know what? I like this already. Doesn't feel the need for more. The attack into that 3rd base. There is a good amount of Zealots. He's a little bit unsure about that. So he pulls back a little bit instead, as we do see 4 additional Zealots coming up. I mean, the tanks are sieged here. We're going to lose a Stalker as MaxPax. Clem just moving his 3rd onto location. He's got a Banshee here defensively, as well as a few Marines that are going to get rid of that Zealot, for example. MaxPax will at least get to finish Storm. Warps in a bunch of High Templar. Robo Bay on the way for his transition. And Clem just very happy to keep MaxPax down on 3 bases right now. He is so confident taking this game to a later stage that he does not he doesn't even feel as though like he's got such an opportunity here. I feel like he doesn't even try to press it. He's just like, cool, as long as I'm maintaining the lead, I'm so confident in the later game, I don't feel the need to give it a go right now. He has more confidence to let this play out than he does to just kind of try and take advantage of the advantage he created already. Armor will finish soon, give Clem access to the 2-2 upgrades, try and make sure we don't get too far behind on that +2 attack of the Protoss, which already started up, so a slightly late armory. Gotta put some criticism on Clem. I feel like I'm just giving Clem all the love right now, but he is just playing obviously an awesome first couple games of this series, as this Widowmine will go down. Medevac will take some shots. Bio will stim. Couple Stalkers start to drop. Storm comes down as well. Widow Mines get burrowed up, but we will lose both the Storm, and the SCVs and the Natural will start to go down. So we do get some damage here as MaxPax, as Clem has to dodge into the Storm. The Prism dies, so there's not going to be any more warp-ins at least. Clem now just has to deal with these last few Zealots. We have a bunker here we can jump into if we need. Clem doesn't want to pull too much away because he does want to keep himself enough units in case MaxPax comes back up the ramp, loses one more SCV, and MaxPax falls back and away. Clem obviously is at a point here currently where he does not have any ghosts, and I would imagine a Ghost Academy comes in soon. He's adding a Liberator at the moment. Yeah, gotta imagine a Ghost Academy's gotta be somewhat kind of close on the list of things he would like to get here. Otherwise, you're gonna start ending up in a bit of a weird position. A couple Colossus still coming around. We have MaxPax will move up the left-hand side. It's making a little bit of a move. Again, Ghost Academy coming through. Starport on the way. Need 2-2 upgrades, Concussive Shells, Marauders, and Liberator coming about as well there. The Observer just leading into the upper side. Now MaxPax takes a 5th base. Again, Clem is very okay with this, otherwise he would have done more about it already with the start that he had in this game. So that 5th base coming online, we get that on the go for MaxPax. It's very far forward. It'll be interesting to see how Clem actually approaches that as his own 4th base comes in. This map actually gets to an interesting base layout beyond the 4 bases. You do start to get drawn out a lot. The pathways into these bases become interesting to play around, so that will be kind of a, like I say, an interest to how Clem approaches that from MaxPax's bases, and also how he gets his own bases up, as MaxPax will obviously look to apply pressure and keep Clem punished if he tries to expand as well. Clem has an empty medevac going along the map with the Liberator. His medevac's like, I trained to be a Liberator pilot, I will liberate! But yeah, he's not going to be able to do much there. The Liberator flies in toward the main, as we are going to be seeing an attempt to move up over here. Clem spread nicely. Zealots on the left side will go down without too much issue. A couple more Storms that Clem steps away from at the moment. Do you see that Banshee just going to take a couple more shots? A few hits coming through. 10 workers going down in that mineral line. Just going to see the press forward as the bunker. Ooh, he's going to be in some trouble. That Storm. Clem steps into it. He wants to step into those Colossus. He's losing a lot of units here. Killed 4 probes so far. The Liberator is still siege, which allows us to get a few more probes. If this medevac moves forwards a little bit, he'd have the... Wait, he does have the vision. He's just... Those probes are apparently just on the edge, yet inside. Crazy. Oh, that position is not fun. So some of these patches are just being denied by this Liberator that the Stalkers can't do anything about? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's absolutely brutal. And the medevac's just here for what? A little bit of vision? Is that actually what we're doing? That's actually nuts. The medevac's to get vision. It's not even... I'm memeing about it, and it's actually just a sick play. Oh. Actually, disgusting position right there as we do see High Templar getting sniped. MaxPax down 12 workers. Not able to mine properly off one of his bases now. Some of those patches are just permanently claimed. And that's so annoying because if you try and get the other workers in position... It's rough as well. We actually do reposition the Lib a bit, which is going to do even better. 16 probes now dead. This Liberator having a great time. The Viking setup. Remember when they... so the Liberator vision nerf was part of something which also kind of was like, well, we can make maps a little bit different now, but if you just had an empty medevac for the vision, it kind of undoes that. Well, that's actually so sick. I've actually not seen the medevac for vision on the Liberator before. Well, I'm just going to move up into the center here as MaxPax is going to try and find a way to break in toward the 4-base setup. We have the 3-3 upgrades coming along as well. Just going to see the High Templar, the Zealots gathered together, scan to the bottom side. Let's get rid of the Widow Mine. Just going to be seeing the Marauders under some fire. The Zealots moving up. Vikings are going to be right there. The Bio now stemming back through to get a few Zealots. On the left side, a little bit of this Zealot Archon High Templar force coming through. The Storm comes down once more. Just going to be seeing that a little bit of group of units just pulling away for a second or so. Colossus still trying to push on up. We do have ourselves the Vikings. Would obviously love to get some shots off quickly. There's one Colossus that's already very susceptible to attack. Obviously, Storms can try and zone. The Observer surviving for now. The Phoenix arrives to clean this up. So MaxPax had to go all the way to Phoenix to finally get properly mining back on this base. 16 kill Lib has done its duty. As you do see a group of Zealots getting into this natural. That's just another dead Prism. I mean, it's so well defended with the missile turrets. It's impenetrable, really. You see the medevac that was providing that vision, trying to get home, gets cleaned out in the process. We dodged that storm, going to get enough shots to kill a Colossus here. Vikings not taking any shots during that always feels good if they're keeping the Viking count nice and healthy while still removing the threat in the skies of those Colossus. Just going to step through again, a couple of Colossus going to hit. Stalker's trying to get a few more of the Vikings. Again, anything we can do to knock the Viking count down at this stage would be great. Any progress we make at all there would be absolutely fantastic, as we do get a Sense Tower once again. A few bio units pressing around, units wrapping around on the left-hand side. I mean, again, the Vikings just get another shot off. The shield's gone on the Colossus already. Resources lost again. That 4k difference right now in favor of Clem, and he's just starting to take the 5th base, and Clem just saying that this is my formula to win these games. You can try and pressure me, you can try and deny me, but if I get to 5 bases especially, I think Clem's going to feel extremely confident. Now, I said it before, but the 5th base is going to open up a little bit more positioning on this map, and that might be something that MaxPax could then utilize to maybe see some opportunity that he's not had before. EMP that High Templar post-Storm, but he does actually snipe it down as well, so it does die. MaxPax takes the chance to step over to the right once more. We're going to see 3 more command centers coming through. A few Zealots spotted already peeling away to the left. They're just going to go down. No opportunity there. There's a Colossus that's just walking on its own, but Clem doesn't capitalize. If you go back to the 4 Colossus, that's the count that MaxPax wants to stay at here. You see MaxPax steps through. The missile turret tanks a couple of shots initially. Sense Tower obviously provides vision, although if it goes down, not going to provide much. You already know the army's here right now. It's much more of a future kind of advantage thing. As again, another snipe on a High Templar as it gets chased away. A lot of Zealots on the left side. Honestly, we've still got a good amount of bio here as well, though. Clem's been very good at preemptively splitting off those units. He really, I think, just knows that he's so comfortable. I think the thing is that he's so comfortable in this defense that he's actually really able to keep units back. Like, he doesn't need everything to defend because he knows that he's fine defensively, so you can afford to have some units split away to actually deal with the Zealot run-bys and efforts and so. And that's just not been the case in previous PvT metas, so that's one of the issues I think MaxPax runs into a little bit right now. With the +3 ship weapons coming through, a few ghosts still on the way. The Vikings are just going to fly through the Stalkers, chasing the Colossus for a moment or two. The Stalkers blink back. We didn't kill a Colossus, but it's a scary moment. These Vikings are kind of getting low. There's a world where, you know, maybe we need to take a few moments to repair those. Obviously, they've taken a lot of damage just over time through different attempts of getting in toward those Colossi. On the left-hand side, the Zealots are back. Sense Tower is a target. The mineral line should be a target. Clem actually didn't have anything back here to deal with it this time, so they are going to get through for a few SCVs. We're now at a 9,000 resource loss difference, so it's getting worse. MaxPax tries to push in again, loses a Colossus again. He just can't get in without losing valuable units, and Clem just continuing to play this position. Has a good enough early game to set up for this. Comes forward. The Observer just not close enough. We snipe down another High Templar as the Ghost just steps in with confidence right there. Brutal. +3 ship weapons coming through. Additional Liberators coming out. We're going to come across, and these Stalkers are going to continue to go down. So again, they need to be careful. They just die so quickly right now against the 3-3 Terran. We are about to finish +3 armor from MaxPax, but I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make on these units right now. So it falls. Stalker still trying to press through. EMP on the High Templar. I love this EMP snipe compo. Just EMP instantly has a snipe on it. Archon leading the charge in, not going to have a good time. Another Colossus goes down. MaxPax being forced away. Another couple of Stalkers still taking some shots. We try and step through once more. There's a group of Zealots on that right-hand side. The High Templar as well. We come back over toward the left. The Vikings trying to get in there, and they will commit heavily. There's quite a few Vikings going down. Clem will have to replace, but he does knock the Colossus count down really heavily as well. Left side, the High Templar already EMP'd, pushed back. And Clem just still comfortable on 5 bases. I wonder if Clem feels enough comfort to send even just a medevac of units around the bottom left right now. Because MaxPax is remaxing his army into these fights, so if Clem was to get a drop to the bottom left or something along those lines, it could be extremely successful, right? Because MaxPax does not just have a warp-in defense against it. Just thinking that maybe this base could end up in some trouble kind of quickly. I mean, even just running into a middle line, getting a bunch of probes. There's a couple units back over here from MaxPax. Not too much, though. Kind of depends where Clem hits and when, perhaps, is just going to be seeing that Liberator sieging up. And this is the issue now from MaxPax. Now you've got Liberators to deal with. The Stalker count has been taking a beating in this game. And if MaxPax starts getting sieged by Liberators and he's forced to blink into Libs to fight, This is going to become absolutely brutal, and the Libs just setting up already on this right side. A couple of these cannons going down. Colossus walks in. It's been reinforced in this direction all game. This time it gets punished for it. And Clem just playing with the edge of these Liberators. An EMP and a snipe attempt on the High Templar. Doesn't get the snipe, but does scare it off a little bit at least. Now with EMP coming through, the Arc on the High Templar on the left-hand side show up. They're not going to do much. We're stepping into Liber range. MaxPax's army supply is beginning to go down. The EMP is still lathering up this Protoss force, as it's going to be shieldless on the defense. The Libs press forward aggressively. GG. And Clem has given us currently a masterclass in this current state of TVP, which is that he just doesn't think MaxPax can do anything in the later stages. And if he gets away with a good early game, he can do exactly that. GG's. MaxPax down 0-2. Clem off to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 elimination match. Looking to stay alive here. Thank you so much, Sinsta, for the resub during the game. Appreciate you and get you on the tree, as MaxPax usually hosts for us, and we'll make sure we get into this. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the sub, Sinista. Appreciate it. As we head into a game. Number 3, MaxPax in trouble. Is obviously not having a good time in the later stages, so that's a problem. So yeah, it's a rough situation so far for him. Now you have a sub and a dono on the tree? Hell yeah. You're basically taking over, man. Love it. Guys, if you're on the YouTube, take a second to hit the like button. We got a bunch of people in here. We are on track to break our all-time YouTube viewership record today. So hit the like button, let people find the stream. Take a second to like. If you don't sub already, sub as well. It's super appreciated too. Really helps us out. Click those buttons. We appreciate you. Just a little shout out as we get into game 3 of this lower bracket matchup in the top left side. The blue Protoss player down 0-2. He has reverse swept his opponent a few times in the past. I think he's going to have to completely level up here, because right now, the thing is the game state is against him. Like, the late game is good for Terran right now. Like, that's just a fact. But he's not having good enough early games to kind of take advantage of the early game and get into a better mid game, right? MaxPax trying to figure this out. The problem is Clem is taking no risks. He's not going for these like big marine tank shows. If they get shut down, you're just in immediate trouble or anything. Like, he just doesn't feel the need to do any of that he's been doing recently, right? So he's just saying, cool, I'm just going to play a bit more passively early game. I'm going to ensure I get to the mid game in an okay spot. And I just know how well I can trade going through that next phase of the game, basically, from that point onwards, and just taking complete advantage of the game at that stage. Juniper129, thank you for the 26-month resub coming in on the Prime. Thank you very much for priming us up today and the big resub. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. We're going to nibble. SCVs take damage. Yo, what's up? Quentin Suit with the 10 gifted subs. Let's just read these out nice and quick at the early stage of the game. Go now to DFan 3003, Cherry Cotta, Bug Ulfab, Funny Colors Got Hacked, Poom, Moody Bins, Luxian, Boats and Toasts, Nevajno01, and Cliff No. Thank you so much, Quentin Suit, for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. If you have a color preference of pink, green, gold, orange, light gold, or red, let me know. I'll get you ready for the tree after this game. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs and the generosity. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Probe to the upper left-hand side. And let's just get in toward this Nexus for a moment or so. The Reaper is going to start making a little bit of a journey up there as well to try and see what's going on. You don't know what the tree's about? It's just a fun thing we do every year. It's just it's just the sellout tree. You just get a decoration on it, but for gifted subs, you get a little bonus decoration on your name tag. It's just silly fun. We've been doing it. It's actually funny. We've been doing the tree for legitimately like since before I went full time in streaming. So like legitimately like 12 years or something now. So it's really just it truly is a tradition on the stream. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, mate. Appreciate you. So I'll get you added on the tree. after this game is our Twilight Council coming through. Probes coming about. Just going to be seeing the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming over. We have ourselves that Starport coming online as well. And the Reaper Hellion here early, just pulling back to play a bit of defense. Nothing too crazy just yet, as we see two Adepts are going to make their way over. They're going to commit in. They want to get the Reaper quickly. That will go down, but it's going to cost you one Adept. We now try and get the SCV build to the command center. It causes a slight delay. Again, blinking the Warp Gate still coming up. The Robo Facility coming online as well. It's just getting all of that up and running. Hellion will chase. The Adept will take a couple more shots. The Adept turns back around. Hellion and the Adept back and forth together for a couple of moments. And getting the Orbital Command coming through. SCV Marines coming up. Tech Labs on the way. And the Adept will shade through the natural expansion. As you see the SCV repairing the Hellion for a couple of moments. Adept shading, and is going to be taking a bit more damage again. And get rid of the Hellion. And the Adept shade's out of there, so that's nice. But Clem has crossed the map, so he's going to have himself the Medevac to come over and try and deal some damage. MaxPax's units are all in the natural, so the Widowmine on the high ground is basically a guaranteed Stalker unless we can get that to go off on a probe. That guaranteed Stalker. Stalker goes down already. Marines now step forward. That next Stalker warping in. Can't kite anywhere, so it's going to go down. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at today, apparently. He micros forward. He's going to continue to chase, and these Stalkers are in trouble as Clem is going to have that Widowmine recharging soon as well. Widowmine on the low ground somehow got dealt with fairly well overall. This Widowmine will reposition slightly. It's going to come off cooldown in a moment. Blink about to be done. A probe will just unburrow, force an unburrow, reburrow. This Widowmine just goes to the low ground mineral line. We'll save that with the Medevac, and we will still have the Medevac to micro with after, as Clem gets so much value from this Medevac drop. That is a hell of a start. You talk about the Pros needing an early game. Well, yeah, the Pros needs an early game. It's not happening when Clem's going to freaking micro like that, though. Not at all. Medevac peels off over to the side, so we do have a Nexus coming up. Man, that was absolutely nuts. We do have, Stalkers across the map. I'm following someone's camera, and they do not see the prism, so they can come through for 4 SCVs, so 4 workers going down pretty quickly there. Viking tank Marines coming through, the attack upgrade on the engineering bay building as well. Bringing a lot of that up at the moment as we just see the few Stalkers of MaxPax continuing to head down to the bottom. What can MaxPax do at this point? Well, we are on 4 gateways, so you would hope you can do some damage. I mean, he lost so much early. 4 Stalkers going down that early in the game is really nuts. Double bunker from Clem, double tank in the main. The defense looks ridiculous right here. Viking and the Raven going to pull very far back and keep themselves very safe as well. As we are going to blink through here, go for this low ground tank, which that will go down to be fair. The Marines and Marauder pulling over here as well, so MaxPax finds a little opening. I'm going to be a little susceptible here for a moment or two. And as you see, the Stalker's just going to micro back. The Prism can help them with that. It's a little bit awkward. It's a long blink, so the micro to pop as we're going to pull over toward the natural. Just look to get this tank set up over here. Workers going down on the other side because the Widowmine drop came back in. Apologies. This Widowmine is going to force to be firing on a blinking Stalker, so the shot doesn't do much. As MaxPax looks to come in from this angle, he will find himself a bunker. But that's 1 out of 2. Tank sieged up in the back as well. Tank could maybe be... Tank's very safe, but if it was here instead of here, it would be able to actually hit these Stalkers a little more. I don't think Clem is too upset about it. He's going to lose the other bunker, but he's now very close to Stim. So his bio units are going to have a way better time trading with these Stalkers anyway. This is way less of a concern to what it originally started out as. At this point, MaxPax is just about broken the outer exterior defenses, but Clem is ready to go for the full-on kind of proper game at this stage anyway, so makes this a very complicated little situation. Just going to see a couple Stalkers going down. Couple Stalkers going to be again picked away out. Again, Robo Bay, the gateway is coming up. The charge is on the way through. Again, Command Center building for Clem as he readies up for 3 bases eventually here. 1 Stalker around that right side, just keeping an eye on things. A couple of units warping in. The Zealots on that left-hand side. We do have this Medevac across the map, so Clem actually finds a chance to get Marines across the map. This is such an uncommon thing. Forces a recall. MaxPax lift up and get away, so forces a complete recall home. Now all of this Stalker pressure is gone. Now it's just the Zealots and the Prism. I'll drop one down, which will get a single SCV. Not bad. It's going to be easily cleaned up, but hey, an SCV for Zealot is not ever going to be a terrible trade. Pulling back over, take a moment or two. Orbital is going to press up at the front. We do see the rest of the Marines, the medevac coming down the left side. Just setting up over there. The medevac going to get blinked on the right. The Stalkers get underneath, and that full medevac goes down. So Clem loses a little bit of the map control he's trying to create for himself. He's going to try and chase the Prism down here, and it is going to be hunted for a little bit. It loses its shields. Forces the Zealots to unload, which means we can clean those up. Again, a very mild trade as Clem is going to expand forward here on 10,000 feet. Probes mining the upper right and forward base from MaxPax. I mean, all you can do is try and get these bases online and try and get into the late stage and just try and put himself in as good a position as he can, getting into that position. We do have the 1-1 upgrades about to finish, the next is in the front, and we do have the Stalkers still settling down in the center as well. The Armory. Second engineering bay finish. The armory is quite late in comparison to that, but that's the one negative I can really point out for Clem at the moment. Otherwise, defense looks good. The beautiful part of this is that these tanks defend left and right entry points, and so the only entry towards your main and natural now is going to be through the air or through a blink. So that's going to be pretty limited in itself as well. Clem's already setting up pretty safely as well, I would say, for the most part here. So trying to ensure that not much comes of this situation. Stalkers gather back around. The Zealots set up. We go back over to the left. Colossus will make their way over here as well. Bio gathers up, unloading once more. MaxPax, the WardiTV European League champion this year, now down 0-2, and it's not felt like the greatest of starts in this game 3 either, is the unfortunate part. It does feel like things are working against him currently. +2 attack across the map, +2 armor. Upgrades will be slightly favored for MaxPax, so like I say, there may be a little bit of an upgrade opening here or there for him. I would say that's maybe the one thing he really does have potentially going for him. Sense Tower steps over to the left side. The Command Center gun come down the bottom as well. MaxPax just takes base 6. Dark Shrine coming up. I like the DT. Something we've not been able to get into in the rest of this series. Feels like that gives us a little bit of an opportunity, or a chance at the very least, right, where DTs are going to be something extra to defend with. I said defend with, sorry, obviously harass with, and try and force Clem to defend against. You try and get those DTs out, you put those DTs into play, and you're going to give yourself a real opportunity, just like I say, get more done. Run-bys can be that much more impactful. Needing this, the scan or so can be an absolutely massive deal as well. Just the bio hanging about. Actually going to see the Zealot's going to run in on the right-hand side as MaxPax going to push in here. Clem drops a couple of auditors down to try and take some of the attention away. Stalkers are going to keep committing as we just send this. The Zealots on the right side being dealt with pretty well so far, as MaxPax's attack is going a lot better than you might have expected. Can these tanks get rid of these Colossus? There's a few Marauders left. Only 4 SCVs died during this, which I actually think is kind of a crazy stat overall. Man, this actually went pretty okay for MaxPax at first. It's just at the tail end, the last few trades from Clem, the last few shots of cleanup went a little bit better, so the supplies come out pretty even. I thought that was okay for MaxPax, but like I said, the last little bit really maybe says otherwise. 9.4 to 8.8k resources lost. It's not as bad as it has been for MaxPax. He's going to put all of his attention to the right. Clem was set up on the left. There is a sense tower to give you a little bit of heads up as to what might happen in some of these positions here. Stalker Zealot move up this ramp. Just going to see the sense tower in some trouble. We are going to be seeing the tank going down. A warping of units coming in right now. 14 additional Zealots coming through. The Bioforce going to be here. A couple of shots from the Vikings to get after the Colossus. More Stalkers trying to zone those Vikings, but they're doing a pretty good job. They're finding a pretty good angle. Clem's pretty clumped up, but that's not going to matter if the splash damage is gone, and we are now down to just one reinforcing Colossus that's not even had a shot off just yet. Clem just clean up the rest of this, and for now, that will be the hold on this high ground. MaxPax takes a step away. His choice now. Shadow Stride, upgrades, rebuilding into more of the same. 2 new Colossus coming online, but at least, like I say, we'll have the DT Harass able to be added onto here, or able to be added in as an addition. That is probably a pretty big deal. That has the chance to make a pretty hefty difference as we come around the left. Zealot Stalker, Colossus Immortal coming around right now and looking for the chance to move in. Prism unloading a few Zealots into the main base. A couple of Marauders will fire. You're going to see the Planetary Fortress is going to fire some shots back onto the Zealots as well. Stalkers will take some hits. The cleanup in the main base takes place. And another couple of these Zealots begin to go down. And 3-3 coming up. A couple of Disruptors coming through. The Shadow Stride is on the way. A Bio Army collecting between the bases right now. So again, we get set up already. Robotics facility is in production from MaxPax, so we're going to get that triple robo set up as we've seen previously as well. Just in that earlier game, that first game, he had triple robo he was trying to reproduce from. Again, coming on the right side, this time there's actually not much to deal with these Zealots immediately. The thing is Clem has the orbitals to replenish SCVs so quickly, so a handful of SCVs here and there is something he can absolutely afford to lose. Let's see what the Disruptors do as they show up for the first time. They have some potential. Big question right now is the 5th base of Clem, which I presume we're going to go over here, mine these minerals out, but it's a little scary because if you mine those minerals out, maybe he wants to go here instead. If you mine these minerals out, it gives access to the natural and up the main for some of the run-by play, so that becomes a little bit worse as well. So let's stalk a Colossus around onto the right side, looking to push through initially. And all those Zealots already starting to go down as well, so the Disruptor shot coming through. Vikings in the sky. Disruptor clips just one of the units there. Clem has had a good series against Disruptors so far. He's been pretty good at avoiding most of the major shots and getting some really good pickoffs on them as well, denying them from doing too much damage in the slightest. As we step up once again, EMPs come down. Disruptor nearly landing onto the Bayouns. We see a Disruptor here is going to get picked off. The rest of the Zealots still trying to charge through. Force fields will come down as well. Another Disruptor landing on just a couple of Marines. Our Vikings will chase the Colossus away. The Stalkers and the Disruptors continue to pull back, peeling away there for the moment. Additional Zealots warping straight through. The army steps up once again. Stalkers going to start taking damage. Disruptor shot trying to land on the Colossus. Doesn't go down. The extra Zealot showing up though. Clem kind of standing in this fight for a little while. So is MaxPax. He just refuses to retreat. And Clem going to get the chance to chase down now. Is going to get rid of the Disruptor. Colossus kind of low, but he's not going to go any further than that for the moment as we take a step and a moment to rebuild and reset. Next rumor order coming through. The Vikings on the way. Bottom left side, the Zealot forces the command center to lift off, relocate, and to go elsewhere. More EMPs onto this main force of MaxPax. MaxPax has taken the entire map in terms of bases. The main difference right now is that Clem needs a 5th base. That's the one thing he's not gotten that he's had in the previous games. When he's gone to a 5th base, it really did get to that sort of point where I felt like, well, that's that, you know, it's done, we're done. But, yeah, we're not on that 5th base yet, and if he can't get to it, this is a little bit more achievable for MaxPax this time around than it has been previously. Those additional resources have been important for Clem to close these games out in what has been, you know, fairly long, drawn-out scenarios. He was flown to the left side. There was a Zealot there. Now we're going to float to the right side, so you will mine these minerals. So defending the right is going to become very important because, like I say, the last thing you want to have happen is the ability to kind of, you know, basically open the door for your opponent to run through onto your base in different ways. But that's going to have to happen for him to get to that base. On the right side, nice dive in from Clem, gets the Colossus. DTs have been waiting to strike on the left. There's a Planetary here, there's a Liberator, there's a Missile Turret, and the DTs kind of growing in number. As Clem goes more over to the right, there's going to be less to deal with this on the left-hand side. DT's playing in, and this Planetary Fortress is dead. There's no way we save this. SCVs will not be able to repair in time. We will get a few good shots off with the Liberator. Missile Turret's still available. Going to get out of that Liberator range. We look to cancel up a new command center as well. Clem is taking a committed fight on the right side. He's going to dive on in. The Colossus in some trouble. Stalkers have to blink back defensively. Clem will take a base if he wants it, but I don't think he does. I think he wants more than that. Diving through, getting the Disruptor, as he is going to have MaxPax in a full retreat. And once again, said it many a time, but a retreating Protoss is the worst kind of Protoss because they just can't get the damage done. If the Disruptors can't come off, then you are in trouble 100% of the time there. Now Clem gets a more meaningful base. He can pull back and get the base on the right side in the end. Again, the top right base, there was a lot more probes available there. MaxPax on a full counterattack. Clem relocates an orbital to the left-hand side. This is just Zealot Stalker DT, though, and a few of the orbitals going down are somewhat replaceable. Clem does establish this base to the right, so that's up now as well. That wasn't there before. Having that base available is a big factor. Going to get a scan down. DTs ain't cheap, and MaxPax does not have a ton of money available. He's going to blink in. He wants the orbital command. He wants to get rid of the bases, as Clem, if he loses the command center and can't replace them, maybe does fall into an economic issue. He could relocate the natural over, but that's only going to replenish one of the bases he just lost. He double expands on the right side. He's got a lot of AFK SCVs. Clem with the ability to take good trades, but right now MaxPax might have found a way to stop him from actually replenishing the army in terms of whatever he does lose. Took a long time to get to base 5, and now that he has gotten there, MaxPax making that left side of the map difficult to hold on to. It is going to be the main base. No, actually, there is just another orbital, not the main or natural, that floats over here, so there is going to be +1 base at least. Obviously, having it as an orbital, being able to lift up against the against the DTs is nice, but it doesn't protect you from the Stalkers, and that's what happened during the tail end of that last fight. Come back around. The Stalkers getting EMP, trying to find a way in. You're basically reliant on the Disruptors, though. You need these Disruptors to do work, and Clem is going to find a way on the left side, deny a base of MaxPax. MaxPax has a good amount of minerals, but he doesn't have money for days, especially the rate at which he's been trading, so Clem actually getting rid of base on the other side is a little scary. DT showing up here. Stalker's trying to blink through. Liberator will go down, trying to deny that Liberator count from growing too much. The Vikings landed on the right as they look to play defense over the next moment or so and trying to keep MaxPax at bay the best we can. Fire comes back up the right. Another Disruptor shot going to be a little short of the mark. On the left-hand side, Clem will come through as well. Bio back over the right side also. Figuring out where we want to go to right now. The couple of Liberators and a Marine come through. The SCV is producing. The DTs work their way down to the bottom as the Bio Army is going to step up here. It's going to see that Disruptor is going to get a chance to fire through. Not quite going to connect on anything just yet, though. As again, that's been kind of the story of this matchup, hasn't it? Just Disruptor trying to connect, not able to. Heard that one a few times before. Long distancing, MaxPax, some of these initial bases are genuinely mining out, so his actual ability to mine is starting to be limited. We're 21 minutes in game, and while Clem's still working off the 5 bases, this 5th base was very late to be taken, so there's resources here. This base has resources because it's been denied a little bit. MaxPax kind of needs to get to some of these external bases that Clem has started to shut down. If he doesn't get to those bases, I just don't think he has the resources available to truly close this game out at all. 5 more Zealots coming through. The Liberators in production. Bio coming forward. Colossus in some trouble. A couple of Disruptor shots going to land onto a lot of these Bio units as well. A few more Disruptors taking some damage here. We split backwards. The Bio going to chase through. A couple of those Disruptors go down immediately. Liberators sieging up on that right side, chasing this army. Next Disruptor shot. Oh, it goes off. This time Clem doesn't deny it before the connection, but it kind of went a bit too far, I think. The Liberators are an issue. We can't get through those easily at all. Clem using those brilliantly to ensure that it's just difficult for MaxPax to engage on forward. MaxPax with no pressure on the left side currently either. He's been ran out of options in terms of splitting this army, it seems. 22 minutes here on 10,000 feet. Another few Liberators siege. The Bio steps up. Disruptor will actually get a clip off, but doesn't one-shot Marauders from full HP. Disruptor does go down as the extra Libs and the Marauders come through. Colossus and the Stalkers coming about as well. 3 more Stalkers warping in. Surrounded units going through. The Liberator siege on the right side. The few Stalkers get pushed back. Now having the rest of this Bio Army settling, we do have this Nexus will fall. I mean, we got the left-hand side base. We're going to recall probes over here as MaxPax just tries to get more mining on the way. His economy is low, so again, replenishing is difficult. And Clem sits at 150 army supply, so his army's massive. I mean, this orbital's probably dead. Still step through. Again, Clem just not rotating over here quickly enough. Maybe the orbital actually lives because MaxPax starts to try and deal with the Liberators quickly. Clem loses a few SCVs. Only has 28 left in this game. So it doesn't have an endless amount of work. As we saw in Clem Hero yesterday, there was a couple moments where Clem fell very low down on the work count, but was able to recover. One more Viking getting shot at as the Stalkers take their opportunity. And we just pull back up the left-hand side. Maxed out MaxPax. But again, he is working on the absolute dregs of his economy at this point. He has got bare minimum remaining, so it is so important for him to see some success now because, yeah, that left side is on the mine, but guess what? So is the right side of Clem. Resources lost 45 to 32k. You have not mined well enough for Clem to actually mine yet another base here. Bottom left can come in from MaxPax, maybe. That could be interesting. That's a base we haven't seen taken at all, to be fair, so maybe that does become an intriguing factor in the last few moments of this. Maybe that is the play that potentially gives us some chances. Stalker Colossus over the right side. Libs will get themselves sieging already. The rest of the bio stimming through. The Zealot's going to end up getting EMP'd. Colossus take a few steps away. The Nexus in that bottom left corner will come back around. Max versus Max. Clem has so much army supply, just can't get over the 157 to 128 with what is already a very good army comp in general. Yeah, I've got 5 Colossus as MaxPax this time around, but it's otherwise just Stalkers and Zealots. And the Colossus can do well, but I mean, we don't have a lot of Vikings in fairness, but obviously we've got the Liberators as kind of a replacement instead. That's a Stalker for a Liberator as Clem then steps through and sees if he can get some more. Life on the line for MaxPax as he tries to find himself the fight he needs. He's actually been a bit passive recently, and that's replenished some money, so he's actually got a bank account available again. So actually having some money banked up should give him a pretty good helping hand as well. Something that can definitely step back into place. Couple DTs still coming through. The bio coming across there. Zealot Disruptor coming around. The bio will go to the left side. That base is going to go down. There's a lot of probes there as well, so that's going to be difficult to replace. At least we did get some money banked up before that happens. Is Clem getting pushed away here? The Liberators go down. And he doesn't currently really have an answer to Colossus. Alright, he's going to start rebuilding Vikings, but that high Colossus count currently may give MaxPax some opportunity to actually find some value in some trades. Clem gets rid of 2 bases on this left-hand side in the end. This orbital going to go down for Clem in return, but not the important mining base that MaxPax needs that to be denied. You know, this base over here, this base up here, those are the bases MaxPax maybe needs to get rid of the most. Clem has good sensor tower placement that allows him to keep track of where MaxPax is going to, so he can try and match the movement. Clem with the attack on the left side, pulling back over to the right now, so he's going to have a little bit more available all at once. He's going to dive in, sees a Disruptor opportunity, and the Colossus are going to be in trouble if the Stalkers blink back, which they do. Now the Zealots are going to start running into this, but this Liberation Zone's in play. The Vikings are doing their thing against the Colossus, which are melting away as Clem is going to keep moving up this ramp. We keep on chasing forward. This army of MaxPax is once again retreating. And I think that is going to be probably it, as Clem is going to get that Disruptor, immediately swings over to the left, knowing that MaxPax will have the relocation on this base and just trying to re-expand. He will send a few units here to try and shut that down. Obviously, MaxPax comes in with a lot of Stalkers. The rebuild is good. And Clem maybe not expecting MaxPax to have that much rebuild available. Disruptor shot comes in, has to just try and fly and see if it can connect. So far, not able to. +3 ship weapons still on the way up. The Disruptor will fire but not connect. Stalkers get underneath this orbital command, it will fall. We see a few more SCVs now being picked away at as well. Biostimming in from the right side. The Disruptor looking to connect. A couple of Marauders going down. And you can see the Bioforce still chasing forward. There's one more Disruptor going down. A couple of Zealots getting picked at. Another Disruptor just going to clip the edge of those units. Two more Colossus building up right here. The army back into the center from MaxPax coming over the right-hand side. Bio Ghost settling in for the moment here as our +1 vehicle plating coming about. The Zealots going down. The Stalkers are coming through. Disruptor shots. It's getting into the center here. Going to get that Disruptor picked away at. The Vikings going to load back into the skies. We're going to chase on forward. Clem up 50 army supply. The Vikings get straight in after the first Colossus. We'll step away for a little bit. The Vikings stepping forward again. Good EMP. Going to make the Vikings' job a whole lot easier, as now Clem has no respect for this army. He doesn't think there's enough damage output. There was no Zealots any longer. And Clem will advance to the top 4 of the competition. And we'll get a rematch from the winner bracket against Rainor in the next round. GG's. Well played. Clem 3, MaxPax 0. A 3-0 that was kind of definitely a 3-0. But also the games were obviously very back and forth. I mean, the thing is, you see a lot of the other Terrans try and play like that. And I just don't think they sustain as well as, you know, Clem does against MaxPax. MaxPax has such an ability to break through these positions. Not today against Clem. Clem just said, nuh-uh, not happening. Way back at the start of the series, Quentin Suit, Juniper129, thank you for the love. Appreciate you guys. I'll tree you all up. Really are running out of space on this thing. Alright guys, it is going to be a Clem Reynor rematch up next, so that is going to come through in a couple of moments. we will run some ads. We have officially peaked over 3,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube, guys. So the viewership is steaming. It's looking great. Appreciate you guys as we get ready for this next game. Clem Reynor. If players need a couple of moments, we'll give them obviously a couple of moments though, so it might be just a little bit, guys, to get this up and running. So appreciate the understanding on that. Can we finally get the tree down? You're not getting the tree down. There's just no shot. Yo, thank you for the donation. £25 from Bexvart. Put Ellie's in your... Hang on. I need to open up my stream elements. Bexvart, £25. Put Ellie's and your name on the tree. What do you deserve it? Thanks for the streams and entertainment over December. Thanks for the 25. Ellie's name is already on there. It's just on a secret decoration. So, fear not. Look, I don't need my name on the tree. It's the support tree. You know, it's for you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 25. Thank you so much. I'm running out of tags, so like I really can't afford to put mine and Ellie's name on again. Also, Ellie's very destructive to the tree. She just knocks people's names off with her tail all the time, so really, I don't think she deserves it either. Thank you for the 25. Again, guys, all donations are going to the prize pool. This bar down here. The 4,000 would double the prize pool. Obviously, that's not within reach. But the more we raise the prize pool by, the more we pay the players out. So if you are enjoying and you want to get the players some love, you consider donating, because that will go directly into their pockets in the end. Thank you again, Bexbot, for the 25. Thanks to the streamers. Thank you so much for supporting, mate. Thank you so very much. Clem with the video, waiting for Rainor to respond. It'll take a couple of moments. Let's say an update on that bracket is suddenly there were only 4 that remained. It's not updated. There we go. Clem and Reynor meet in the lower bracket semi-finals. Terran versus Zerg, and then we've got Protoss versus Zerg. As after this, we must take a dip into the upper bracket once again to figure out who from Classic and Shin will get straight through to the grand final. It does set us up for Korean versus European lower bracket final as well. Looking absolutely beautiful. Guys, chill out in the chat. You're fighting each other over balance. Just enjoy the games a little bit. We're not going to change balance by fighting over Twitch chat so close to Christmas, you know? Chill. Enjoy the games. Oh, hi, Ellie. Did you hear that I wasn't putting your name on the tree? Oh, baby. Look, I tell you what. Look. How about you smile for the camera? How about you say hi to everyone? Do you want to do a Christmas sellout? Do you want to do a Christmas doggy sellout? Alright, guys. Special offer. All subs in the next 2 minutes go directly towards Ellie's Christmas present. She's like, I'm not part of this. Don't sign me up for selling out. Unbelievable. Try and sell out one time with her, and she's just like, nope. Not happening. She's like, I'm not being used. Can't use me to make money. I don't think her cut's good enough, that's all. She yeeted out. She hates the camera. She really does. It's wild. Yeah, what's up? Kusoso, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Videos are almost done, guys. We'll be onto some map picks in a moment, so we'll start getting the lobby set up. Should not be long for us to go into Clem versus Reynor here in our lower bracket semis. So, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Guys, we just passed 1,300 subs. That's ridiculous. You guys remember when we were trying to fight to get to 700 this month? Now we're at 1,300. Actually, ridiculous business. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for supporting, subscribing, priming, and all the rest. There's been loads of gifts, loads of primes. There's just been loads of everything this month. It's been crazy, so appreciate it. Appreciate it. Alright. Mothership is going to be our opening map of this TVZ series, so I'll just get this set up. Mothership, Title Citadel, going to be map 2. Holy Funkinator on the YouTube with the 20 memberships. Holy goodness. They're going to go out to Roy Tanner 983, Kevin Jiaming Chang. Are they all going to... They're all going to ping on the stream. Alright, I can't stop that on the YouTube ones. Birdo Tattoo, LS Commit 4947, APB 100, Daniel Vilka 3624, Mesner 153, Meatwad, Psycho Rabbitman, Lumen Nordi, Lord Zixka, Natek W4164, The Viperman, Blue Six Sky, Nemastistas 3105, Excellent, Air Batu Kampur, Joseph Capewell, and Cody Bronson 9281. Thank you so much, Funkinator, for the 20 gifted subs, essentially. 20 gifted subs gets you a lucky dip bag decoration. Either you or chat will get to tell me when to stop on the lucky dip bag, and from there you will get a special decoration on the tree. Isn't that exciting? Yes, it is. There's still some good ones in here. So, Funkinator, either you can say stop, or I'll go when someone else in the chat says stop, and you can get whatever my hands on at that point in time. From the very special Lucky Dip Sainsbury's bag, which has been very cool this year. Stop? Someone said stop. Another dinosaur I've got my hands on? It's another dinosaur. The dinosaurs are some of the coolest ones, to be honest. Funkinator, you are going to be a dinosaur on the tree. That says Noel as well. Isn't that beautiful? I know, you didn't know you needed this in your life, but now you do. Clem and Reynor in the lobby. We are readying up, I do believe. Thanks so much for the 20 gifted YouTube memberships. It's awesome. You told me at the start of the year people would gift memberships on YouTube. I would have told you you were crazy. But, here we are. Funkinator 2001. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You are now officially this dinosaur forever. Let me get you on the tree in a good place, and we can kick off into this series. Hang on, I've got someone start my being here. Sorry guys, got distracted. Cool. Yo, that's Chris Burton. Thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member as well. Appreciate it. Signing up to the WardiTV Bronze. Why is it still going on, man? Why? There's just dings constantly. What's going on? I think we're getting to the end at least. As Cosmos, SC2, thank you for the Prime, and Nerlaten, thank you for the 42-month resub. Let's go in game. I'll get the rest of you on the tree after. Thank you for supporting. It is time for the lower bracket semi-finals, as we are going to have in the top right-hand side a player who did win their first meeting during this competition. Can he get it done a second time here in the lower bracket? This from Basilisk is Rainor. And in the top left-hand side, our red Terran player from Team Liquid, this is Clem. The last Terran standing. Win this, and we have a perfectly balanced top three, a Terran, a Zerg, and a Protoss. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Yes, it would be. Well, let's just hope for a great series here between Clem and Reynor. They really do give us the best of the best sometimes, especially when Clem is playing well. I feel like sometimes his games against Reynor just are some of the absolute peak StarCraft 2. And Reynor has been showing us a lot of those great counterattacks, great understanding of the matchup. A lot of fun different builds from him in general as well. We're back to Ling Bei Muta being a thing, which is always super fun for TVZ. Anytime you see two great players playing each other and Ling Bei Muta is a possibility or an opportunity, like, that's just amazing as well. So that's also just, you know, brilliant, fantastic. We love it. Just it's an exciting kind of time to see you know, it's an exciting time to see a Reynor Clem match because, like I say, Ling Bermuda's kind of back, and it's just so fun to watch. This was your grand finals prediction? Yeah, well, tough one because Reynor got knocked down to the lower bracket already. It's kind of rough, but hey, at the end of the day, you get to see it now. Still a best of 5. After this, Classic versus Shin. We have this series and then 3 more between us and a 2025 WardiTV champion. Hatch pool coming up here initially, as we do see the SCV scouting from Clem, just to ensure he knows where his opponent is at. Command center to the low ground as we begin to get moving in the first few moments here and figuring out what and how things will go and happen and what will go take place. For the first couple of moments, get this set up and away we work. Grenade coming down. Just going to force the drone into a spore thrower. Plenty of space to escape with as the Reaper there, so gets out without issue initially. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reaper. Getting back in. Does get out once again. Just about. 1 drone killed. Not a bad starting point from Clem. Get a drone kill early. Especially when the Reaper gets to stay alive as well. That's going to be a nice positive at this point in time. Hoping to see a super late game at least once. Yeah, I want this series to go an hour and a half. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Classic and Shin, they're signed up to play long today anyways, right? The longer the games, the better is where we're at right now. So let's see what happens. Yo, what's up, Smiro? Thank you so much as well for the fresh new sub on the Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much for supporting the content and the StarCraft and everything. Super appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for all the love. And it's actually crazy. Like, you know, when we do these big tournaments, sometimes we get like 1 day, which is like super good on support, and people get behind, and the subs come pouring in, etc., etc. I feel like this tournament every single day has just been like non-stop. People are just like, man, this is awesome. Let's give you some subs. Let's give a donation. Let's do this or that. YouTube chat, you know, YouTube's getting involved as well. We've had super chats and the memberships, and it's just awesome. Just it's really been an amazing event on our side. So thank you so much for helping us out with that. Helping to make that a thing. Couple queens gathering around. We will just see our Banshee and the Hellion still coming through. That cloaking still coming up. A few roaches and the drones coming by as well. As we settle in to the first few moments here on Mothership. Not too much taking place just yet. It's going to see the couple of queens are going to be there, pushing those couple of Hellions out of there, out down to the bottom side initially. There's a 5-game series in the upper bracket between these two as well, remember, so it's also something I think on. It was really the run-bys that did it for Reynor. Like, every game he got into the Clem bases and run by and caused chaos were the games that he won. So there was a lot of success in that for sure. And that's definitely something to think on here as we kind of get into this, is that if Clem can kind of stabilize against those run-bys, is he going to face those same kind of difficulties? Is he going to have the same issue he had with Reynor the other day? Or is he going to be feeling a whole lot better about it? We do see the roaches there. Going to be a defense against the Hellions initially. The Banshee settling to the left-hand side. Second Banshee coming up. Marine and the Cloak coming through. Engineering bays and barracks both building into play just for a few more moments. And that Cloak coming about. The Stimpak coming up. And we're going to get ourselves around the right as 6 Hellions. Going to get straight through. Find a drone. Stop the 4th base coming down immediately. The Queens are here. That's going to be a defense. As Reynor's lair is not far from ticking on over into play and giving us that tech opportunity to work with here as well. Second Banshee flies across. Overlords will see them, so you have a rough idea where those Banshees are going to arrive from. Hellions looking to dive in. The drone becomes the Evo chamber, and the Banshee wasn't able to stop that drone in time, so that is going to be the wall-off necessary to stop the Hellions fighting the dart through. Good solid play from Reynor, as we will see the Banshee's able to get rid of a queen, and now going for more, as the Roach is going to be up next as well. And Banshee's still finding some awkward spots, because obviously the queens are a little bit kind of limited on where they can move to right now. Yeah, only 2 drones though. Overall, that's fine. Look how close this was. This drone took damage on the way to becoming an Evo, so it very narrowly got denied. Then the Hellions would have been in, and that could have been a disaster. A slight little second or two that could have changed the outcome of this first game already. Got a couple more drones off the Banshees, but watching these Hellions, but the Roaches are there. That's going to be a defense. As Reynor builds straight into the infestation pit. Man, You know what I really do love right now in ZVT is really the variety of builds. Like, we are not just, there's not just one kind of king composition that's it, you're just going to do this every time. Like, while Ling Bane Muta is back, it's not like Ling Bane Muta is just the go-to every single game, right? So it's this really cool little kind of idea where you're just seeing that this is actually going to be like, there's just so much possibility and so much potential in terms of how this plays out. Hellions here will arrive on that right-hand side to put some pressure on. The Roaches are going to step down as well. Double Medevac will be boosting up to the top of the map, making a play. Again, Link speed, Roach speed, Carapace coming up. The Baneling Nest is about halfway done. The few Marines already unloading into the centers. We're going to take a stim. A Creep Tumor goes down. The Overlord will go down. Marines load back to the Medevacs, and now more Hellions on the right side. Going to figure out where they can go as well. Just going to see the Creep Tumor take some damage. The Queen's going back around. The Overseer still overhead. The Marine's going to go in after the Overlord. We got a couple more drones still being picked away at, so the Hellions still doing a good job of things here. Just going to be seeing those Zerglings still going down. The drones are going to pull back over. The Marines are going to take a chance to stim at the Roaches. It's going to come straight over. Medevac to load up. They're going to go to the natural. And we just have ourselves a chance to drop, but the spores will be well defended. I mean, Reynor's just saying, I don't want you to be able to kind of, you know, break into my bases, and if I can stop you from doing that, I'm happy to let this game go long, which is exactly where this first game is going at the moment. Hive coming up, all the upgrades on the way. Clem is building a fourth base himself, and this map naturally can go pretty long as well. Like, there's not as much kind of like, I push here and I can keep pushing through if I succeed. So this map has that kind of factor to it as well. That's definitely going to be an interesting question mark over the next little bit of time. The Marines will get there. The Lings take some damage. Some more Marines and the Medevacs just gathering together in the center. Command Center going to float forward and drop into that forward position in the next few moments here. The Marines will get underneath. The Overlord will be taken out. That is going to be Reynor supply blocked already as we take the Marines a chance to stem in. After the Queen's over here, going to be able to get rid of one. We're going to get the Overseer as well. Going to fight the Lings for a while. No melee upgrades. The Marines didn't take a lot of damage from the Lings, so you could kind of stand there and fight for a little bit. Now the Marines on the bottom side going to help to play cleanup as we try and unload over here. The Ling Roach running over. The Medevacs joining back up. Tanks are going to be coming across into the center of the map as well. Rest of the Marines loading up and unloading for the moment. Ultra Cavern coming through too is now going to see the Marines just pulling back away. The Lings wanting to try and get on top of those Marines. Not quite able to just yet. The Banelings trying to come across as well, trying to see what else we can do. On the top side, Lingbane Roach is going to take a run at the Siege Tank, take a run at these Marines, and that's actually a good couple connections. Clem needs to try and target fire down the Baneling there. Doesn't bother. It's going to leave the Banshee here, which is fun because it's just kind of like a... It's kind of like a turret right now. It's just like, if you walk into this area, you take damage. Unless you show up with anti-air, then obviously it gets cleaned out. But for now, he just kind of uses it as like a, hey, if you go here, you just take damage. So be aware of that. I'm trying to ping around the right side with these couple Medevacs. Going to take it toward the main base. Vipers are now up. Reynor's composition has ended up onto this Ling, Bane, Roach, Viper force. There's a couple Medevacs will both get parasectically bombed over here. We're going to take a stim forward in toward the Queen. The Zerglings are going to take the chance to run back at the Medevacs. That will run out of the bombs in a second. We'll drop it again, though, and that is going to be one dead Medevac. The more full one as well gets taken down as Clem looks to push toward the bottom side. There's a lot of clumped up Widow Mines right now. Be careful about where you siege those up, because if you borrow them all at once, a group of Banelings could make a pretty quick work. Then a lot of Banes morphing in right there. Widow Mine's actually going to get a good shot off, surely, if it fires. First one did not, third one did not. The second one in between those two did get to connect, and a chunk of Zerglings did go down as Clem running forward again, trying to pull the Marines back, leave the Marauders in the front. Widow Mine's trying to retarget to make sure they don't friendly fire too much as well. And with an alright fight and just pull away from that ramp. Ultras taking the map here shortly. Going to change things a little bit. No kindness yet, so Clem is maybe not in a crazy rush to kind of, have to kind of run away from these. He probably could trade, but I think the issue is these Banelings just keep getting closer and closer. He's trying to run away, tries to target fire some down. He will just lift up and get out of there. Two more bases coming down in the front line, so we are going to see more command centers being established already. Clem getting into a nice, strong economy right off the bat of this. Medevacs pull up top. I'm just going to be seeing the Ling Ultra Bane moving up top. The Vipers are going to be there also. The 3-3 upgrades coming through from Clem. The vehicle plating upgrade is also a part of this at the moment. Is the bio. Going to take a stim. A couple of Banelings going down quickly. We're just taking some shots. The rest of the Zergling's going to split back down to the bottom side. Then gets taken out. The Marines load back into the medevacs. We pull away over to the left-hand side up on the top. Clem is going to relocate and move back around, rotate to the top, and look for maybe a chance to get something done, although in this case, nothing really happening. Parasect bomb on the medevacs again, doing a great job clearing up medevacs with the bombs this game so far. Reynor's had a few KOs with that play. Second time I think we've seen it happen. Medevacs overhead, going to see the rest of this Lingbane Ultra Force. Army around the bottom side. The Roach is already making a step forward over to the far left. We are going to be seeing the Lingbane Ultra kind of in trouble, so that part will go down. The Planetary Fortress I don't think dies, though. I think we keep the base alive, so only 11 SCVs. It's kind of whatever. I mean, we're going to lose a few more on the left side as well, 16. But we keep the command centers, and so I don't think that was terrible for Clem. I mean, they're very replenishable SCVs at this stage. You've got a ton of bases still coming up. Some supply drops down a couple moments. He is going to try and drop to the bottom right once more. Reynor with a 5 base going to 6 base setup. This would be a 6, and it does get interesting the deeper that we go here, because it does feel as though Reynor gets to a point where it's like, well, you know, some of these bases are kind of a problem if you don't, if you can't get to them right now. I mean, this bottom right side is very droppable. It's very disjointed from the rest of the map because it's a free player map. The main base that isn't used just kind of becomes, like I say, weird to expand to. Reynor could expand through the top, but that expands towards Clem as well, who is now a 5 base Terran player, by the way. A couple of Zerglings already into the mineral line over on the top side. We're going to see 9 SCVs going down. Make it 10. Once again, Clem taking damage. Parasitic bombs again. Just off onto the medevacs. A couple of queen shots went off on this medevac. It will die to the bomb, I think. Yep. Parasitic bombs have been a great defense so far. They've genuinely kept Clem away. As the planetary finishes up here, the Roaches should not be able to kill this. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if these Roaches just want to trade out and just get any value they can, because at this stage, Roaches don't hold a lot of value. They don't really synchronize well with the rest of this Zerg force either, so I think we're at the stage where we're kind of happy if those Roaches trade out and go focus on some other bits and pieces. You know, replace them with other things. In this case, it's just going to be more Zerglings for the moment, but yeah, not a bad idea at all. By regathering the center, a couple of ghosts available. We do see Ultra Viper Bane running across this left-hand side. We'll see what the snipes are going to look like as a blinding cloud comes down on the planetary fortress. Banes keep rolling through. The ghosts looking to see what they can get done. Going to drop a couple of snipes here and there where possible, and the Ultras do go down, so good defense from Clem. Does lose the base, replenishes it with a planetary straight away, or replaces the planetary with an orbital straight away. As Clem pushes through, going to try and get some creep tumors. Reynor with 3 more Ultras on the way out, 8 additional Corruptors coming into play as well. All of that coming through for the moment. So a lot of this coming up as we are going to be seeing the Liberator and a few shots off defensively, a few of the Zerglings going down. Run by on the natural is going to be healed by the cooldown supply depot. Clem using that for a free healing. Nice to heal that up and bring that back into play as we just see a couple more of the Zerglings go down. Only 4 SCVs fell here. Clem on a little bit of a creep patrol. Getting rid of a bunch of creep tumors out on the other side of the map at the moment. Just with this little drop of units. What am I going to go off toward the Lings? I'm trading about 5,000 resources lost better so far, so on track to have a very efficient game if this continues. And again, being a 5 base Terran is already set up well for the future at the moment. What will be interesting is the 6 base coming down soon, potentially. That's just going to be seeing how Ultra is going to sit here. The Banes and the Corruptors hang about. It's a lot more Banes morphing into the center. 33 of them on the way up. Just going to be seeing the Ghosts pulling back on that left side as well. A little bit of bio stepping through. The Banes looking to come forward. Put in my shot. And go on to the front. Zerglings, no retargeting there from Clem as Reynor makes a dive into this, but these Ultras are going to melt. The Ghosts are just going to get the chance to snipe. I actually thought they'd get more snipes off already. Now having to run is not exactly great. The Corruptors here for the Liberators. Ghosts peeling away, trying to stay away from the Banelings. The Bio getting a lot of the Banelings, although now going to have to pull back as well. Trying to get the snipes off, gets rid of the Ultra. Will just get rid of the Banelings with the Ghost Fire. This last Ultra on this low ground finally going down. Clem down 40 supply after this, though. And Reynor taking a pretty good fight for himself. It was, what, 5k resource loss before? It's about 5 or 6k now. So it's actually a very similar amount, which is good for the Zerg. In a world where the Terran is not completely out-mining you, right? Or anything like that, you are keeping the Terran pretty controlled in terms of how much mining Clem has access to. So that's a pretty big positive right here. Plus 3 melee still coming up. 12 additional Banes coming through. Add a few Ultras on as well. As army settles in the center. Bio Ghost, Medevac gathering as well for the moment. Orbital Command is burning. Just going to figure that out for a few moments as well. To regather here, Medevacs will load up. They're going to take a bit of a boost out to the bottom side, so Clem is going to get built back up again, but I do feel like these waves of aggression of Reynor are seeing success. Now, Reynor doesn't have a ton of money banked up. Funnily enough, a Widow Mine goes off on a Viper, going to bring that low. Say the double drop to the bottom side is also going to give Clem an opportunity. These bases down here are going to be some of the harder ones for Reynor to hang on into. A couple of snipes coming down. That first ultra melts. Widow Mine's holding this up. The Orbital Command will tank some of the damage as well, I would imagine, here. As you just see Reynor once again continue to chase through. Looking again, he's just got so many Banelings is the reality of this. The Banes are taking a huge opportunity to roll at this army and just forcing it to keep on running. We're so close to getting these ghosts stuck in the back, but the wall off and the structures are going to help. And Clem is going to find himself a defense here. He's even going to get snipes off on the Corruptors as they try to leave. Some of them do get out of reach. His orbital burning is going to get shut down by the Corruptors. Will not replace the base that was there previously. Clem has a base down over here that's already landed and potentially morph into something. This double drop over on the other side. I mean, Clem down 40 workers, but army at least standing strong because that was a bit of a better trade for him again. We're now at about a 7k resource loss difference. Still not really growing rapidly enough, that number, I think, for Clem to be feeling overly confident. Couple Lings in the bottom left-hand side chasing through. This was Clem's map pick, by the way, for this game 1, by the way. So that is Clem's kind of preferred map to play on. That Reynor is currently looking to pick up a W1 as we do see a bit of bio coming in. The Lings continue to go down again and close the gap onto some of these queens. This army keeps on playing. A few more trades coming about. Hatchery goes down. So just going to have that a factor as well here. Now just going to chase on forward, and Clem at least getting some return value here and actually putting some pressure onto Rainor, which is definitely been a bit of a rarity across the course of this game. All of that bio regathering to the top. Libera is joined up together as well. Circlings, be careful of these mines, but it looks like they'll clean them up before they come off cooldown, so that's exactly what you wanted to have happen. Want to try and steer away from any trouble there. For the base to the top side that Clem can take and establish right now. Only 47 SCVs, but the army supply large enough that the efficiency is going to be a big factor. As long as Clem has some mining, there is very likely going to be an outcome here that is positive for him, as the rebuild potential is going to remain very true. The Infestor lingering and lurking underneath. The Cyclone trying to get a drill lock on. Fungal is going to come in from both of these Infestors. We actually get rid of one, so at least some target fire from Clem does something. We do load up, and we do save a few of those Marines as well. That's this bio. Gonna move up top here. The couple Liberators begin to siege already. And 20 Lings, the couple Corruptors coming through. We're gonna see the rest of these Corruptors pulling back. Bio collecting back to the center of the map here. Just have this Infestor getting caught in the scan as well. So that's gonna be a cleanup. Rainor looking to run onto this army, looking to just charge through the middle. Couple Corruptors going to get hit by the initial round of Widow Mines. The Ghost right in the front is an issue because they can't really stop the snipe very easily, because the moment they take damage, that snipe cancels. Some of the Banes getting involved, but Clem has significantly more army supplies still available right now, and that is going to be Raynor. Pushed away back to the right side, trying to fall back to one of these bases, but Clem feeling confident. He's stepping onto creep. He will get some creep tumors here. There's no Banelings really right now. Without Banelings up, there's not really splash damage. There's also no Infestors available. Forward base goes down. All of those drones are going to be suckers. If we kill all of these, then Reynor's down like 20 workers or something. And Infestor does drop a pretty mega fungal, but the Ghost did not get caught in it, so Reynor is going to lose pretty much everything. The Corruptors, the only thing really left standing in Reynor, has to tap out of this game, and Clem takes the opening map. That push forward is going to change the course of that game. GG's. Clem gets up to a 1-0 lead here on Mothership. Game 2 up in a moment, guys. Take a second to get into this, as we will get our second game started, which will be on Taito Citadel. Just double check I did the copy paste correctly. Yep, it is Taito Citadel here for game number 2. Get this going in just a second. Sorry guys, I had to pause I had to mute up the cough for a second at the end of that game, so apologies. The last might have sounded a little bit weird. Game 2. Again, thank you so much for tuning in today. We are currently over 3,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube, so thank you so much for... It was definitely our peak viewership all year long, outside of some Twitch front page time that we had a couple of times. Alright, we'll take a second. Get ready to jump into this next game. Reynor just in the replay for a moment or so, so he will take a second or so, just get this chance to dive into game 2 and see if he can recover here, get this back on track, get this going once again, just confirming everyone is good. Hey, what's up? Hobbit Kabul, thank you so much for the 57-month resub on the Prime. And we'll get you ready for the tree as well. And I'll put some people on the tree while we go in game, just waiting for Reynor to join so we can get the countdown going. Thank you for the resub, mate. Appreciate it. I've got a little warning to give, but I will do that when we come out of ads. Tido is good. Everyone's here. We are rolling. Let's do this. Jump into this next one. Thank you so much, Hobbit Kabul, Smiro. Who else is here? Nolatan, that Chris Burton, and Cosmos SC2 coming in with the subs. I'll get you guys on the tree. We'll jump into this next game. In fact, I'll get you guys on the tree real fast. Into the top left-hand side, we are going to be down a game in the blue. It is our Zerg. Really felt like he had some good trades, really felt like he had some good opportunities in that last game, but he just struggled at the end. The Terran army becoming a bit too large and a little bit too unengageable for him. It is going to be our blue Zerg player, Rainor, here in this second game of this best of 5. In the bottom right, our red Terran representing Team Liquid is going to be Clem. Alright, game 2 of the series. Here's a barracks to open us off, nothing crazy. On the Terran side of things, no low ground barracks, no attempted Reapers. No low ground barracks Marine production like Kira was trying to crank out yesterday against Reynor a little bit as well. None of that. I imagine Clem feels very good in kind of longer macro-focused games, so he's probably going to want to try and just stay very true to that. I don't think he's going to feel much need to kind of peel away from that at all. I guess just a little bit of a heads up is that because we've had some long games back to back to back today, we're having a little bit of an issue keeping the ads from playing in the games. I've been able to keep them out of the game so far, but if this game goes to 18-ish minutes, 19-ish minutes, Twitch ads will play and I can't stop them. I've used all my snoozes and everything. And until we get a couple shorter games, it's just going to be a constant battle with the ads. So I do apologize if they play very preemptively, just letting you know. YouTube does not have this issue if you want to watch on YouTube to avoid the ads, or if you want to jump over if the ads start, etc., etc. They're on a countdown. In 17 minutes they will play, and I can't stop them unless we get out of the game and I play them already. So just letting you guys know, if we see another long game here, there is a potential of ads during the game. Just giving you the heads up, so you're aware, and you can prep accordingly if you wish to. I mean, you can even sub and you get ad-free viewing, so then you know, and you know what's up as well. So yeah, just letting you guys know that that's the deal here. We do our best to keep the ads outside of the games. We do run a lot, but we do our best to play them between games. There is just a point where if the games are long enough, it's very difficult to keep that going. So, like I say, a little heads up. Otherwise, into this game 2, Tido Citadel right now. There's going to be the Reaper across the map from Clem to start us here. Going to run into this natural expansion. Drone will take a few shots. Balloon's going to try and come through. Reaper will start to take some damage in the early stages. Factory going to be finishing shortly, it would seem. Let's just see the link speed coming about. The drone's on the way. Reaper turns back toward the top side a little bit. And again, that orbital coming up for the next couple of moments. Again, link speed building through. Command center and the orbital command coming online. Just having the starport building through for the moment as we just have ourselves. This Reaper stepping in toward the natural, and the Queen is going to be here. The Reaper is going to get turned around. The Zerglings take some shots. The Queen's still continuing through. Reaper in a little bit more trouble again. One more grenade, going to bounce those Queens about a little bit, and that Reaper will be, in the end, taken down. But yeah, I mean, you don't really love losing the Reaper. It doesn't really do anything worth going down for either. Got you some info. And now we'll have the Hellion onto the map here from Clem. Just a single Hellion? No, he's got two Hellions. They're just split up. A little bit away from each other initially, but we'll get them back joined up, I imagine, very shortly, as Crypteamer would have been nice to get rid of, but just doesn't really get there and target it in time on low HP. We have now the two Hellions coming back over on that right side again. Banshee, Cloaking, the Marine, all coming up. Just see a few Queens and the drones. We'll be producing straight on through, and the Hellions of Clem back into the center of the map as well. I see the two Queens will be there, and the Hellions just get chased away once more. Yeah, largest building, drones in production. We have ourselves a depot at the front. Both those Queens just there to defend against the Hellions. Two more Hellions joining up, so that's going to be 4 Hellions in total. Queens again taking some damage already. A few shots coming straight through. And the Baneling Nest coming up from Reynor right now, so we'll get that immediately underway. Banshee Cloaking, Stim and the Marine coming up. We do see those couple of additional barracks coming by. Also, just seeing the Hellions push back. Again, they're actually kind of lower HP Hellions right now. Like 3 of them are kind of half HP, so trying to just do what we can there. Banshee cloaks up and takes a chance to move into the natural expansion. A couple of these drones begin to go down, so just no Spore Crawler ready immediately. 5 workers going to end up dropping right off the bat. So that's a pretty substantial starting point of this. We do have the Banshee now taking its leave, but obviously no damage taken because of the lack of detection. And that's going to be a very, very substantial starting point, like I say. Thank you, Bojob, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Let's just have ourselves the couple Queens. We'll take some more damage. Banshee's nearly getting one, but the transfusion is good. Clem knows what he can do here, as he can just pull away, getting over to that right-hand side, escaping out of there for the moment. I want to clarify, there's no L in that name, just a bow job. Just make sure we all on the same page here. I knew what it was going to sound like when I said it, and I still didn't do a good enough job of making sure it sounded proper. A couple of the Banshees will join up as we take a moment here to figure out what the next step is, but yeah, it will involve a little bit of slowing down, at least for a moment or two, so we'll take a second and see what's next between Clem and Raynor's. Yeah, good damage done early. Spire is done. Muta's coming up, so I'm mutiling Bane game coming in here from Rainor. Let's see if this can get developed into something fun and exciting, or if Clem's going to get on top of it quickly. See what these mutas can do as the starting point for Rainor. Clem's actually going to be pushing as the mutas come out. No Bane's currently ready. Halbat's morphing in. These Banes are not going to have Bane speed for a few seconds either. First few moments of this is scary for Raynor. It gets better over time at least, as we will see the Bane speed about to finish up. A few Halbats tanking the damage nicely. Lots of Marines available. The next round of Banes I think is going to be more than enough, but the supply is definitely not good for Raynor here. There's Clem. Oh, he's going to let the Banelands connect in. He's busy dealing with the mutas at the same time. And that is part of the reason why he runs into a bit of trouble, as Clem will have those 1-1 upgrades completed. We'll try and take that in his advantage. There's double Widow Mine over there. Does not go off on the mutas just yet. Raynor playing with a little bit of fire running into mine range to keep pressure up. Clem ends up losing 9 SCVs. Big moment from Raynor because he was in some trouble on that other side. The Banes getting the connection is huge. It really does stop Clem's momentum and gives him a chance to really capitalize on having the mutas out. Although, I wouldn't say the mutas overall love their life. Like, yeah, 10 SCVs is great, but 3 mutas went down. As we're trying to build more and more mutas up, that's still an expensive price to pay right in the early stages of this muta gameplay. Cancelled hatchery on the top right. Reynor is also getting the gold in the bottom left available though, so gets that up and running. Two of those Marines all join together. 2-2 on the way. And maintain the upgrade lead by a little bit, which is meant to happen when you're playing against Lingbane Muta. The investment in the Muta usually calls for the later upgrades. So Clem will just establish that advantage currently. That goes down. We're seeing Marines surrounded by Lings. So you have got the Mutas on the right side as well. Bane's also just going to come across there. 2-2 upgrades continue to build by. The Thor on the way up. A little bit of Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. Mutas dive in for the missile turret. SCVs on the surround. Not quite going to save it. Not for the moment, at least. Another couple of Widow Mines come into play. Lose the Overseer. Don't clean up the mines after, though, which is a shame. Reynor brings the Hive up, and the Banelings will be producing as well. Still got the 2-2 upgrades coming in on the side of Reynor currently. So like I say, Clem will have that upgrade lead for a little bit of time here. It's very good for Reynor as well. Pretty good control on the map. That is what Lingbane Muta gives you, right? A lot of control. A lot of kind of sitting back as the Terran can't really drop in this game because the Mutas pose too much of a threat against the Medevacs. As Clem steps forward, just looking for an efficient trade. We'll have the run by at the same time, hitting over here. There's a few Banelings to split away from nicely on the bottom side. Planetary Fortress. Gonna die. SCVs might be able to start getting enough of a repair on to save this. That's not a good trade for Reynor if he doesn't get the Planetary. He only gets a handful of SCVs. That is not good enough. That's a lot of Lingbane given up for 6 SCVs. Obviously, SCVs have to repair. He just needed a way into repairing that Planetary. And once a couple Lings went down and the gap was created, Clem is able to save the base down on the bottom. He's looking to dive in here. Missile turrets under immediate fire. First one going down. The second missile turret holding on against the Mutas. The Lings getting caught by the Marines. And I see Widowmine here is going to help out. And these Marines are going to win that fight against the Lings. The Mutalisks do finally get rid of the missile turret. So that is going to be a clear pathway now, at least on that location for a bit. All of this is happening while Clem is applying insane pressure across the map. This forward hatchery is beginning to go down. Clem will knock that hatchery out of the way. The few Broodlings pop. They will go down quickly as well. Bio pulling back over the right side. The Mutas and the Overseers coming back over the left. There's a Widow Mine that's going to go off into the Mutalists as well. Not fun, as we do try and just clean up the Widow Mines. That one still had some vengeance in play. As now the Thor comes across, and the splashed Mutas by the Widow Mines are going to be in trouble against splashing Thor damage. Again, Clem clearing up in the center. The gold base still active bottom left from Rainor. I wonder if that's a direction of attack Clem may focus on here soon as another base he can maybe work into. He scans this, as I think that might be his first time just double checking that it's there. As you are going to see Lings running in on the right hand side. You're just going to have to pull away from the mineral line. Nothing here yet from Clem to deal with this. So losing 16 SCVs very quickly. But he's hitting multiple bases right now. This top right base is going down as well. The Queen will not save this, I don't think. Even if transfused, it wouldn't have helped. And maybe bought you a few seconds. Clem gets the bottom left and the top right. Suddenly, Reynor is only a 3-base Zerg. Clem is having to retreat his 3rd base back as well. But he still has his 4th active. Marines load up here, avoiding the Banelings for the moment. Just going to unload on the low ground, getting a Queen. Reynor's supply is falling in the wrong direction. As this top 4 finish is looking more likely for Reynor, as Clem is looking better and better to take this series. Obviously, just 1-0 lead right now. A game 2 that's not done yet, but definitely trending in Clem's favor. And Clem just playing at a high level today. Definitely looking solid. Playing all around the map as well. He is just everywhere. Like, he is completely on top of anything that Reynor is trying to get done at the moment. The Lingbane to the bottom left. The Medevacs will head in that same direction as well. Just make their way over there. A couple of Widow Mines are going to go off on pretty good clumps of Lings, to be honest. Going to pull back, let more of the Widow Mines do some work, hit the center of the Mutas as well. And as Marauders are so good tanking the Banelings and just lets them sit there. If the Banes want to explode on them, then sure, it's going to be a good trade for Clem. We do have some Ultras up, so Reynor will find himself a little bit of a momentum swing in this game. I love what Clem's been able to do before the Ultras, though. Like, being able to kill these bases is massive. Woohoo! Some Burrowed Banes actually getting involved there as well. Little tricksy play. Got a little bit of units, but not too much, honestly. Pretty manageable for Clem. Clem, who's still not really mining back on this right side base still, is building 2 more expansions. I wonder what his 5th base looks like. Maybe just here, but that's very far forward and in the open. In the game where even holding the right side base has been difficult, that may be an issue. Wouldn't might as well do a lot as the units just chase forward. These ultras need to be careful. They're chompy boys, but they don't actually have +3 carapace for a few more moments. They're not as survivable as they might think they are. The Thors are just going to tank as the rest of the units behind will deal the damage. Clem, to get rid of a couple of these ultras. There was just a lot of them there. The meters are now continuing to go between the mineral lines and just going to ping pong between base to base at the moment. We're just trying to find a little bit more value coming back over that right side. You're going to see the obviously you're going to get shot down by a missile turret. Clem has units all over the place, man. There's Widow Mines here, there, and everywhere. They've been on the map. They're in the base. Reynor has obviously re-established some control of his economy. He's trying to re-establish the gold again. He's going to take a top right base too. His orbital looks like it should survive. The SCV's repairing it will bring it back up to health well enough. And now Clem will attempt to take this forward base in the middle of the map as well as his next base to expand to. Looking Infestor. Fungal here could let the Ultras do a lot of work. Clem kills the hat-trick, kills the Infestor. Obviously loses some of the units, but he did split up preemptively. He was aware of the possibility, so not all the units come together there. Could have been a lot worse for Clem. It could have been a lot better for Reynor. Finally took a little while to start moving. I feel like that could have already maybe been on the way in. A game where Clem is still yet to step in toward Ghost production, by the way, so doesn't even have the Ghost Academy down, and as more Ultras hit the field, is that a concern for Clem, or does he genuinely just feel good enough with this pure bio play that that's going to be alright? Widowmine here getting kills. This Widowmine has 22 kills at the moment, my goodness. And some SCVs go down, Widowmine fire here as well. Widowmine recharges will hit once more. Clem's ability to drop around the map so far has been a big part of the reason why he's seeing success. And it's going to be seen that bio coming over. Widowmine does not fire. Be the end of that. Hatchery cancelled again though. Clem desperate to ensure that Reynor does not retake this gold while clearing out creep in the upper right. As you can see him, he can't go up that ramp, but he will be stopped for the moment. Now getting the Ghost Academy, so he's going to start teching onwards. Fungal catching a few of the units there. You can see the rest of the bio turn this around. The Ultra still think if they want to come on through. Widow Mines connecting again. The meters across the map. I'm going to be able to go after that missile turret, so they're not going to be stopped. Clem is starting to pull back against them. Forward and faster, going to create some issues for him also as Reynor is going to be able to get a lot of SCVs, man. Credit to Reynor. I really feel like he's recovered well in this game. There was a moment when he lost those bases and everything super quickly in succession. It really felt like that was going to be disastrous. Clem, this Infestor is so dangerous. You could figure out that it was here. That would be so nice. He's going to pull back over, splitting up to try and deal with these mutas. 31 SCVs only for Clem in this game, so he does not have a lot of mining. Fungal there comes down initially. Medevac's getting caught in the Fungal. Infestor in the back may not even be necessary. That first Fungal was pretty darn good already. It could pop up now, maybe. Does it die before it does anything? Maybe. Reynor taking the supply lead. He's knocked the economy down far enough, and he's still got enough mining of his own just about to persevere through this push of Clem. And the Infestors are going to be huge. Those Ultras being able to just chomp is going to be massive if they get the opportunity. Still waiting, man. This Infestor has been so patient. They just go down? They just die? I don't even know what it died to. Did it just pop up and die instantly? I don't even know what it died to be honest, but it's gone. Meters on the bottom side, they're going to get a kill on the Planetary Fortress. I think it just unburrowed and then just died instantly because Clem was on top of it. So never... Man, I was so excited for this Infestor and it never did anything! Marines trying to catch these mutas. Honestly, the mutas can fight their way out of this if they need to. The Marine count there is not super crazy. Actually pretty stalwart. Actually able to make a bit more of a defense on that than I thought it was going to. Blinkbane Ultra gathering in the center of the map. The mutas do begin to evacuate away. Seeing the rest of those mutas pulling back up top at the moment, so they get out of there. And they're pulling away from this at the moment here. Another Infestor on the way out. 132 army supply of Clem. 110 of Reynor. Clem held up by the mules at the moment for sure. Still has a decent amount of orbitals. It's 4. But it's not super crazy amount, but it's a scrappy game. 4 orbitals is going to give you some good backing economy at this point in time, at the very least, if nothing else. The army splits down to the bottom side. Again, a few of those units getting set up. We will just see Clem with a little bit of a push toward the upper right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Ultra's going to start moving through. Widowmine shots potentially going off. Infestor pops out. Lands the Fungal Growth. Can we chain the Fungals to kill the Medivacs? We'll do some more damage, but we won't kill them. So the getaway from Clem. Some of that Infestor energy used. Mutas. The fact that the Mutas are still up and still able to do things at this point in the game is pretty incredible. Now, Mutas at this point are usually kind of given up on, especially when everything else is in play already. But Reynor still having those and just making use of them. Clem with an open wall into the natural. I mean, the depots were down as well, but there's going to be an open entryway anyway, and this run-by is very, very scary, especially as we're just going to be seeing those Lings getting through toward the SCVs. 7 workers already going down. It's going to see the rest of those Zerglings continue to drop. The Bio Army will sit tight. A couple of Widow Mines going off. The Zerglings already taking damage. The Muta Ultra Bane gathering in the center. The few orbital, Lings just going to get in after the orbital as well. Just this Bio coming through. 17 more SCVs. I mean, at this point, 17 SCVs is almost half of what Clem's economy was, so at least SCV-wise, obviously there will be, wheels behind that as well. Widow Mines actually getting good connections on the Mutas, knocking their numbers down a little bit. What I think is actually quite notable at this point is that Reynor obviously is slowly getting some of his bases up and running too, and that mining is going to give him a bit of a bank to work with as well, something that Clem will never have the luxury of with 33 SCVs in this game. Losing another 23 here, doing his best to try and build up anything and everything that he can. Forward Command pulls back over the side. The Bio unit's going to come back through as well. 23 dead SCVs. Bio stimming in. A couple spores going down. This hatchery going to end up in some trouble. Additional Lings still running across, looking to get on top of those units. I mean, the hatch is going to survive at least. Clem goes to the bottom left. Gold base denial again. Just going to look for the hatchery. He'll get it. The Lings will not do enough in time. Clem will get that. Should be able to lift off. He's going to tuck himself in the corner. It makes it an even better trade, but he's just going to get out of there. Another burrowed Infestor on top of this army currently. Something to watch out for. Maya still collects in the center again. The Marine Marauder coming up. Ghost Widowmine in production as well. Mutalisks on the right-hand side. Going to dive in. SCVs immediately in some trouble. A couple workers going down right off the bat. 4 SCVs killed immediately. Rest of the Bio pulling back over. The Mutas get chased away. Zerglings will step through. A couple of Widow Mines going to burrow, reburrow, just trying to get better connections. Because to be fair, those first few Lings did a great job of splitting up to try and set those mines off. 23 minutes now in Tyto Citadel. These do split up. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Widow Mines, not going to get off on the Overseers. The Overseers get taken down before the Widow Mines can connect. The Planetary Fortress is going to take some shots. We pull back here. Clem trying to get away from these Banes, has to drop another stim. The Widow Mine is going to be massive on those Banelings as well, as Rainor has chased heavily. He'll get rid of a base. What does he get away with? The Ultras are going to make their runaway here. Clem, obviously losing the forward orbital or command center planetary, whatever it was, is really bad because that's some of the only mining he really had. Army supply rebuild from Reynor is huge. A few Mutas show up. They're going to find a medevac, a handful of Marines. These Mutas still alive. At this point in the game, 5, 7, 10 kills on some of these Mutas. Another 5, 9, 2. Man, they've just been doing so much. Widow Mine's going to go off again. It's going to go off in toward those Zerglings here. A couple more Widow Mines still shooting through. The Lings and the Ultras continue to chase. A snipe will go off on one of these Ultras. Clem will run, but I think he's going to be broken down. And yeah, I was thinking that Clem was actually going to be down and out, winning this game already at some point earlier on. That was obviously not true. That's going to be GG's. And we get tied up 1-1 in this best of 5 lower bracket match between Clem and Reynor. Alright guys, we're just going to take a couple minutes. My issue is because the ads just autoplayed on Twitch, if if we go in game again, I'm going to have another set of unskippable ads. So I'm going to try and wait a minute or two here for the ads to come up, play them again so we can get rid of the ads outside of the game and go from there. So I'm just going to tell the players we're going to take a moment or two. One of the rare times we actually will wait, because I would rather... I mean, these guys are just playing long games, is what it's coming down to. So we'll just take a couple moments. Thank you for watching, though. Appreciate it, and sorry the ads played during the game. We have just hit 1,000 views on YouTube, by the way, which is a channel record. That's absolutely crazy, so shout out to everyone on YouTube. Guys, if you're on the YouTube, I'm not going to look at what the number is right now, but there better be a record number of likes on that video, on this stream, by the end of the day. And of course, if you're new on the YouTube, hit the sub button. It helps out so much. Come and watch more StarCraft 2. We stream awesome games of StarCraft 2 weekly. WardiTV Mondays, every Monday is always stacked. A variety of events through the week. Appreciate it. As thank you so much, Bo, Job, DemOps, and LevelBW on the subs and the resubs. Appreciate you guys. I'll get you on the tree. And like I say, we're just going to try and take a couple of moments to get us out of some ad trouble. Because otherwise, it's just... If I don't stop to reset, it's just going to be the same issue again and again and again and again and again. So yeah, better to just stop and reset and we can go from there. Ads just play. Shouldn't they be reset already? We run 3 minutes of ads every 20 minutes. So the next set of ads is due in 15 minutes. And hence, if we have another 15-minute game, we will not have the ads free. Cool. The ads do a massive amount of supporting. 20 minutes, bros. It's like watching TV. Yep, well, believe it or not, watching $5,000 StarCraft 2 tournaments doesn't come cheaply. If you would like, I will turn the ads off if you would like to sponsor the tournament. Just PayPal me $5,000, turn them off straight away for you. Feel absolutely free. I will happily take the sponsor to turn the ads off. The reality is, guys, is that I was going to announce this later, but as we're stuck talking about ads right now anyway, the reality of this situation is that in this tournament, so I just want to use this as kind of a justification because it is. This tournament, depending on how well today goes ad-wise, we are on the verge of completely paying the prize pool of this tournament purely on ad revenue. We are almost at $5,000 of ad revenue across YouTube and Twitch combined, purely off of ads. Which is so ridiculously insane to actually fund a tournament through ad revenue. Like, this is not heard of at all. Like, this is just not a thing. Like, this is completely bonkers. Like, that, like, you know, sometimes you have a good day and, like, a couple $100 funds a Monday Cup, sure, but, like, to actually fund a tournament through ad revenue is ridiculous. Like, this is not a thing. And we're very close to actually making that completely happen with this event. It is December. It is that Christmas period. It does help, obviously. So, the December Christmas, but that's why we did this in December this year, to try and help pay for it. So, yeah, do check that out. Or do think about that, because it is super useful. So, yeah. Alright, guys, ads are playing. We'll give it a minute. We'll jump in game. And kick this back off. I'm going to take a bite of my lunch while we wait. And yeah, thank you for the patience. Now we have 30 minutes until ads play again. And I have a snooze back. I get another snooze in like 40 minutes. Like, we should be chilling from now unless we get like a... If we get a 45-minute game, I still can't do anything, but this should cover most situations at least. So yeah, right. Countdown's on. Let me have another bite of my lunch. Let me get this going. Black Bear, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for the patience, guys. I appreciate you. Did I include YouTube Premium in that ads part? Pretty much all my YouTube income is based off of just the YouTube like ads. So That's basically just, I'm roughly guesstimating that YouTube generates X amount a day based on my dashboard, which is what builds into the count that we've pretty much paid this tournament off with ad revenue. Again, that's not normal. This is purely because it's boosted in December holiday period, but it's still very cool that we can do that. Even if we have to do it at a certain part of the year. Alright. Shout out to everyone for waiting about. Like I said, it was definitely worth waiting a few minutes just to get that fixed up. As we get into game 3 of this best of 5. Tourmaline map. And we get this underway. Absolutely crazy that we peaked at over 1,000 viewers on YouTube as well, by the way. That is really pretty crazy, to be honest. Yeah, if you're on the YouTube, hit the sub button while you're there. Like I say, get some love on the YouTube. Thank you so much for making YouTube such a success this year. Reaper, Orbital, and the Command Center all building up. Queen's on the way through. A couple of drones in the Overlord going to build about. Peaceful couple of moments in some games that have obviously been going towards the later stages thus far. Being very fun to see. Just got here. Is this the final? Nope, this is our lower bracket semi-finals. So after this, we have Classic versus Shin in the winner bracket finals. Then we have the loser of Classic Shin versus the winner of Reynor Clem in the lower bracket finals. And then we have the grand final. So we have 2 best of 5s and a best of 7 after this series still coming up today. And I really felt when Clem killed those bases in that last game, I really felt that was a moment where I was like, right, this is it. Like, Reynor's in such a tough spot, but credit to Reynor, man. He really dug deep and found so many ways out of trouble in that last game as well. Really sick. Queen gonna shoot. Reaper again pushed away. A couple of Reapers taking some damage, again pushed out of there. Rotron will look to go down at the front. Queen's gonna be holding position. Just going to be seeing the Reaper hold him back as well. Tekla building on the barracks. And yeah, this forward base of Rainor, obviously it's been kind of longer macro game so far. Do we maybe see something more aggressive from this forward hatch? Or is this just a setup of controlling the map early, getting creep out the front, and then going from there? 2 Hellions out around the bottom side. I was just going to see them relocating. Grenade goes down. Just going to be seeing the Queen's going to get bopped. Yeah, just gonna see our Hellions getting through in toward the main base. Can actually get rid of a couple drones early, and now looking for some more early damage. So, chance here from Clem to establish an early bit of control in this game. 6 workers going down. Wow. Reynor just gets out of there. He doesn't even wait about. He just gets out of here. There wasn't anything else on the front, but I mean, 2 more Hellions at the front. Oh, they got in as well. Yes, the 2 Hellions at the front also got in. And he has no units up. GG. GG. Alright, we're going to go to Winter Madness after 2 epic games. I love it. I love that, you know what? I took the precaution of just waiting for a long game, and then we have 4 minutes of StarCraft. That is just the absolute epitome of like how this works. Oh, I try and do what's for the best. It always backfires, but that's all good. We will get into Winter Madness here in a second, as Reynor just wanted nothing to do with that worker loss early. And we will set into Game 4. In a couple of moments, get everyone into this lobby and ready to go. Ready, GLHF called. Let's do it. Let's jump into the fourth map as Clem, just like that, is going to retake the lead of this series after that hard-fought game 2. The Hellions get in, damage gets done. And Reynor just says, I'm not going to mess around. I'm not going to play from that. Just going to get along with it already. Bam. Alright, let's go in game as we have ourselves in the top left-hand side. It is going to be our red Zerg player. Now, unfortunately, down 1-2 and looking to stay alive with a W in this game. Must win back-to-back maps here as we go into Winter Madness. This is Reynor in the top left. Represent Basilisk, as I say. And can he take himself to a Game 5? In the bottom right, our red Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Spicy, macro-focused beginning into a speedy, aggressive Game 3, and now we'll see what Game 4 has in store for us, see what sort of plan comes up from this over the next little bit of time, see what will happen. And Overlord just heading down to the bottom. Again, hatch, gas, and pool. Just coming about for a couple of moments. Get that on the way. Max building up as well. Get that started. And I guess we'll wait for this Reaper to come across. Next couple of moments, get something going. Gonna SCV Scout as well. Who's favorite between Shin or Classic? That's a good question. I want to say Classic, but then Shin constantly surprises me, to be honest, so I actually think it's a really cool series because it's one that's a little bit unexpected maybe in the upper bracket. Both players are playing well recently. I could honestly see either of them kind of coming out as with a win on that one, to be honest. Shin in Classic's history. Classic 3-2, 2-1, Shin 3-1. Over the last month and a half, so pretty back and forth, and a lot of maps being traded as well. It's going to be really cool. Great opportunity for one of them to get into the finals. Reynor, our 2022 WardiTV champion. Shin, our 2020 WardiTV champion, are the two previous end-of-year champs that we have remaining today. Obviously, one of them on the verge of elimination here. The other will play in the winner bracket still in that next series. Reactor coming up, orbital on the way through. Just going to be seeing the reactor, and so coming online for a couple of moments. Just getting a lot of this settled. The Reaper, I'm going to hop toward the main base at the link speed. On its way as well. Take a couple of moments here as the Reaper heads back out to the front. Trying to get that creep team, not quite able to just yet. Reaper still just joining together. Again, the few drones coming out. The Queen and the link speed coming online. Hellions will be on the way in. That starport about to finish from Clem. Again, gonna have about 4 Hellions here as the Marines will step around, see what we can do. Queen step over, Reaper taking some damage and is just pushed straight out to the center of the map. Yeah, this army from Clem is going to be giving him the chance to play some help out. So Clem completely switching this up in this match, and now it's kind of on Reynor a little bit to make sure we don't die here, because all of a sudden Clem is going to show up with a pretty aggressive shove. And if you're not prepped, this can go very wrong very quickly for you as Reynor. There's a Liberator on the way as well from Clem. This is coming in off just the double base as well, so this is pretty quick. There's not like triple CC into, oh yeah, let's see if the Hellbats can do anything. Reynor builds a bunch of Overlords, some Lings now on the way. Extra Hellions coming across the map. The Medivac has avoided the Overlord so far, I believe. These two Hellions and the Reaper can relocate around, going to join everything together. It's going to start dropping straight through, move the Hellbats in. One Hellbat going to go down very quickly if we're not careful, as the Medivac takes a lot of damage right away. Reynor, a couple Lings starting to go down, extra Lings showing up. We are going to be seeing the Lings still running in on this bottom side. The Marines doing what they can. Zerglin's still dropping. Medivac stays alive a little bit longer, gets a teeny bit more healing available. Going to trade out some of these Queens. Another Hellbat showing up. Zerglings, as they run in, are going to get zapped very quickly, roasted by those Hellbat flames. But overall, we're going to make this a defense, I believe. Reynor is going to hold this off. It's not going to come freely. It has come at a cost, right? But the Liberator is going to show up next as well. See where Clem sieges this. He's usually so good at retaining the Liberator and making great use of it. Going to go to the natural initially. And yeah, Reynor has to pull drones away from that as well. So what's been lost so far? Pretty even resources lost, actually. Medivac, Hellbats, and the Marines go down. 3 Queens and 22 Lings go down as well. Both sides pretty much just trading out minerals. And Reynor obviously losing some mining time, especially as this Liberator goes around and forces a couple of mineral lines to have to relocate and stuff as well. It's going to siege up here. The Queen. 1, 2, 3 shots if we're not careful. Going to lose a couple of drones. That Queen, okay, is just running towards the hatch. Just saying, let's not get too involved. Well, Hellions are showing up from Clem, so he kept building Hellions. That does slow down some of your barracks production for a while. Going to relocate this Liberator on top of the Queen. Queen just doesn't get away, and now the Liberator will unsiege, resiege, and just go back onto this mineral line yet again. And Clem is once again going to deny just some more mining time from Reynor here at the moment. So again, just keeping him from being able to comfortably set up. Now the drones come back into mining as well, and we lose a few more workers. Reynor taking a bit more damage. Liberator just going to get forced away as that Spore Crawler finishes up. The couple of Hellions take a step back. Again, that lair about to complete. The Carapace upgrade coming through on the Evo Chamber as well. On the left-hand side, the Liberator Clem will also make a move up. And this next Liberator shouldn't do too much, and kind of needs to target fire a bit, no? Oh, the Queen with energy was off creep. So the Queen with energy was off creep, so the last transfusion couldn't come down to save that other Queen. So Liberator gets a Queen and a drone. Still not exactly ideal, but maybe more than it should have done. This Lib, funnily enough, sieges up here as the Hellions run around, and we get a couple more Lings out of it. As Clem finds some more value, Orbital going to move into the third base location here. Reynor has 70 drone Zerg already, so his economy absolutely firing at this point in time. And for everything done, I would say that we're going to come out at a pretty playable spot from both players here. Army supply is pretty even. Carapace is already done from Reynor as well, so that nice fast Carapace upgrade going to be a factor throughout this. Queens take a second to pull back, both those upgrades and that combat shield coming through. The Medivacs will take their chance to step forward as the Overlord will be there. Marines will just stem through. Just going to be seeing the creep tumor. Going to go down. A Queen going to be in some trouble, but we don't even finish it off before the Lings get there, and Clem decides that enough is enough. I need to rather lift up and back away from this than anything else at the moment, so I'll lift up and back away. The Medivac's going to end up heading up the left-hand side. We do see a few Infestors still being added on. The Hive is still producing too, so all of that coming up for a moment. As we try and get into the main base, but that's a defense. Fire spawn a few Lings, and Reynor doing what he can to make sure this game draws out. Gets the Infestors out, so going to be playing into that Ling Infestor style. We've seen a good amount of this from him. He gets the Ultras quickly as well. It's a style he's been playing a lot over the last few weeks, and it's definitely seen some successes as Clem will just find some creep tumors. Again, fighting this creep battle is always going to give you a much better time kind of further down the line. More of this creep going down. That's a fungal. It's going to land on the majority of this. I don't think Clem was expecting the fungals to be available there. Did not play around them at all, and does eat a couple fungals big time on his Medivacs and Marines, and that's going to be a big set of losses for him. Now the Ling's going to come running across the map. More Medivacs will threaten to the other side. We have a Widow Mine here, gets set off immediately, so yeah, these Medivacs actually can turn back and unload back at home. Probably necessary. There's just so many Lings available at the moment. Reynor gets away from that mine. Not much else going on from Clem. Widow Mine shoots as a few Lings leave. We actually have a couple of Marines on the left side, not going to be very impactful at all. The Liberator will come across as well, and this double expand of Reynor looks as though it might succeed in getting both of the bases up. I don't know if either one is going to end up denied at the end of this at this stage. Again, just another Woodmine burrows. A few Marines stim through. A couple of the creep tumors in the front going to be in a bit of trouble there. The Chitinous Plate still coming online. The +2 melee upgrade is part of this as well. Again, Spy about halfway. Baneless finishing shortly. The Marines will get in underneath this Overlord. It will go down straight away. And Clem just fighting towards being maxed out. Going to take a 4th base behind all of this as well. 2.7 to 3.7k resources lost. So Reynor actually trading efficiently. That fungal really kind of the killer. Those 10 Marines went down very inefficiently, right? And that's pretty much the one thing so far that's kind of put a difference between the two in this game. Ling's running by, going to get into the natural. Widowmine's going to try and burrow up. That Widowmine shot was massive. It gets 14 of the Lings. So far, we haven't really lost many SCVs at all. Clem's going to stim top right. This hatchery probably goes down unless we have a response coming in quickly. Right side base of Clem's not planetary yet, so that's going to be an issue too. Now we're losing 13, 16 SCVs. Clem does not get drones in return. It's this right side that's the issue. That is the mineral line that really was exposed. And that 4th base of Clem doesn't come up. Currently not mining from the 3rd base either, so Clem still playing cleanup on the top side. And Fester's going to drop a fungal growth down the Marines. Getting caught there completely. And we did target down an Infestus, so make something of this at the very least. Making good of a bad situation, if nothing more. Again, the couple Ultras still on the way out, +2 melee a part of this. But I think Reynor's going to successfully basically get to this Ultra stage of the game now. But he's going to have Ultras out, be looking fantastic with them. And got to be feeling pretty good about this. The Marines get rid of the Spore Crawl. Another couple Lings go down. But yeah, he's gotten to where he wants to be. Run by here. Wall off is not complete. There's a depot missing on the left-hand side. So into the natural we go again. Clem instantly starts to pull the SCVs. Widowmine's doing what they can. A few Marines high ground will try and stim it up. A lot of those Lings going to threaten to run through to the main. At the same time, this planetary have to just cancel and lift again. 4th base of Clem is not allowed to happen yet. And as Clem again scrambling to play cleanup across multiple different positions. Again, Clem not in a position right now where he feels like he can build the Ghost Academy or the Ghost just yet, so the first Ultras really are going to be a scary factor of this. The Liberation should help a lot. The fungal on some of the SCVs there. The Ultras will chomp through for +13 or 14 workers. Clem on the other side of the map. Queen will be in trouble, and then some Zerglings will force the lift off. I'm just trying to find anything as he needs to restabilize. This Ultra gets kind of left behind. It will go down as well with one final chomp. 24 workers going down so far. They regather up in the center. Just going to see the 5th hatchery on the left side coming around. The Viper will consume there a little bit. Marine Marauder Venomax still coming by. A lot of Lings going to run around the bottom. We have a Widowmine that's going to go off onto these Zerglings. They're actually unburrowed to not waste it on the first couple Lings, I guess. Now it's just going to die. Clem, well, I said at the start of this series, the games where Clem denies the run-bys are going to be very good for him. But run-by denial has been at an all-time minimum in this game, as the run-bys are doing so much. And Clem's just going to get out of here. Rainor overwhelms, and we are going to go to a Game 5. Rainor and Clem going to go the distance. The 5th and final map of this series. So one final game between our Terran and Zerg. Another Game 5 here today. Reynor went to 5 maps against Solar, and he really dominated this game. He just took control and just said, man, I've got so much stuff. I'm just going to run around and have a fantastic time of it. He did exactly that as we load into Ruby Rock right now. Get this up and running. GG from Clem in the chat channel before anyone gets mad. Types GG. Our players in position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're getting casters again. I don't know what's going on. All right. We'll get ready to go into this final game between Clem and Reynor as soon as the players are ready. Just need Reynor to swap over to Zerg. He readies up, and we can kick this off and get this into play. Clem and Reynor going to the Game 5 right now. Setting this up, and away we go. Let's go to Ruby Rock. Clem, Reynor. After this, Classic versus Shin. You guys know a lot of people love the big names, but stick around all day. It's going to be great games all day long. Classic Shin. 3 series after this still. Classic Shin, the loser of that versus the winner of this. in a grand final. So lots to come. Stick around. Don't leave just because Reynor Clem wraps up. Let's keep the viewership going. Let's keep the numbers high. Currently at about 6,500 viewers across all languages. So across all streams, across all languages. We got 3,500 people watching right now here on Twitch and YouTube in English. So thank you so much for being here. Let's keep it going. In the bottom right-hand corner for Game 5, this is going to be our red Zerg player. This is Rainor. Taking on the blue Terran in the top left corner of the map. We've got from Team Liquid. It is Clem. And a Game 5 feels so fitting between these two. It was a 3-2 win from Rainor in the upper bracket. It's now 2-2 tied. Heading into Ruby Rock for a deciding map to see who advances to the top 3 and the lower bracket finals against either Classic or Shin, depending on how that turns out. Very exciting. What's up, Anticron? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel by priming, supporting, etc. All goes a long way, helps us out massively. Appreciate it if you can bring it. Just as we have a lot of people in here as well, I will just take a chance to mention, guys, obviously a lot of these events, this is a WardiTV tournament, we do not have some special sponsor. A lot of the prize money for these tournaments comes from you guys and your support. Obviously right now, any donations on the stream are going into raising this tournament's prize pool directly. If you just want to support the tournament prize pools in general, you can check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools. It's our foundation for every single tournament that we run. The Patreon income really does give us that kind of baseline prize money to build upon. So if you want to see more WardiTV tournaments, if you want to keep these prize pools nice and high and keep the players being supported, do consider checking out. Again, one more time, that is at patreon.com/WardiTV. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Reaper shows up. Lings take damage. Drone will not go down. Gets far enough away. Now that Reaper will not get the kill. Reaper again blasted about again. Queen just going to stay there. Reaper taking a few more shots. We have our drones and the Queen continue to come through as well at the moment. So continue to get that set here just for now. Again, the couple Hellions coming about. Our Starport and Orbital both building in as well. And yeah, just going to have that link speed from Reynor coming up right now as well. Third hatchery coming into place. And the Queen and the Reaper move around. Apparently I'm going to watch the set of rocks instead of the Reaper. Lovely observing. Getting that Zergling speed coming about. The Ling's just going to pull back over. Queen and the Creep Tumor coming at the front. Reaper turns back around over the left-hand side. You just see the Zerglings. Just taking a few more shots of damage there. Now a grenade goes down and that Queen. Wow, that Queen got hit by the grenade, but almost was walking where the grenade was going to blast it to, so it didn't even look like it flew for a while. Reaper goes down, at least grabbed a Ling, and he got some info, and now we're going to try and capitalize on this as two drones go down at the front. Hellions get here, 2 workers killed. I'm going to peel away. There is a drone there that you can force into a structure, and just buy a little bit of lost mining time as well. And so the first couple of Hellions doing well. Now the Queens go chasing across toward the right side. The Hellions are going to take the chance to get the slow Lings here and then get access to the natural again. So 2 new Hellions are going to run towards the natural, maybe even up into the main, which is completely defenseless. So there's nothing in this main base. Lings are not ready yet. And Reynor will start to take a bunch of damage. How many drones do we lose? 3 workers going down. The Hellions on the right side are still active as well. And Reynor taking a bunch of damage. 4 workers going down. Ling speed finally done is going to help us to play cleanup here. We're going to kill a couple more Lings, and that's important as well that we've killed Lings during this as well, because it's just more value for Clem. 300 to 500 resources lost, and of course some lost mining time. Queen's running around everywhere. Only a couple of Hellions lost initially for Reynor. So Clem trying to find the multitasking to get something done. Reynor gets it together in the end, but now Banshee's showing up, and you know what Reynor's maybe not completely ready for? Could be Banshees. I mean, no cloaking yet, and the Queens will be in position, so the first Banshee turned away. Creep Tumor there we could have maybe gotten, but we didn't have the vision to target it, so we just walk up into the Queen and turn around. Now that you see a Banshee as well, you've got to prep for that as Reynor, so each mineral line will get a Spore Crawler. It doesn't look as though the Banshees will do anything too crazy straight away. Cloak now available. We're going to try and find an interesting position between bases or so to maybe make use of this. We see the Lings coming across, and oh, still going to maybe get to the mineral line. Just 1 drone. Going to try for another. few shots on the Lings. This is fun. The Banshee sits between the bases, which means that the Spore Crawlers are not there, so the Banshee is able to go hitless against the Queens for a little while and get some value created just from that. Now one Banshee goes back to the right side, again playing with that idea. As you're going to see, a lack of defense once again. No Lings up in the main base, and 3 Hellions get in. That's one-shot potential. The Lings are chasing. We're up to 7 workers killed in quick succession recently here. We should be able to get a couple more. If the target firing was correct, we did miss a bit of target firing there from Clem. 8 workers killed. Double Banshee heads to the natural. I'll tell you what, some of these Queens are low as well. Just play on the edge and get a couple of shots off. We're going to run out of cloaking, but Clem plays to the absolute maximum potential of the Banshees as Reynor tries to keep them away. He doesn't quite kill one, and Clem will fall back, probably get repaired, and probably regenerate some energy before he comes back with them again. All said and done here in this Game 5, Clem has killed 17 drones and 8 Lings at the cost of 8 Hellions and the Reaper. The lack of Hellions does maybe now create the situation where, okay, there are going to be less, there's going to be less map control from Clem and less kind of creep tumors to clean up, for example, so maybe some creep spread can take control of the map from Reynor. Reynor just now dropping the 4th hatchery down as well. Banshee will find this. The other Banshee that's low went home. It's going to get a repair eventually as Clem takes the 3rd base. This Banshee just needs to start moving away. There's no creep nearby, so the Queens are not exactly going to be super quick at getting underneath it. Clem has plenty of response time. To deal with that, as he now loads up a double drop, no creep, I just mentioned, is going to be an issue on this location, right? Because anything that happens here is going to happen without the creep spread to help you play defense. So this double drop that's coming over, pretty big issue. I mean, the Link Queen can gather up. I think the big thing is that because we saw it, we can actually force the Medivacs to lift up and have to unload elsewhere. Clem definitely still wants to, I think, try and unload here. He's trying to figure out where he wants to do it. Few Banes coming in. Bane speed not ready yet. Clem is going to be on the upgrade lead in this game. Is Queen stepping off creep. That means no transfusions. Okay, one in the back was just on creep to drop a transfuse down. Just going to force the units forward, and we can get some value by the Banshees firing on a few Lings for free as well. Reynor still spreading that creep out in the center, taking a base to the bottom left-hand side, trying to get a bit more control back into play currently. And Bane actually going to run forward. These Marines need to lift up, and Clem will do so. Reynor with a nice little catch there and a nice little pushback on this army. Clem already kind of very equal in supply with Reynor, though, which when Reynor's just playing kind of Ling Bane does not feel great for him. We are going to be seeing the double Medivac going to boost down to the bottom left-hand side, so it's going to come across straight over there. It's going to be seeing this Banshee. He's going to put a bit more damage out onto the hatch already. The rest of the Zerglings are going to come through. Marines and Medivacs producing still from Clem with that Drilling Claws. 4th Command Center on the way, looking for the run-bys. Marines, a tank, a Hellbat here. That's a lot of Lings, though, and they're going to have access to the natural and potentially the main base as well after. Clem needs to deal with this, but he's got drops just all around the map that need to now figure out what they're going to do. Lings try and get into that 3rd base. We have not lost SCVs until now. This is where the SCV kill count is going to start rising. Clem's going to kill a base on this bottom side of the map. He may need to stim again. There's not a lot of units here. I mean, Reynor left a lot of units to go across the map. Like, that was a lot of Lings. That was a major investment from him. Clem needs to start up his 2-2 upgrades. He can keep a, try and maintain an upgrade lead in this game if he can start that, but doesn't find the chance just yet. Plays the lift up on these Medivacs. Lifts up over here as well as he tries to avoid as much damage as possible and get as much out of these drops as he can. But like I say, 2-2 definitely feels like an essential investment right now. Reynor's going to catch up on the melee. +2 Carapace is already coming up to being halfway done. Clem does get back, start the attack upgrade. Now the armor. So he is going to find the one thing that I was maybe most concerned about here as Reynor continuing to find a good split defense. Wild couple moments, because like I say, Reynor gave a lot of units up to be able to go across the map, so he gave a lot of units up to get to the other side in the first place. Kind of wondering where we go now, as we see a few Marines loading back into these Medivacs, going to hop to the high ground. The other Medivacs on that right side going to go back and forth a little bit. The Spore Crawler here going to burrow up. The rest of these Marines going to load again. Where else they can go, we'll find out soon. Into the natural expansion we go. Zerglings will take a lot more shots, but yeah, I think this drop is kind of done for. There's another drop in the upper right. A couple of Lings going down to the Widow Mine initially. How many did that get? Just the 3, so nothing super crazy. Again, the lack of creep in front of this base is just creating opportunity for Clem. Just giving you the chance. This Banshee just sat here as well. It's now a 10-kill Banshee, just picking away at a few units here and there. Reynor being forced to defend around the map, but still doing a good job of doing exactly that, of keeping on track of this as best he can. Just clean up the Banshee as well. We like to see that, as now the Marines in the mines come down the left side. Solar Marine stemming through. Just going to see an Overlord overhead going down. Bigger push from Clem. Forces a cancel on this location, so God drops one of the bases already. Still keeping pressure to the upper right, so you can't give up on this position defensively either. The few Banes turn the other way. Hydras are getting caught as they spawn. There's not a lot of Banes down on the bottom side. There's a lot of units still defending upper right. There's the Bane showing up. Widowmines are going to get rid of most of the Banes. We target fire the other couple, and Clem will just sit on this ramp and kill the units that arrive to try and play defense. Reynor needs to try and scramble together right now. Can he find enough to play defense? He loses the Queen. Medivacs will load what they can. Play the evacuation. Reynor in the top right only has Queens left over, and he's starting to fall apart a little bit here. The Queens transfusing where they can. Clem just keeping on trading, finding value in every single position. 3,000 resources lost better, continuing to play just two directions, but he finally makes a mistake, and Reynor clutches at the opportunity to kill off a bunch of these units. The Baneling's getting in and getting the cleanup, and Clem will at least take some losses. Reynor with a much-needed win somewhere on the map. He's still down heavily in supply as Clem continues to multi-prong this game up. From the rough start of Reynor, Clem just says, I will capitalize, and he's been doing that ever since. Now a large army arriving to the upper right-hand side. Couple of Banelings morphing in, but where's the rest of them? Non-existent right now. Widowmines are going to burrow up. What can they kill? The Queens are in the front trying to tank. We have a couple of Banes starting to finish. Is that going to be enough? The one Bane walking through here. Widowmine still going off. We pull back. A few more Banes now available as Clem goes back and forth. Has the Liberators to get some damage done too. Using the Widowmines effectively, but overall, Reynor is going to get through here. He's going to do a lot. The last few Lings at the end are going to suck, unfortunately, against this Bioforce. A drop in the main base of Reynor, still doing damage, and Reynor doesn't have an answer to that yet. I mean, how is he meant to when Clem is putting so much pressure on in the top right as well? Continue to just take advantage of the length of this map, top to bottom, and Reynor just struggling to get units back one way, then the other. 60 supply lead. Clem is looking to go to the top 3 of the competition. A Terran will live into the top 3. There's one Terran, one Zerg, and one Protoss remaining as Reynor will be eliminated. And Clem will represent Europe in the lower bracket finals against either Classic or Shin in the next best of 5 after the upper bracket finals. 3 matches remain. 3 players remain. Clem, Classic, and Shin. Shin beat Clem in the seeding matches. Classic and Shin's a great matchup. And we have got ourselves 2 best of 5s and best of 7 before we have a champion in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. No mirror match possibilities for the rest of the day. It will be PvZ, the loser versus Terran, and then whoever is left over at the end in that grand final. So that's super exciting. We had, guys, I know I keep saying, but we had 1,100 viewers on YouTube. We had 2,800 on Twitch. Keep yourselves right here. Don't go anywhere, because we are going into that Classic Shin matchup, and I get it, it's not Rainor Clem anymore, right? But it's probably still going to be freaking amazing, because they are in the upper bracket final in such a stacked tournament. It kind of means something. Thank you so much, Anticron and DN Brendan, for the resubs during the previous game. I appreciate you guys. I will welcome you to the tree. Welcome to the tree. I'm running out of branches. I don't want to stand up because I'm feeling lazy. Beautiful. All right. Who is the highest seed? It's Shin. What is interesting as well is that both the Koreans are higher seeds than Clem, so Clem will be playing off-server in the rest of the matches as we get Classic and Shin ready to go. I think I'm going to throw a break screen on, guys. I'm going to step away, take a quick trip to the bathroom, get ready for us to go into more action. Like I say, a few series still remaining here today to crown ourselves a 2025 champ, and I will see you guys in just a few. Predictions will be up, so you guys can do some predicting on Classic Shin while we take a quick little break here, guys. And like I say, we come back. Classic and Shin are in the process of vetoing right now, so we'll be ready to go into this in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are we doing? Hope you're all doing great because we've just had some great games. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you so much for the support. Continue to come on through. We just had a donation coming in off screen. Can I replay this one? Kettle is God on the £100 donation. Great tourney, Wardy, and a Merry Christmas to you and the family and the rest of the viewers. Get some love in the chat for the £100 donation. Hopping on through there, guys, and that is obviously amazing. Again, that goes to the players. It goes to the prize pool. Kettle is God. I'm going to add you to the donation star. Thank you very much for the 100, which, like I say, goes to the prize pool of this tournament, guys. So we'll be split amongst the players. Classic and Shin are ready, so we can go to the winner bracket finals. Let's get Kettle is God on the donation star. Back on the tree. Boom, there you are. Bam. Beautiful. All right, get you on the tree. And we get this ready to go. It is going to be Ruby Rock. Gonna get this going in a couple moments' time. Get this ready to start. Alrighty. In our upper bracket finals, we are about to find out one of our finalists of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Will it be a Zerg? Will it be Shin? Our blue Zerg in the bottom right of this opening game. And in the top left, our red Protoss is going to be Classic. Game 1 of this best of 5 as we start off here on Ruby Rock and get this underway. Overlord coming onto the map. We look to see where we will go to start off this series. Upper bracket finals. Again, these guys have been waiting patiently while the lower bracket scrap has been going on amongst Solar, Reynor, MaxPax, and Clem. Clem comes out from those four, and then Classic and Shin. Loser of this will drop down to play against Clem in that lower bracket final, guys. The winner advances into the grand finals, and the winner of that lower bracket obviously rejoins in the grand final. So there is a possibility that we have Classic Shin. Whoever loses beats Clem, and then we go back into like a rematch, best of 7. And just to iterate from the very start today there will be no winner bracket advantage. Your winner bracket advantage is not having to play the extra lower bracket matchups. In this case, it's a little bit less coming from the upper bracket final, but yes, it is not having to play that extra best of 5 before the best of 7. It's not having, it's not having to go through Clem, for example, so your winning bracket advantage is that, and that alone. So it means we are going to have a full best of 7, no strings attached, no re-5 match or anything like that. Just a clean best of 7 to determine our 2025 champion. Of course, Shin is now the only previous WardiTV end-of-year champion remaining. He won our first ever WardiTV championship, 2020. It was a crazy run from Shin back then. He was not expected to do well there, and he 4-0'd Kura in the finals when Kura was the absolute hot thing in StarCraft 2, especially in online events right then. Shin beating Kura at that point, like he'd already beaten him kind of earlier in the tournament. We were like, okay, well that was a shocker. Then got to like best of 7 finals. You're like, there's just no way that Shin is going to be able to kind of take Kura out in a best of 7, right? Bam, 4-0, complete dominance, and that's just Shin in a nutshell. You never know when this guy is going to pop off. You never know when he's going to look to be so much better than you expect him to be. Yeah, it's fun, and like I say, he's the only man left that could be a 2-time end-of-year champ for us here in WardiTV. Classic and Shin have traded a lot of maps lately. They've traded a lot of series lately, so when you look at their recent history, I think Classic won 2 of their last 3 meetings over the last 2 months, but even in the ones that Shin lost, he was taking a serious amount of maps in, so this has historically and recently been a very competitive series back and forth. Of course, Classic has had the better year. You talk about, multiple RSL victories, 2nd place EWC. Dude has been on an absolute heater. He's been great a lot of the year, and his PvZ full of the year was a really interesting one as well. Like, there was a time where in PvZ, he was doing nothing but the exact same build. And it was in the build-up to EWC he was doing it, where it was like, hey, I'm just going to keep doing this thing, and Zergs just can't figure it out. Just playing into the macro game, having that Storm. Of course, we've had a patch since then. And that's kind of, I feel like lately Classic, again, it's kind of a shock for me he's in the upper bracket final. Not because he's not had a good enough year to justify it, it's just more recently Classic has struggled. In the Monday Cups, when was the last time we even saw Classic in a semi-finals? A long time ago, actually, right? Like, he's just not been as good as you really think he should be. And then in the seeding matches, it started off, he lost to MaxPax, but he brought it back. He beat everyone else in his seeding match group. It was Solar and Bjorn. The results ended up in such a way he got first place. And then from there, he comes into this bracket and he goes into that winner bracket and has a great time so far, knocking Solar down and obviously putting Solar into what was the low bracket for today with the win yesterday. And now here in this upper bracket final with a chance to get to the grand finals nice and easily. The couple Oracles will continue to move about there. Let's see, one of them going down as the Queens will activate. So Queen's going to be able to chase one Oracle down already. Pulling back over to the side. The melee upgrade coming through on the side of Shin, so we continue bringing that up as well currently. Again, Blink starting up. The couple of, gateways coming online. The Nexus still coming through from Classic also. The Overlord of Shin moving onto the high ground as the Adepts will come across the map. The Oracle is going to be right here. The few Zerglings are going to start getting turned away. Our third Nexus already finishing up over here. A little Revelation coming down, keeping an eye on things. We do see the Adepts just looking to try and make a move into the natural. Again, Oracle and that Blink still coming online as you just see the few Zerglings will take that chance to jump onto these Adepts early and try and shut down some of this pressure. We're on our way to a melee upgrade, and with Blink on the way, melee upgrade is going to have a good time. There's not a lot to punish this melee upgrade early. Lings end up escaping back away over to this right side just for a few moments. So Lings get back over to the side. And again, trying to figure out where else we maybe want to go right now. Just having ourselves Stalkers joining together. Looks like one's going to pull back for a couple more moments. And yeah, Forge and the Templar Archives continue to come into play as well. The Zerglings get back to the center, relocating themselves for now. And that Spire coming up from Shin. I love it. I feel like this is Shin's absolute best kind of way of playing. You know, mutas and lings and being all over. I feel like that's some of his most successful kind of game plans. So, excited that he starts the series off with this. We'll see if he can get off to a great start in this best of 5. As do you have that melee upgrade still coming through. The Spire is obviously starting as well. What are the maps for this match? It's going to be Tourmaline, Celestial, Enclave, Winter Madness, and Old Republic for map 5. As the Stalkers will take a chance to jump onto this hatchery. It will go down. The few Lings on the other side looking to try and get in onto the pylon. Pylon taking some damage. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots going to turn around there. Zerglings will be getting sliced at. We're going to see the Oracles activate and a couple more of these Lings going down already. Oracles with some good damage there. The Stalkers now blinking back away from these Lings, which are looking for a threatening surround. I mean, Blink on cooldown. More Lings showing up. We're going to drop the recall. One of the Stalkers gets missed. Wow, we don't kill many Stalkers during that recall because they were at least backs up against the wall and protected from getting completely surrounded and surface areaed. So a little bit of a benefit there from Classic, but getting himself out of a sticky situation. He's on his way up to the Storm, on his way to that +1 attack upgrade. Robo Facility building in the natural expansion at the same time, so continue to get that tech going too. Let's just see 12 Mutalisks continuing to build on the main base, now 14. So it's a lot of those Mutalisks. Now, they have a lot of anti-air, right? It's a Stalker-heavy army. Yeah, Stalker-heavy army, Storm is available. These Lings just going to run in. 12 probes go down instantly, and it doesn't even feel like we lose much. We blink into this. Right, Templars will have to start Storm, which will help a lot, but man, the Stalkers are disappearing. And you know what's not a good thing to lose before 14 Mutalisks show up? I'm going to let you guys know a little secret. It's the Stalkers. They're really useful against mutas. So you just lost all of your Stalkers, and Shin is now flying across the map with a flock of Mutalisks. They're going to take every single advantage given to them in this game and just probably have, I mean, a lot of damage potential right here at the end of this. Lings jump onto this Nexus right side, gets a kill as well, so another kill coming through. Now the mutas show up. I mean, what do we do here? I mean, Classic is in a world of trouble as Shin is just going to start dominating. Pylon going to go down. Robo Facility, not depowered, but I mean, that's going to be more likely to be in trouble later. That's Classic just going to say GG. I was going to say, these mutas could probably turn onto those few Stalkers, but Classic, he just can't control this anymore, and Shin just runs away with this opening game. Shin gets off to a 1-0 lead in this best of 5, as we will head into a second game in a couple of moments, as a very fast opening map comes to a close. Classic and Shin kind of putting the career in this tournament. Typically, our Korean games almost always go a little bit faster, so they're doing that straight away compared to what we've seen the rest of the day. It's been a day of longer games. Obviously, the ZVZ was 5 games, which weren't super long, but there's still not exactly super fast ZVZ games either. And if that's ZVZ, it doesn't really count. So, move Shin and Classic up into position. And we ready ourselves in for another game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 casters. How did we get to 10? 3, 4, 5, 6. We are at 10. Okay, I don't know how this happens. The caster count just randomly goes up. Brilliant. All good. All right, Tourmaline coming through. Let's get into our second game nice and quickly here, guys. Keep the games rolling. Man, my voice is so ready for us to not cast like 7 hours of StarCraft 2 a day. It's been a long week, obviously. We've had a lot of long streams. A lot of 7-hour-ish streams as well, so forgive my voice. It is failing on me a little bit, but we're nearly there. We got this series and 2 more to go. We've nearly done it. I mean, we'll be back for WardiTV Mondays tomorrow as well anyway, but that's not 7 hours, right? So it's a little bit easier. Top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. This is going to be Shin, who is up a game in this best of 5 series. Taking on the bottom left blue Protoss player, this is Classic. Game 2, Shin 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Who will take the advantage here and continue on through? A little Chrono Boost on this Nexus, the drone. On the bottom, we've seen a lot of proxy hatching from Shin lately. And that does feel like this is likely the case. He's going to hatchery at home at first, but then he still has this drone here to then proxy hatch. I wonder if the hatchery, I didn't notice this yesterday, but I wonder if the hatchery, I wonder if the probe blocks here, he goes with this hatchery earlier. And when the probe doesn't block here, he just takes that hatchery first, and then he goes, and then he's going to run in here now. And there's nothing nearby to stop this. The hatchery block will come in, and Shin tries to take control of this game early by throwing Classic a little bit off of his kind of track of what's going on. We'll see what the response from Classic will be. One probe across the map, obviously, will nibble. We'll see no spawning pool yet, so you know there's not going to be lings or anything anytime soon. You know this is a third hatchery that's blocking you. So I don't think we need an overreaction. He's not going to overreact, although building the Nexus here might be an overreaction. He's going to build the Nexus over on the third. Okay. This opens you to so much potential of being attacked. Because all of a sudden, you've got a third base that is just screaming like, hey, look, you can surround me and kill me in any which way you want. It's not protected by the typical wall-off. So there is potentially some opportunity there for Shin. Although maybe it's safe because of the timing of the spawning pool. It's going to take a while before we really get up and answer to that Nexus and being able to do anything about it. So maybe it does end up being kind of okay in a very strange way. Because like I say, it doesn't feel like that should be something we are okay with. But alas, there you are. Again, the probe patrolling up in the main base. So yeah. This hatchery is about to finish up on the natural. I mean, obviously, if you don't kill this hatchery, you will then get a queen out, and we will try and attempt to spread a creep here. Like, if Shin gets this base up, he will make use of it. So that's what we started to do right now. The Adept is going to shade across the map from Classic, heading to the upper right, into the natural for the next couple moments. Circling's coming about. We are going to be seeing these Zealots still swiping through the hatchery. There is the Stargate coming down as well. Just going to put that straight in position. Zealot and the Adept together, just going to swing at that hatchery, just going to get some more damage done. Ling's going to pop out, looking for the Adept initially. I mean, more than anything, just kind of forcing things to run around is nice. The Zealot wants to stay on the Queen here. Again, you can't let the Creep Tumor come down, but we're going to kill the Zealot. So Shin gets rid of the Zealot. Now going to take some attention over here. Going to build a Spore Crawler. Gonna throw the creep tumor down right in the front. The adept should be able to target down that creep tumor. Will go for it, but actually gets pushed back. Creep tumor is actually gonna finish up. Oh, this is a problem. The Ling's still chasing the adept in the main base. We are gonna have the spore crawler. This adept on the low ground is gonna go down. A second queen is on the way. The oracle is about to spawn. Spore crawler will be here to help defend this. Now the Lings are still doing some work. 2 workers going down. On the right-hand side, these Lings are going to be an annoyance. We're just going to have to run away from this oracle. The probes trying to kill off a spore crawler as now the new queen spawns out, though. And like I said, this is a very awkward situation. We are losing so many probes as classic. Maybe it should have just been maybe we should have just responded to this a bit sooner. Guess what, by the way? Ling speed's ready. Oracle can't really defend the natural because we've got to defend the third base. The Lings are going to run through on the natural, surround on the adept. The queen did just go down. But obviously, we've got a spore crawler here, right? So the Oracle can't exactly just run at the Lings the entire time. Now we're going to go onto the pylon. The next Oracle is going to be very close to not getting out here. The Chrono Boost gets it out last second. Same issue, though. The Lings can just run to the spore, and this Oracle cannot stay active forever. GG, and Shin is going to take a 2-0 lead in 13 minutes of game time. Off to the races is Shin in this series, as he is absolutely flying. And Classic does not deal with the hatchery well at all. We've seen Shin proxy hatch so much recently. If Classic did any prep for this, I feel like that was not a game he felt prepped for. But man, like, Shin's just been proxy hatching so much. I feel like he just felt like he was going to have it under control. And it just got so out of reach so quickly. Shin is suddenly a map away from our grand finals. Clem's on a break right now. And he's like, wait, I might have to play again in 5 minutes? Like, already? All right, well, we will take a second to drag a couple people around here, guys. Take a moment. Make sure we get everyone into our lobby correctly. Celestial Enclave is going to be our map. And we will get this started in a second. Just wait for everyone to be ready to go. And like I say, get this back into the right kind of direction here. Alright, we'll kick start on this one, guys, and get this underway. Thank you for joining us as we kick this off. Don't mind me, just fighting the voice. Fighting the voice. Celestial Enclave coming through here for a Game 3. It's a 2-0 lead from Shin. A map away from a grand finals. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Zerg on this map, which is rather sizable, to say the least. It is Shin. What will happen here? In base expand, I honestly could see some more kind of potential action with I could honestly see some more action with like proxy hatching and shenanigans and so on. There's a drone already onto the map, so yep, Shin is feeling the same kind of way with a 2-0 lead. Classic in the upper right, 0-2 down. Lose this, you've got to play Clem for a chance at the finals, which is obviously a much more miserable situation than than just getting to the finals otherwise. So definitely not ideal right now, as this drone moves right up to the upper right, gets in position, and gets ready to go. Oh, gonna hatchery here. Oh, wow. That is fascinating. So what, we hatchery here, we break through these rocks, and we assault the natural. Would be my best guess, because what else are you going to do with this hatchery? Probe moves up into the main. I'm going to get a little bit of a spot around. Okay, Classic does see this. He does scout the hatchery over here, so he knows that that's in position. He knows that that's a thing. Yo, Stam175, thank you so much for the £25 donation. Super appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the prize pool of the tournament. Appreciate you big time. Thank you so much. So Hatch is going to finish. Probe pulls to the side. Nexus and Cybercore both coming up. Like I say, Classic knows. But what does that crit his response to be? Like, what does he do about it? Like, knowing is one thing. Knowing what you want to respond with is another. And having the better response to kind of make sure this doesn't do anything is the most important. Forge, so we're going to go cannons. Well, you know what I actually really don't love for this, though, from Classic, is that this is obviously... It's a very open space to defend. Like, usually you defend these spines attacking, like, a ramp like this or something. Once they get through here, this is a wide open space, so... Cannons are going to be tough to have in the right positions the whole time. Spine crawlers are coming down. A couple of Zerglings of Shin will nibble through this set of rocks, so... Going to put some damage out. The Adept stepping over. We do have the first Zergling taking a little bit of damage there. Creep team are coming down as well. You see the Queen and the Ling is just going to settle in. The Spine Crawlers will fire, and we begin to knock down the rocks. So, the rocks will take some damage. Hits coming through. Stargate coming about as well as the Adept on the way. Obviously, Shin needs to push the creep spread forward, so that's going to be one of his main goals once these rocks go down, to try and get through and push the creep up. That means pushing the spines forward, probably creeping behind the spines, so you're in a safe position. The last thing you want is for the Adepts to deny the creep tumors, right? So just going to, put the creep as far forward as you dare. It's actually a pretty good place for it. That's a very safe spot to put it down on. And this is rough, though, because Classic's going to have his ramp kind of sieged as well. Like I say, the wall-off isn't under fire, which is such an oddity for this situation. The Queens need to help against the Oracle. Going to turn around for it right now. Oracle does have to turn away. Battery not ready yet. We lose a Queen. Another Queen building. Actually going to add a Spore on as well, which I like long-term here. If Classic is going to keep building Oracles, Oracle count can get out of control. So you got to have the Spore just to try and make sure we can control the Oracles as best as we possibly can. Because Adept's taking a bunch of shots. Zergling's going to regather in the corner there just for a moment. Spine Crawlers going to press further through. The Spore going to come in as well. Everything starts to get burrowed. No, the Spines get blocked a little bit, so trying to figure that out. Want to try and make sure you're not too close to the cannons as well. Adepts will do some damaging. Queen's doing their thing. The Oracle's trying to activate on the Spine Crawl. The Ling's going to go through. The first Oracle goes down. Battery's already running out of energy here. Second Oracle goes down. And 3 Spine Crawlers are now going to pick their way through the cannons. And they're going to trade very well. A transfuse on one of the Spine Crawlers as well to make this an even better trade. Second battery on that left side going to be big, as we are going to see a couple probes coming forward. Battery's now out of energy. New cannon on the way, but already being fired upon by the Spine, so that's not going to come up with a lot of health on it. This cannon is going to go down before it kills the Spine Crawl, and now Spine's in trouble. We are going to see Banelings available, as we're going to bust the high ground. If we kill the pylons on this high ground... Oh, that's not great. We lost one of the Banelings to the cannon, but now we will get rid of the cannon. We're going to get the pylons. That gets rid of the Stargate. Energy recharge on the Oracle, but the Stargate depowered is going to give some Shin time to play with here. Still feeling as though he needs to bust through this at the moment. There goes the Queen. Spore still around, getting another shot on the Oracle. Another Adept on the way. Voidray is still halted. Good rewall from Classic on the high ground. Is going to be able to repower the Stargate, and I think he might have defended. I think the defense might happen. Spawn the Spine push even closer forward. The Spine not burrowing. The Adept Shade is blocking the Spine Crawler for a few seconds. Banes are going to go up this ramp again. Oracle tries to activate. Only a couple of Banes will be able to connect. We get rid of the Oracle at least, which is something. We are going to break... The weird thing is by getting rid of the Oracle, it's kind of huge, no? Because now the Lings have a chance to really trade out, because the Void Ray doesn't kill Lings quickly. Battery's keeping that one freaking cannon alive, my goodness. The Void Ray activates, try and get rid of that Spore Crawler ASAP with Prismatic Alignment. Now the Spine Crawler going down as well. And GG will have to be called. Classic will defend. And he will hold, and he will stay alive in this best of 5 as the Whirlwind Series will continue. This upper bracket final will not come to a quick finishing point, as Shin will not make it happen on this effort. Nice try, though. Nice try. Lobby link coming down, guys. We will be into Shin Classic here in a few moments' time as we head into this next game. Like I say, a ferocious series between these two so far. Players are ready. Just double checking our casters. Cross Zerg is set. We are good to go. Thank you for the patience between maps, guys. Just getting everything going ASAP. And we get back into this. Winter Madness coming through for map number 4. Can Classic take us to a 5th game of this series? After Shin got off to such a fiery start. He was absolutely rolling. He was looking great. Let's find out. As we just head into this game, guys, I just want to make us mention to our sponsor, Surfshark. If you're in the business for VPN, surfshark.com/Wardy. You can check out risk-free with their 30-day money-free guarantee, and you get 4 months for free if you use my promo code. Using the code will support the channel and the StarCraft 2. Check that out at surfshark.com/Wardy. If you would like to get yourself a VPN. Thank you so much, Surfshark, for sponsoring the channel and helping us to run these tournaments. Bottom right corner, the red Zerg is going to be Shin. Up 2-1 in this best of 5. Still just one map between him and the finals. In the top left, our blue Protoss player. It is going to be Classic as we get into game number 4. See what's going to go down. Sorry guys, trying to re-tape my headset down again. Alright. Game 4, best of 5 coming through. Overlord across the map. Take a moment or so. Settle in. Shin does not throw a hatchery down on the other side, so we're going to see a little bit of a change of pace here from our Zerg player. A little bit of a change of our plan right now, I guess. I like it. The benefit that Shin has is he's not really played a lot of the more normal games yet, you know? Like, there's usually, like, this kind of time frame where you kind of get to play some more normal games and so on, and then that gets figured out, but, like, he hasn't had to do that yet. So if he's not had to do that yet, then he's in a pretty good state. Because he's still got maybe the more normal games up his sleeve a little bit, which will be interesting to see pan out. Probe comes running through. Lings want to get across, looking for that probe, and it's going to take some damage. Link speed is coming around in the next couple of moments as well. Probe goes down. Pylon will be cleaned out. Getting that taken out right away. And we are going to see the Adept is going to be able to stick around, though. So the main thing is that we actually keep the Adept here, and that is going to deny us from taking the hatch for a few moments. So Classic will get the delay on this third location. Spore Crawler just becomes a... it just goes down in time to protect from the Adept there as well, which is nice. Hatch comes into place, so we do get it down in the end. So we sneak it across the Shin. Adept maybe could have delayed a little longer there, but link speed's pretty much done, so it wouldn't have been too much longer even if he didn't let it go down right now. Have the feelings gathering now. Queen gonna throw a creep tumor down. So I see the Queen's gonna activate. We lose about 3 workers. It's funny because we've not really seen a lot of the natural kind of early game defense or anything just yet, right? which is, yeah, a little bit amusing. Usually we're so used to watching like the early game harass dictating so much of the PvZ, and we're 4 games in now, and we're just starting to see some of the first kind of signs of this. Oracle got a few drones, but we did unfortunately lose. Yeah, got a few drones, but did unfortunately lose out on the a lot of HP on the Oracle, so it's going to be a little bit weaker for the future. This is obviously Oracle 2. Doesn't do very much just yet. Shin being very good about his defense at the moment. Stalker will shoot. Overlord will take some damage. Again, the Twilight Council about to complete. The gate's still coming online. That Nexus is about to finish. It's going to be a Blink on the way from Classic. So Blink starting. We do see the Lair already building up from Shin. Really excited to see if he does anything fun from there. He could just go into a fast Hydra Den. Something that we've seen Shin favor every now and again. So a possibility there. He just throw the Baneling Nest down. So just like maybe move into Hydraling Bane nice and quickly. Feels like could be on the cards. Classic playing the Blink. No melee upgrade though, there's no Evo Chamber, so keeping that in mind also. It's a little sad, because obviously melee does very well in those scenarios, but maybe we could take a later Evo Chamber, maybe even go missile upgrades if we do that, if we ended up going Ling Bane Hydra here. Stalkers and the Adepts. Go out to that right-hand side. So Classic going to set up for a little bit of potential damage. He's getting Blink with no Forge, which means that we're going to have a lot of gateway unit production and a lot of like right in the very start of this. He's going to go Forge and Temple Archives behind this. But this first little shove, definitely hoping to kind of get rid of this 4th base initially, and this might just be a cancel. We do not have a lot of Lings available just yet. Because I don't know. I mean, Blink isn't ready yet, so these Stalkers have to be careful too. They step back. Now the Queens get targeted by said Stalkers. Classic trying his best to get to this hatchery very comfortably. Stays sword around the back, gets popped by a Ling. Very well played by Shin so far. Gets a bit of creep spread to work with here. Blink very close to being done. 24 new Lings on the way out. Just needs to pop that Stasis Ward. One Zergling again does exactly that. Great play from Shin so far. Looking to wrap around these Stalkers. Blink still not ready. We're going to drop the recall from Classic. How much do we lose? A couple of Stalkers. Wasn't that bad, because again, especially without the melee upgrade, these Lings are just not quite as deadly as you might expect them to be. More Zerglings out to the left-hand side. Drones, Hydras, the Queen and the Groove Spines all continuing up as well. We just have ourselves a Storm, the Charge, and the +1 building at the same point here. And Shin is going to get back to the other side of the map, where right now the units are running back down the right-hand side. Shin could have had a hit on this 3rd base and seen some success. Instead, now he's going to try and pull back over here to deal with this again. How many Hydras we got out? We've got 5. You can get 5 Hydras behind a group of Lings. I feel like that damage output is good enough. I mean, Classic's not going to have a recall away from it this time. The Lings do not chase forward, though. So Shin just loses the 4th base and will try and recover from here. Supply blocked currently. Definitely a good couple of moments on the side of Classic, as in the end, this little sequence of events and army movements does go in his favor. Indeed, drop one more Revelation down. The Lings are going to run through, looking to try and grab the Stalkers. Hydras getting around the back. The Lings obviously want to wrap around and let these Hydras get a chance to get some damage done. Funnily enough, the Lings wrap around the top left part of the Stalkers. The Stalkers in the bottom right killed a couple of the Hydras straight away. Shin still trying to chase. We are going to get some kills now. It's not cheap, though. I mean, a lot of units go down from Shin. One of the issues for Shin as well is just he was dropping drone. Or he doesn't have as much economy as maybe he should. The economy has been favoring our Protoss for the majority of this already. Stalker, Oracle, back on the left. Zealots are going to step on through, +1 of the Charge coming up. Nexus, Robo Facility, and the Forge all coming by. We are going to be seeing the Oracle dropping a Stasis Ward down on the front there, and the top right is Zergling going to come across, run through as well, see what else is going on as the rest of these units gather together. Classic taking that 4th base as the workers descend to it straight away, and Shin is indeed going to work on that missile upgrade, but the state of this game is not pretty for him. He's going to go Mutas, yeah. I mean, he has the Spire, so at this point you probably need some Mutas just to start hitting some mineral lines, and then try and just go with the main army after, right? Where, you know, one of these scenarios where it's like, let's harass with the Mutas, let's try and force too much of a response, and then bam, can my main army then overwhelm you? Really going to ask Classic to defend across multiple different fronts, and that does seem like a possibility. Again, the Ling Hydra just settling in the front for now. Just seeing everything else coming around the left side. Zealot, Stalker, Templar. A lot of Templar, in fact, coming around that left-hand side. The Oracle goes to the bottom left corner. He's You can see the one Zergling over on the left side getting picked away at as well. So, Archons continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the Stasis Ward coming into the front. The Mutalisks will make a dive toward the natural expansion. Three, four, 5 workers, 6 workers going down immediately. Mutas doing a great job here. Into the main base, going to get rid of a few more as well. Stalkers warping in. No cannon in the main, funnily enough. As now we can come out here. There's a battery on this low ground, but not much else. Over here, there's a ton of cannons, but not in the mineral line, in fact. So we'll get a couple more probes as well. 12 workers, and we've lost 1 Mutalisk so far. Really not bad from Shin to begin with. And he's going to max out soon, so he's going to start giving himself the chance with the Lingbane Hydra to maybe take some trades to benefit in this later stage of the game. All of this Lingbane Hydra running right over the left side here. A few extra Banes morphing. Readying up a push into this group of cannons right now. Again, just going to be seeing a couple of Phoenix. Going to get some damage done. The Stalkers will be there, just jumping onto the couple of Mutalisks. So the Mutas go down. I mean, Shin's just going to probably rebuild from this. First Storm or 2 is going to be pretty decent, but we do need more. We did not get more. The High Templar go down. Some of the Lingbane able to get through and connect there and will put some damage out. Shin running for the moment. Trying to get away from this. Another Storm coming into place once again. Just trying to keep everything back as Classic does hold Shin off for the moment. Classic is doing this while feeling confident enough to move into carrier production. So if he gets the carriers and Shin is still a Lingbane Hydra player, this is going to be very ugly for Shin in the later stages. So Classic, definitely feeling good about where he's at. Let's see if that belief and feeling is going to be represented in the outcome here. Now we do have the Lings obviously looking to wrap around different directions. Stasis Sword going to get a pretty big catch there as well. Shin getting a little bit panicked, not preempting a potential stasis. Good Storm going to cancel a bunch of those Banelings on that right-hand side. You're going to see the Storm here going to hit a lot of Banes as well. This is fantastic for Classic. It's great trades. I don't think a Baneling has hit anything in a hot second, honestly. As we are going to see all those probes. They pulled away, but they're super safe over in that corner. The Banes, like I say, have all gone down. Going to hit a Storm as these units come out of stasis. The High Templar do get jumped on by the Lings. They don't really want to storm on top of themselves because then they may friendly fire themselves down. We are going to lose the High Templar. Shin getting a little bit of value at the very end of this, but it's not going to be enough. And that means Classic gets GG called, and that means we get ourselves a cheeky little Game 5 once again today. The final day has delivered and keeps on delivering. Classic 2, Shin 2. Game 5 coming up. Game 5 coming up. Deciding map here to see who will go to the upper grand final and who will go to the lower bracket final to take on Clem. Drop our lobby link down. We will take a second, kick this off. Move Shin in position. Move the match history around. Players are both ready. Got all the casters. Let's do this, guys. Game number 5. Classic versus Shin. Who will survive to the finals already? Who will have to go through Clem to make it there? Those are our questions at the moment as we get this set up. Ready to go. Old Republic. In the bottom left of the map, we're going to start this final game of the upper bracket finals with a blue Protoss player who was down 0-2 and looking to get a 3-game sweep to bring it back and advance to the grand final. It is Classic taking on the red Zerg in the top right corner, Shin. He reverse swept MaxPax from an 0-2 deficit yesterday to a 3-2 victory. He might be facing the same thing against him now as he is going back to a drone on the map, going across the map. Drone coming over. Just going to be moving through then, so get that in position. Take a couple of moments here. Obviously, try and get this block off. The hatchery comes down at home from Shin again. Classic is slow to go across the map with a probe, so you can get the natural freely. And then Shin's going to throw this down. Well, Classic, we know not to under-respect this, as we maybe did in one of those previous games earlier. Probes will just jump. So 4, 5 workers straight away into action. There's going to be 6 probe here that could join in. No, he's happy with the 5. 5 is a good number. 5 should get rid of this before it becomes an issue, realistically. So probes just nibble through. Hatchery getting low, and now the Zealot's going to get on top of this as well. So in we go, put some damage out. Put some working. Oh, force the cancel. Drone just going to beat around the main base for a little while. Obviously not as much concern this time from Classic, and throw the Nexus down on location. Complete adjustment to what we saw in that previous game, so completely switching up his previous idea and getting back on track now. And yeah, this should kind of turn into a much more normal affair compared to what we were seeing previously. Adept will chase. Drone taking some damage. Just going to see that Adept coming through for a couple of moments. Playing the chasing game, as you would kind of expect. No surprises. Just chase around a little bit there for the moment. So trying to see what we can do. See if there's anything exciting taking place right now. Let's have the probe chasing still that drone. Enough, still active in the main base and being a little bit of an annoyance in the early stages still. Just something that obviously is there to gather information at this point, more or less. So you get to continue information gathering and all the rest of this. Drone's coming up, link speed on the way. Just having ourselves again a few moments of calm before any the storm. And probably see some storm again here from Classic this game. If we had to make a guess, that's pretty high expectation at this point, as the Oracle takes a chance to fly toward the upper right side of the map. So just going to get straight on over there. And a few drones coming out. The Queen in production. Spore on the way. Oracle still building. Queen is going to get in after the Oracle. And again, the Spore are going to return some fire. Get the Oracle back. Nexus, probes, warp gate, all of that coming through as well. Just going to have that Nexus still coming by there as well. So again, get that up and online for the moment. Third Oracle from Classic. Again, very expected sort of situation. Things really do kind of paint out the way you want them to at the moment. If you're the Protoss player, obviously Shin. Kind of intrigued what his plan is. We've seen such a variety of builds and compositions from him already. You would kind of imagine that he's likely going to be aiming for a little extra at some stage of this, just in general. And you see the Eva Chamber coming through, the drones and the Queens coming up, Twilight Council and the gates coming by, Nexus in production. Oracles go. All three of them teamed up together, which is not always the case, but obviously not afraid of any link counterattacks, so no Oracle at home just yet. Resonating Glaives on the way from Classic. Ooh, so he's going to switch it up in this game as well. Obviously, getting on a bunch of gateways. Against the melee upgrade, you're going to be seeing a lot of lings, and so then all of a sudden the Resonating Glaives is already an amazing choice, because you're going to be having your opponent build exactly what you want that Glaives to kill. So build order choice from Classic looking good currently for this game 5. Queen's just shooting, the Oracles take damage, just going to have ourselves 4 more depths warping in. The Baneling Nest from Shin would be important. A few Banes to help defend against this could be a major swing in terms of the overall results. We'll see You can do that. That's nice, catching a couple of Adepts early. You get rid of some of these Adepts straight off the bat. You get those pushed out. It's going to be a major W for you. Again, the melee upgrade still coming through. The Baneling Nest coming online shortly. The Oracles will gather together and get ourselves a couple of more Lings and Overlords and Drones all building through. I mean, Baneling Nest is ready, but we need to have Banes ready when the Adepts hit. So if the Adepts are going to arrive soon, I mean, to be fair, the Lings are kind of spotting for things, and they've not seen the Adepts move out. Now the Adepts will shade. Actually did it out of vision of Shin, but he's got a feel, and he's making the Banes. He needs to try and take minimal damage here. He doesn't have a ton of economy, so it's not like he's like 80 drones versus 60. So he needs to try and be pretty reasonable in terms of the economy. He's able to keep online through the course of this. A little revelation onto the natural initially, the Ling Bane. You want to be seen right there. Just keep an eye on that. The Adepts are going to shade out over toward the left side. Oracles, Adepts together. Just going to see a couple of activations. A couple of those Lings begin to go down. Again, Oracles and the Adepts coming through. The Adepts actually going to get in over here. A couple of these Lings already getting by. We're going to try and jump onto the Adepts right away. So Adepts still down. Fourth base just goes down apparently. So didn't really expect that. But Classic just finding a way to get Shin kind of out of position and doing a very good job of this. A few drones transferring towards the upper side. You see another hatchery into the center. More of these Oracles move down to the south, and they are going to get into position once again as well. There's a lot of Ling Bane Hydra joining up. The few Lings on that left side going to be hanging as the Adepts move around as well. Has a good amount of supply. He might be able to deny the fourth base of Classic, which at this point would definitely be a pretty big win for you. You need to do something at this stage, right? I mean, you're definitely trailing if you do nothing at all. It's kind of scary because if you commit your units in and it doesn't go well, then that's pretty much just game, and this winner bracket run is going to be over for you already. The stasis coming down, Pylon coming into place. Blink and +1 all continuing up. The rest of the Ling Bane Hydra up around the top as well. Ling's just going to take the chance here. Just going to knock through this set of rocks. Open up this space on that right side. So Shin definitely looking to try and start pushing on through. A little bit more Ling Bane Hydra coming about. We are going to see the stasis wards completing. A couple more Banes are going to start morphing in as well. I'm going to take a bit of a jump on forward. A couple stasis wards coming by. We've got Banes going to try and hit the mineral line bottom left. Only gets 3 workers so far. That stasis keeping the other Banes out of there. This feels pretty good from Classic defensively up until now. When those Banes finish, there's cannons and an Archon to deal with this. The Ling's going up to the high ground, not going to do much. Bane's going to find their way around the back. They're going to get toward the High Templar. We do blow up most of the High Templar. 2 remain. Unfortunately, one of them is the one with all of the energy still. That one goes down to the Zerglings now, as Shin is actually still very much so doing this with these Hydras on the front door. Absolutely pushing their way through this. Now jumping on the Archon. Stalker's still dying. This base is going to fall. Wow. I mean, this did not feel like it was going to happen at all for Shin. I had zero belief. Even when it was happening, it didn't even feel like it was going to be very good initially. Shin morphs a few more Banelings in. A couple of changes to get taken down. Classic is suddenly a 3-base Protoss. Didn't have the stack defense. Like, all of his stack defense was mostly up here. The stack defense lacking on the low ground is probably the big problem in the end. Because if your main fight is without the stack defense, then Shin can find some good trades. Obviously killed all the High Templar too, so resets the storm count. Well, now you got to figure out which direction you want to storm in. Okay, good movement from Classic is going to relocate this into a better position. The Banes crash through for the cannon. The High Templar is still running. These High Templar need to be careful. Hydras on the left-hand side are going to start picking them off. We have to morph the Archon as Classic is trying to scramble together at defense. I honestly can't believe it. This felt horrible for Shin, but he makes it happen. Can we just take a rewind, because that is actually ridiculous. Shin takes this down 3-2. At this point here, I mean, the High Templar still have a bunch of energy. These Banes aren't going to do anything. Blings run up into the high ground. It's just the Hydras, and the Hydras honestly do a lot. And maybe we needed another storm into some of these Hydras. I mean, we lose some of the High Templar here, and there's only one storm remaining. These Hydras over... By the way, Look at these Hydras over here are just dancing on the freaking Leote. So we've got a bunch of supply that's just AFK. Like, at this point, like, Classic just didn't have many units left, though, and... Damn. Shin, 3. Classic 2. Shin gets it done, and he advances into the grand final. For the second time ever, Shin will be a finalist in our championship game. Last time he 4-0'd Kira in the finals. This time, will he play Clem? Or will he rematch? Crazy business. Alright. Get ready to go, go, go. I've had a fun point just made out. Apparently Shin's running this bracket has been so obviously starting in the seed matches. He went 2-1, 2-1, and a 2-0, and then 3-2, 3-2. So he has had to go to like every single game, but he is going to take the grand final position, and so we are going to have a Zerg in the grand finals. Will it be versus Clem, or will it be versus Classic? A Clem Classic best of 5 lower bracket final is coming up next. We'll get this ready to go. And get that ready to start in just a few moments. So Clem versus Classic, guys. Let's have a look at the bracket and see where we stand at the moment. It is almost done. This bracket that started out, you remember on day 1 when it was like, there's a few players here and there, and it's very exciting seeing these first few rounds. And look what it has become as Shin, 3-2 over Classic, is now in the grand final. We'll play Zerg versus Terran or Protoss to try and complete this run. Shin, who got invited to the seeding groups as the best performing Zerg in WardiTV events this year, outside of players that already qualified. Crazy business. Clem now playing Classic. His TVP has looked very good. 3-1 Creator, 3-1 Hero, 3-0 MaxPax. He did lose to Hero in the seeding matches. See what happens here in a few moments' time. Let's get these videos started. Clem A, Classic B. Again, because of the higher seed, Classic will get server preference, and that will be true in the finals as well. If Clem beats Classic, Shin will have server preference in the finals also. So that is a factor to keep in mind. Guys, if you're enjoying the content, do consider supporting the channel. Subscribing, following. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Those buttons are free to press, and they help out so much. All the usual stuff. Donations right now go towards the players and the prize pool. Obviously, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. All of that helps us out. All of that does a lot. All of that is awesome. So do check all of those out. And we will go into Clem vs. Classic in a couple of moments. Videos are coming through. I'll be into this momentarily. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. Nice video. These guys are ready to play Classic once they get into this after that loss. Again, there'll be no winner bracket advantage, so no 1-0 lead or anything from Shin. But like I say, he will have server preference based on seeding, so... Need a new prediction? Absolutely. I got you. Bam. There you go. Prediction available on Twitch. Ruby Rock going to be our opening map. Alright, we're going to start getting everyone in here, guys. We'll take a moment or two just to get everyone invited and get ready to go, go, go. 2 matches remain. Clem versus Classic, winner versus Shin. Clem's readying up, but we are missing a bunch of casters still. Try and make sure we get everyone before we start. Do, 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 do. Players are ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 casters. Why have we missed one? Why have we lost one? Who did we lose? I'm not sure. Well, players are ready, so that means we go. Clem Classic on the way, guys. They did not need a break. We will take a little break after this series, like 5 minutes or so. I will say a couple of words before we get into our finals. So there'll be a little bit of downtime for whoever comes out of this series, just to take a couple of minutes before the final best of 7. In the bottom right-hand side, we are going to start off with the Red Protoss player. Man, this has been a rivalry all year. Classic, our Red Protoss has oftentimes been the one guy that could beat the Terran on the other side of the map, and that is Team Liquid's Clem. Because, yeah, there was a streak where Classic had like a 4-5 match-winning series against Clem. Obviously, that was on a previous patch. Things are different now. And Clem, in the TVP today and over the last couple of days, has shown us a lot of patience, a lot of complete and utter total belief in the later game situations. Let's see what happens as we get this opening game of our lower bracket final up and running. Who will play a best of 7 versus Shin in the finals? That's what we're asking based on the result of this series. I probe across the map to start us off. A very apt early game. A scout, believe it or not, crazy business. Crazy business for a couple of moments. Nothing too wild, really. Let's just take a couple seconds. Probe gonna nibble about for a little bit of work to see what we can get done for the moment. Orbital and the Reaper coming through. Stand that up and online. Probe just going to turn around, getting back to the low ground and out of here for the moment, so just going to move away. Let's see the probe continuing through, just going to have the factory and the reactor on the way up. SCV coming by, Command Center coming over. Again, the Adept and the Warp Gate going up with the Nexus on the way as well. Just going to see the battery coming into place. Reaper pops through. The Adept is going to shade around for the moment. Seeing the Reaper coming about, just going to see the Twilight Council coming up, a couple of probes coming through. Command Center building halfway done, starport to be built. Like I say, Clem's played a lot of passive stuff. He's not relied on the early pushes and so. I wonder what Classic's take on that is. Classic, it's so weird because Classic obviously was, in his prime of PvT this year, was absolutely kind of approaching this in a sense of like, hey, like I'm very happy defending, I'm super happy to play it like slow and steady early, and just kind of get into a very good position as we go kind of from there. But now, maybe the pressure is a little bit on Classic to kind of make things happen, to get stuff rolling early. Otherwise, if Clem gets into that later game scenario, I think it's likely going to be a very, very tricky position and situation to play from. Clem sent to the low ground. We will morph in an orbital. It's going to be 4-gate blink from Classic. So we are starting to see 4-gate blink really coming back a little bit. Now Reaper's going to die. There's the misplay from Clem, just leaving it active at the front there, not paying attention. But yeah, 4-gate blink's really coming back, and I do wonder if already that's just a case of like, hey, I really feel like I can apply a lot of pressure quickly with the you know, with the Stalkers and with that, you know, with that kind of pressure, I'm going to feel very happy about things. You see the Widowmine drop going to fly in. One Widowmine burrows. The probes start to pull. Another Widowmine burrows and burrows, re-burrows. Up, down action. Well, Widowmine shot going to go. Two of them go for 3 workers, and this medevac's going to get out alive, with one Widowmine able to come back in later. So not a bad little bit of a Widowmine drop trade from Clem in the early few moments. Still just seeing that blink on the way through from Classic will be finished very shortly. 3 Stalkers and the Sentry get back down to the low ground. Again, Blink is going to be finishing. The Stim coming through, the Engineering Bay and Barracks coming up. Stalkers will set up Hallucination into the main. Just going to be allowing us to blink straight through. That Stim's going to go down. We'll get another couple of probes here as the auto turret comes down. Just going to be seeing the Marines going to step over. Hallucination will be denied. Stim will be denied here, so we're actually going to go start that up on the other tech lab now instead. Marines step up. Just going to have ourselves Stalkers get pushed back already. And it's going to be seeing again the Viking tank Marauder continue to come through. I mean, the Stalker's obviously still poking at the front, looking for a little extra. At least it's not going to be a major delay on Stim unless we get back in here and kill the other tech lab. I just want to think Clem will have enough to kind of play a bit more defensively. This 3 racks of production continues very nicely. The Raven is just going to sit here and hang out for a couple more moments. Obviously, with the ability to pressure in over a couple of different mineral lines will be nice. A couple of biomes just coming down the low ground here. Like I say, waiting for all those bio upgrades. We got a Robo Bay on the way in from Classic, so we're just going to get that up. And with that Robo Bay available, we should be able to pick off into some tech and some Colossus. And that seems to have been really the choice as of late. Observer will see the units in this main. There's no way we can blink into that. So at the end of it all, Classic will not do too much else. Is that the Raven? Widowmine drop comes down. Back again. No, the Raven's up there, so I think that was the medevac. Dropped the mine, forcing some lost mine time, and the medevac goes down as it tries to make its way back home. Stalkers into the main base. He's going to go for the same tech lab as before, as Clem was trying to move out. He's going to lose combat shield. He will at least finish Stim. He kills a Stalker for this. But yeah, that's minus 10 HP on every Marine for another minute or so. We start the combat shield on the other tech lab as soon now as Stim completes. So no combat shield if Clem was really relying on this push. Now we come back in the main base. These Stalkers are being annoying. Tank siege is up, but that's combat shield dead again, as now 2 tech labs have gone down. The Stalkers will recall, and Clem is just going to go across the map. Note that this is not really set up to be a longer game from Clem right now. No third base or anything to kind of set up with in the long term right now. It's going to be seeing the bio coming to the bottom right. Just going to be having the Colossus in good position with some force fields as well. I think a lot of potential right here. Colossus will get rid of another couple Marines. That Raven still sticking around. Stalkers blink in. They get rid of the Raven. However, it does open a little bit more potential here. Clem's SCVs are arriving now. He's got a good army supply, but man, like the SCV, we lost a lot of units before the SCV showed up. Second Colossus just popped out. No, it's only just starting. I thought it was going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalkers blink through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs, will try and tank the best they can. Classic is down 25 army supplies still. A new tank sieging, and Classic is going to lose all of the Stalkers on the low ground as Clem's SCV pull will get the job done for Game 1 victory on Ruby Rock. Who needs the 20-minute games? If you can SCV pull it to make it happen. Combat shield, don't need it. Game number 1 goes to Clem. As we'll head to Tourmaline here for game number 2. No, we will not. It is Winter Madness. I think Classic lost because of that blink. He blinks the tank, and because he blinks onto the tank, he then leaves his Colossus exposed, and then the Stalkers are just in a horrible spot on their own as well. Zealot warp-ins get picked off before the Stalkers are behind them. Second map here will be Winter Madness, like I say. Just asking the players to pick maps 3, 4, and 5 so we can get that fixed up and sorted already if possible. Is there no advantage in the grand final coming from the winner bracket? No. No specific, like, in the grand final advantage. Your advantage is you didn't have to play an additional series or extra series in the lower bracket. We just want a clean best of 7. It's Dark's fault. Because Dark, last time in our end-of-year championship, beat Gumiho 3-0 in about 15 minutes. And I just would like just a nice clean final this time. It's a clean best of 7 to see who's the champ of the year. What's the map that's not being picked here? Cool. We're set. Oh, Clem Vito Celestial. Celestial, Tourmaline, Old Republic. It's 10k or Taito. Yes. Cool. Alright, players are ready. Sorry, just sorting out Vetoes so we can get the next games hosted up smoothly, guys. Apologies. And get ready to roll. Try the best 3 after best of 7 to win from losers bracket format. I just don't think bracket resets work in StarCraft. If you're going to do a bracket reset... Okay, say Clem gets to the grand final, right? And he wins 4-0. But then we bracket reset to a best of 3, and Shin wins 2-1. Does that feel like Shin was the better player in the grand final? Not at all. Like, I think bracket resets only work if you do back-to-back of the same series, and I think back-to-back best of 7s is silly. So, yeah, I don't love the... I don't love it. Like, if you get 4-0'd and then you 2-1 and that's it, you win the tournament, like, that's... To me, that just doesn't make sense, so... Because Shin didn't lose? Well, yeah, he lost a best of 7. He lost a best of 7, but won a best of 3. Like, just... No, honestly, StarCraft 2, I think is pretty unique. I think bracket resets are great in games where you do a best of 5, and if you reset, you do another best of 5, right? But I genuinely do think that in StarCraft 2, the problem with resetting the map, the bracket as well, is also just the fact that, like, you know, players come in with strategies for each map and so on, right? And so you're adding another layer of mind games to the entire game because you just played this map earlier, right? So if you've already played that map earlier, now you're playing it again, and I actually think that creates a worse overall series and a worse experience. So, yeah, the grand final of this one's just... I personally like a 1-0 lead, but today we're just doing a straight best of 7. The lower bracket has been grueling. Obviously, maybe not so much for Classic if he's the one that makes it back there, single series, but, like, at the end of the day, you still have to go through Clem again. To me, that's enough of a disadvantage, having to play another high-stakes best of 5. I'd rather have a championship match just be a clean best of 7. Play on the maps that were vetoed? Yeah, but then you're doing a best of 3 or something, right? Or if it's a best of 7, like, you only get 2 vetoes in a best of 7, so... And then you're making them play on terrible maps that no one wants to play on, that are super favored to one side or the other for a final series. Like, yeah, I just don't like it. I just don't love it. So yeah, I'm just going with the clean best of 7. It's the championship match. It's just going to be that. You can say it's not fair, Shin didn't lose, but, like, you know, we can point fingers. Shin got to start in the upper bracket finals because of the seeding groups, basically, you know? Like, Clem played more series, like, nothing's fair at the end of the day. So we're just going to do a clean best of 7. That's it. Plain and simple. Some people will feel very strongly otherwise. That's fine. But one thing I've learned over all my years doing StarCraft is everyone has a different opinion on what to do for finals after a double 11 bracket. Stalker going to trade onto the bunker as we set up into Winter Madness here. Stalker's just like, I'm going to get this to half HP, and Clem's like, you do you, buddy. I have this ability on the SCV called Repair. Adept will showing up. Adept is going to shade forward. A couple of depots are going to raise. Hellion on the low ground. Adept will not commit up to the high ground. Again, Blink coming through. Sentry in the gateway coming up. Probes on the way by. And 2 Marines and the medevac both coming up. Just going to be seeing the Adept. Going to be shading about a little bit. Hellion and the Marines will take the Adept down. Just going to be taking that away. Widowmine's going to join up with the medevac, and we are just going to have the Widowmine and the few Marines going across the map. When we saw this 6 Marine Widowmine drop earlier for Clem versus MaxPax, it was truly incredible. We saw some sick micro. Will we see something similar again here? Hitting before blink and being able to maybe zone the Stalkers on the high ground, for example, could be a big part of this play. Stalkers will be there. The medevac going to get deflected already, so not going to get in the position he found against MaxPax with this earlier. The Banshee and the Cloaking both continue up. The Hellion streaks across over to that right side. Medevac comes boosting around the bottom. Stalkers get in position. Just going to hold this medevac away for the moment. And again, the Hellion again pushed back up the top. Stalker's still going to be there. There's Hallucination back on the left side as well. So Hallucination just going to sit chilling. A couple Stalkers going to be here, keeping the medevac very much so at bay. It's going to see that Hallucination coming around as we just see the Marines. Going to go after the Hallucination also. The players don't complain about this. I think that's my favorite part. I think the players actually don't care, honestly. Like, I think the players just want to play StarCraft. The players are probably like, honestly, like, yeah, just one series sounds better to me. They want to play less. I think the players... I don't think anyone feels badly done to if they come from the winner bracket and they lose the best of 7. They all just say, well, I should have played better in the best of 7, you know? It's also very true. Do you like the style where the player from the winner bracket gets map ban and pick priority? Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we already have a seeding process, and it's not going to change anything in this one, but, like, given the winner bracket player server preference in Korea versus Europe is quite nice, for example. I don't know if ban pick order is necessarily a huge thing in StarCraft 2 either, especially across the course of a best of 7, but yeah. Like I said, I think the one map win is personally my favorite. I just want a clean best of 7. Straight up, I just want a clean best of 7, and that's it. I just think it's cooler. Last year's final sucked. It was a 3-0 in 15 minutes. I think there's also the only last thing I'll say before we talk only about this game is that I do think the 1-0 advantage is pretty fair, but it does still feel bad. If you lose the first game and you're already down 1-0, you lose a map and you're down 0-2, that feels very bad. You can lose one map out of the next 5 already, only. It feels like it gets out of hand very quickly, which is why for this event specifically, which is my championship, we're just doing clean best of 7, like I say. Okay, cool. All talked about. There's literally nothing else I can cover on this topic. You have +1 combat shield on the way in, as Clem is setting up in a couple of different directions. Stim already done. The Banshees here got a couple of workers overall, 1 each. For the moment, that 4th base. Right for the picking, this Observer going to get a great scout for Classic. Sees the army from Clem positioned on the right side of the map, and he responds to it, though! And as he responds to it, Clem hits the natural with this drop coming back in. Unfortunately for Clem, this was maybe not ideal still. This Widowmine going to unburrow, reburrow. There wasn't an Observer here, so I actually think the unburrow on that Widowmine is a mistake. We're actually going to come in over here, though, and Clem is going to overwhelm this position. He actually still has Widowmines available in the medevac, I believe. So yeah, he still has those to drop down. Kills the Observer. The Banshee's just flying forward to add damage output. It's crazy. He obviously killed the Obs, so the Banshees are pretty safe to kind of be out the front here for a few moments. As we're going to be seeing at this stage, Clem, pretty darn good fight. He doesn't kill the base, though, so the 4th will stay alive as he now is forced to back away. But hard to say that that wasn't just a great trade, right? Definitely a fantastic trade out initially. Let's just have now these Stalkers. Oh, going to eat some Widowmine shots. They got a medevac. Running away here does not feel fun. We don't have any splash to stop this retreat at the moment. The Colossus is on the way. That's the first Colossus of the game. This next wave from Clem looking powerful, but at the same time, enough Zealots should be able to hold this off. And Clem will just start to take his 3rd base behind this. Adding on a Liberator, a little bit more Marine Marauder coming through. We do see the Prism taking the opportunity to move up that right-hand side towards the upper right corner. potentially in toward the natural as we have our scan coming down. The bio unit still gathering together. Just going to get rid of the observer already as well. Well, the Prism's going to arrive in the main base in a couple of moments. Just going to get that straight in over here. So, going to drop in. A couple of Zealots coming straight down. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack and the Thermal Lands all coming about. A couple of Widow Mines going off as we are going to see Zealot Stalker on the left-hand side. Classic going to push in. This one's not going to do too much else, it seems like. These Zealots are going to get mined, and then they're going to be a little bit weaker. There's only one Colossus here, so it's not a ton of splash available against the Bioforce. We do warp in Zealots to the main base, and the Liberator will siege up to help with this. There's a lot of Bio here. This honestly feels like a bit more of a donation of Zealots than Classic would have liked it to have been. The only positive is that a lot of the Bio is in the main base, which means that this group of units is obviously not going to get overwhelmed, but honestly, Clem kind of holds this off very comfortably as well. Pushes Classic back down that left-hand side. Does not let him get back in position there. The Bio army is going to regroup. Those medevacs coming over. And Armory Engineering Bay both coming through. Concussive Shells currently halfway done. We'll load up the Prism. A few units inside. Disruptor and Extended Thermal Lands continue to come by. Medevac will get over to the right as the Stalkers will take out a Widow Mine. Medevac will come through for a couple of moments as well. Stalkers get back up into the middle of the map here currently. So, where do we go from this? I mean, Classic double expanding in the top right. He's just trying to get all the bases available possible. Oh, here's our favorite little move again. The Liberator position that's hard to get rid of with the Medevac for vision. Yep, I mean, this needs patching. I don't know how we edit the map, but we need to edit the map. This does not feel fun. These positions are not really meant to be. As that's just straight up the 4th base. Denied mineral mining-wise. Clem, just going to abuse it. Can't blame him for the abuses. Classic misses the Disruptor shot. Like, it was on the army, and he didn't react to the movement of Clem. I mean, at least Classic can mine the top right instead, so that's okay for now. Vikings are going to get rid of the Prism, no warp in, so just the few Zealots dropping, very manageable. So Clem stays on top of that at the moment, as we are going to see Classic will warp in Zealots here, but they're going to walk right into a Bio army if they just go straight away. Classic's army comp sucks. Honestly, like 2 Colossus, 3 Disruptors, this feels terrible. Especially with how Clem's played against Disruptors already today, based on what we saw against MaxPax. I might sound a little Terran biased, but I honestly just... The way Clem played earlier, right now, based on where Classic is at, I don't think he has a chance with this current army comp. Oh, just with where this game is going in general, I suppose. That's the Phoenix, by the way, so the Liberator will go down. That's just what you need to deny this position. So Clem forces basically a response to this. I wonder if that's going to make Winter Madness like a Phoenix or a Stargate opener map, so you just have the Stargate available already to deal with this, because, like I say, that's very annoying to deal with. It's so much damage value for so little as the Terran. Well, Classic pushing to the upper left-hand side. Let's see if we can take some good fights, guys. Like I say, I'm not a believer, but that's the best part of StarCraft 2. Sometimes the players can micro in a way that make you believe, right? I'm not a believer beforehand, looking for Classic to change my opinion, as... One thing I will say is that this main base has been pretty open for the Prism. It's been denied a couple times over nicely, but it still has found its way back in each time, right? So, oh, that Disruptor shot hits big. Clem stepping back into it for a moment, not ideal. Prism will go down to the Viking. We are going to try and warp in a little bit more, but I was going to say, I think that's not going to be worth it. There's actually a lot of responsive units already there, as the Viking will get rid of said Prism. Now Classic pulling back down the bottom, back through the center for a couple of moments. So it's going to reposition back over here. 3-2 coming up. Couple command centers on the way. Classic swings over to the far left-hand side. We've seen the couple of Zealots. Going to go after the missile turret. Just going to see the Bio coming in. Getting rid of a Zealot or so as well. Just going to be seeing another Disruptor shot. Going to try and land. Widow Mine gets picked off again. Clem's still doing a good job defensively around the map. We will see the rest of this Protoss army back down to the south. The Viking Bio Ghost Force going to come chasing along also. The Bio in the upper right gets the cleanup. And we're going to see a few more Zealots and Stalkers warping in as the army of Clem still settles. Moving into the center. Classic still holding that map control. Bases all over. The question that was kind of here earlier for Clem was kind of getting that 5th base. And if he can get that 5th base up, that's why he really did feel like absolute comfort. And like nothing would really ever stop him. How do you get a 5th base here on Winter Madness? Definitely one of the trickier maps to get a 5th base on is Classic. Tries to disrupt his way through. Gets the Mothership. Didn't see much Mothershipping from MaxPax earlier, so that's at least a little bit of an intriguing addition. We are starting air upgrades as well. So I do think there's a little bit more of an opportunity here from Classic to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to start moving in toward a little bit more of an air army at some stage of this. He's going to start a carrier. He's going to say, cool, you know what? I've got the map. As I trade out, I'm going to start building what is, in theory, a better, higher-tech army that has just not been on the mind of the other Protoss players. Hero, MaxPax refusing to do this and would rather just stick on this army comp that they've had to try and keep Clem back on bases and to try and keep on trading. We'll see now whether this different approach from Classic may be the solution to what has been just some very difficult later game scenarios for Clem to figure out. So let's on the left side getting chased away. Clem still splitting nicely, like I say. 5th command center is going to be an interesting question. You've got to imagine it comes in here, but then you're defending this low ground, which is still very choked up. But then you're not working with the ramps, at least defensively, like you have been before now. So Phoenix goes down. So this little denial of the Liberator unit is going to get picked away at. Classic with 6,000 minerals banked, by the way, so money is through the roof for him as of right now. I think Clem's bank is good as well, 2k, 1k. Obviously not like 6,000 minerals, but both players basically can rebuild here. The only thing for Classic is a little bit of lacking gas. Maybe make sure those assimilators are taken around the map. It should be good. Like I say, I do think Clem has an issue of just these carriers, especially if he doesn't know about them. He needs to figure out that that's the case, and if you can figure that out, that would be some great info to work with. As the bio gets rid of a couple zealots in the center, we scan around to keep an eye on everything for the moment. You can see the Mothership trying to make a play, but it gets caught. Oh, it time warps itself to safety. May still be able to try and make a play. We're going to have to recall the Mothership. Oh no! Oh no! We just recalled the Mothership to the base that the Terran army is still on. Classic with the Mothership fail. If this thing still costs 400, then that would have been the definition of a 400 Mothership. Minus, of course, in front of those 400s. That was not it. As the bio will take an attempt to the upper right-hand side. Nogna's Nexus down. What a disaster for Classic. As a cool play gets denied, and then he blunders the retrieval on the Mothership as well. Now he dives these disruptors. Clem is going to survive through one disruptor shot from the bottom side. The carriers start to show up. Clem builds 5 Vikings at a time. He is across the map, by the way, with everything else. This Mothership is just being kind of a symbolism for Classic's game. He blunders it, and now the entire game is going to go against him as Clem is just across the map, and he is furiously pushing into these locations. We have High Templar that are going to start storming for the first storms of the game, I believe, even. I mean, Classic needs to get everything back and joined back together. There goes our Temple Archives. There go our Robo facilities. So tech units just going down. This Nexus is going to fall as well. We're just going to load up on mass, escape with what we can. 1, 2 full medevacs go down. So Classic gets some value at the very end, at the very least. A little bit being cleaned up there. Now the rest of this carrier Stalker Force over to the left side. Bio gathering. Medevacs ready to unload in the center. Additional Ghost Vikings, everything still building through. The missile turret squad will set up on the far left side. Classic rebuilds, but at this point your rebuild is going to be, well, he's still building a lot of carriers. I think my issue for Classic now is like he's only on carriers. I like these carriers as like an addition. I don't know if I like them as the army, right? And that's kind of what we're at now, where these carriers are the be-all and end-all, and if they don't win the game, nothing will. I think that puts a little bit too much pressure on them, and I just don't think they're going to be able to do much about it. Carrier still producing through. Probes in the upper right, mining away. Top right base is alive, if damaged. Resources lost in this game, 10.7 to 17.5. So you can see that Clem has already established a pretty good precedent for being able to trade well across the course of this series. Across the course of this game, I should say. Here on Winter Madness, the Bio, the Ghost, the Viking coming over the right side. Going to drop another scan down over in this direction. The carrier's going to move through. Going to put ourselves in a position as... just EMP to stop the recall on this base. Classic's army's nearby. As Clem actually being able to step forward and just deny base is huge. Not enough Stalkers to stop the Vikings either. Bam, bam. 2 carriers back-to-back just going straight down there. Clem continues his upgrades to protect his Vikings as well as... Uh-oh, these probes ran to that assimilator, so a lot of these probes are now going to get caught as they ran to the upper corner. Some are just running back to this base as well. Destined to die. And Classic, 3k minerals, no gas banked. is running into pretty much an impossible situation right now where I just do not think we're going to be able to find an answer to this army of Clem at this point. The ghosts, the bio units coming over to the left-hand side. Carrier still building through. +1 vehicle plating, the +3 ship weapons coming online. Our missile turrets will continue to build. Army heads down the right side. Just going to be seeing the carriers. And so, gathering up. The Vikings will join in here. Bio units will step through. A Stalker going to get jumped on, taking that out. Mothership preemptively cloaks. Don't think that's going to change anything as we do try and come forward with the Stalkers to try and deny the Vikings. Time warp where the Vikings were, but no longer. Stalker's going to blink underneath. There's nothing to threaten the Bio Army. We're just going to kite away, as Clem will just get value as he kites, basically, at this point in time. I actually feel like you could just turn into this. I mean, I get you're trying to stay away from the High Templar, maybe, but I actually don't think you need to run as much as you've been running. I felt like the Vikings at least could have maybe turned a bit more. Felt like with the Stalkers blinking through, there would have been an opportunity there as well. At this point, the Vikings aren't one-shotting the carriers anymore, but we're also building 8 new Vikings at once. Classic does kind of push through. All of his money used to rebuild, and he's got a 20 army supply lead, so Classic may actually have an army that has a chance at this. Like, he's kind of actually doing it a little bit. 10k resource loss difference, he's out of money. That is the biggest issue. Only 50 probes. He has bases all over, but only 50 workers. Clem floating a command center to become a base 6 right now will be absolutely huge for him. The missile turret line. You think you can kill him with carriers? He will just run back here if he needs to. So Clem has kind of a backup plan as well. I mean, maybe you can work your way around that to some extent. Clem gets the SEVs up here. Classic has no intention of denying this base right now. He's fully focused on his main army in this big major shove. 150 army supply of Classic works its way into the upper left-hand side. We do see a couple snipers coming down. Interceptors flying through. The orbital command in some trouble. Couple missile turrets falling. The Vikings are still putting damage in. Carriers getting knocked away quickly and brutally. Interceptor still getting picked away at. One more storm coming down. Not quite going to land just yet. Clem just has to be careful, right? This fight can determine a lot. Clem's got a bit of money banked up, but obviously can't rebuild the entire army if he blunders it away. So you've got to be very cautious about how this fight takes place. Classic gets rid of that location. The thing is, I don't think this location matters as much as this location. So I get why Classic's attacking over here. Like, it felt like that was the direction to maybe take advantage of initially, but now I feel like the opportunity is already kind of slipping away from him a little bit even. And this position is not quite what he wanted to be. The Vikings are hunting again. That Mothership seems like a pretty nice target, but the storms will come down to protect. The Ghost's going to try and lead to get rid of those storms with the EMPs. A couple of observers going down. EMP onto this army. A bunch of the High Templar in the front go down. No energy left on those. Stalkers blink forward because they want to get after the Vikings. The Vikings want to get after the carriers. They're going to get a pretty good amount done. The Archons are doing a lot of work on the Vikings as well. That's where the splash damage is coming from. Stalker's still blinking through to chase. Clem is going to keep running. More Marauders coming up, a few more Vikings as well. Classic decides to rebuild the Mothership right here. So Mothership building off the main Nexus is going to be the choice. The rest, the Stalker, Carrier, Colossus, Archon Force rotates around to the left side of the map. Missile turrets in position. Classic pulls back down to the bottom. Fire gets rid of the Nexus, and I mean, at this point, these bases aren't even really mining, so more than anything, clearing up these bases frees you to kind of just float his command center over if you get the opportunity, and maybe mine if Classic is still not paying attention over here. Nexus will go down both those locations. Resources lost now are still about a 10,000 difference. The last couple of fights have been pretty even. It's a little bit more of a ground army again here from Classic, and I wonder if Clem maybe has a few too many Vikings for that. I do like the Liberators, right? That's going to be a big, major help. Classic is going to find this location that we've just talked about being very important. The Vikings start to fly over there. Remember that they're actually being chased by SCVs that are wanting to repair them at this point in time. Classic still has some money mining from the bottom left of the map, as Clem also... Clem has a lot of money, realistically. SCVs will get back to repairing, and the efficiency on those Viking repairs is massive. All that splash damage that we took, a few shots of Archons, just don't really matter all that much. It's just taking a long time because there's a lot of different Vikings to repair. Clem scans the bottom left, gets a read on what the economy of Classic looks like at this point. I mean, this base is fresh, but doesn't even have that many probes on it, and that's kind of a summary of Classic's game state, right? 58 workers. I mean, it's not no workers. Is he oversaturated anywhere? No? Kind of surprised that bottom left doesn't have base on it. I guess 11... 1735 or so, plus gases. I guess it's not so crazy. Just thought we'd see a couple more on this bottom left side. Clem sets up Liberator, is going to try and hold this forward position of an expansion right here, so setting up for that. A couple High Templar lingering in the center, figuring if they can get anywhere in particular. Step through, a couple EMPs onto the Archons in the front. The Stalker's coming forward. The Disruptor will not reach. Okay, he'll hit the Ghost. Oh, we saved the Ghost with the Medevac because Clem's cool like that. We are going to hit the EMPs down. The Vikings need to be careful. Those Stalkers getting underneath as well. Got to respect those. The Liberator's putting the work in. High Templars from the left-hand side going to get EMP'd. Clem saw them coming from a mile off. Shuts that down. Mothership will go next. So there goes that spell casting. The few carriers probably not going to make much of a difference here. The ground army of Classic will try and remain strong as we get rid of everything that the Vikings can get rid of. Now they could land to help out, but Classic says you don't need to. I will say GG, and Clem will take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Clem's control is nuts. Like, it really is. And, like, just picking up, like, the Ghost when it disruptors, it's like, it's a single Ghost, man. Just let it take a disruptor charge. It doesn't even die, you know? He's like, no, I will micro that perfectly, just to add to the impressiveness of what I'm doing. Well, from a mothership on the map to a mothership as the map for Game 3, Classic down 0-2 and looking to bring it back. His server preference, at least for Game 3. Let's see if it works. And he gets into mothership to try and equalize a map, at least in this series. Obviously down heavily overall, though. People around. Wait, give our players a moment or two to jump in. Wardy impressed. I mean, the thing is, it's like, I get it. Like, I do think right now the Terran army in that state of the game is very strong. But we're also not seeing games like this constantly. We're seeing Clem play like this against the best Protoss players in the world. And whenever other people try and do this, like, there's mistakes. They eat a storm. It's not just the large armies, it's the defense all game against the Zealots and the run-bys and the Prism. He's playing a super solid game plan. Like, he clearly knows what he wants to do. He's seen a lot of success with it. And it's just, he has the confidence to execute so consistently in the late game that he's able to play for that position. And I think that is the real power of Clem in these games compared to the power of some of the other Terran players that we've been seeing. So, yeah, that's crazy. Guys, thanks so much for watching. We didn't quite break 3K viewers on the Twitch there, but we are over 1,000 on YouTube. So we overall added up, we just broke 4,000 viewers, which is pretty darn crazy. Classic joins the lobby, took a moment to just take a second after that game and reset a little bit as he now comes back in and says go, go. Waiting for Clem to give us the ready to go into a game number 3 of this series. Just confirm to Clem that we're waiting specifically on him right now. Ready in GLHF. Let's get it going. Play like Clem or play like Cyril and you can win at SC2. It's a good strategy. It's nice nowadays that you can pick 2 different players to play like and win, you know. Only then Protoss players could figure out. Classic was really the Protoss guy for a while. I mean, Classic has been the Protoss of this year. Second place at the World Championship, right, is pretty much a statement. Obviously beat Clem in that quarterfinal to move through to the semis in that bracket as well. Again, that was a different patch and a different time, especially in this matchup, especially in TVP. Things have 100% changed since then. As what's up, Pardamore? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub coming in at the start of this game. I'll get you on the tree as well after. Our third map here is in the top right-hand side. Our red Terran player repping Team Liquid. This is Clem. Takes on in the top left-hand side. The blue Protoss player, we have ourselves Classic. Game 3, best of 5 series. Clem a map away from the grand finals. Got knocked down to this lower bracket by Reynor in his first match of the bracket. And now made the lower bracket run. Clem's lower bracket run is pretty sick as well. Like, you lose to Reynor 2-3, and then in the lower bracket you go 3-1 Rogue, 3-1 Creator, 3-1 Hero, 3-0 MaxPax, 3-2 Rainor. And then, you know, versus Classic in this lower bracket final. Like, that is a run. If you come out the other side of this alive and swinging still. That's pretty crazy. I have a Cybercore coming up. We take a few moments just to settle in, get away from the excitement of games coming to a close and so on. We've seen our Stalker Chrono boosting, Warp Gate coming up. Let's have ourselves the Reaper Scout going to the bottom right. Sees no Protoss there, so we know this is going to be played across the top of the map for the foreseeable future. Reaper coming in, just going to get a probe, just going to see the Twilight Council, the Adept, the Warp Gate, all of that coming around for a couple of moments, so take a little bit of time to get ourselves set up. Let's have again the Blink coming about, the Warp Gate coming through. Following this Reaper, as we do have Classic opting for the Twilight Council and the Blink once again. Hellion gets to the center, just going to be seeing the Reaper pulling back around to the middle, so Reaper and Hellion both will combine to try and push up a little bit. Lose this Reaper, Stalker is able to get that KO, so able to get a grab. Nice, solid action for the moment. Hellion back to the bottom of the map. Again, Warp Gate and the Blink coming through. Widowmine, SCVs, Marine, and the Medevac. All in production as well, so we bring all of this up and running. Like I say, waiting a little bit to see what our next game gives us. Classic. Again, I did like the carriers. To be fair, he was actually trading pretty well with the carriers for a while as well. He did a lot better than I thought he was going to with the carriers at first. Like, I thought the carriers had potential, and then he actually really took some good trades. If he could have kept a little bit more of his economy alive, might have been all we needed to kind of see this overall kind of playing into a little bit of a different manner, a little bit of a different situation perhaps, but Robo Facility coming up, Blink on the way, a couple of probies coming about as well. You see this medevac of 2 Widow Mines heading through the top and in towards the main base in the next couple of moments. One more Stalker opening already on the main base as well. Texas on the left side will just settle. And yeah, medevac will just sit there. Again, Stimpack coming through, the Raven on the way up, adding in another barracks, going to be 3 racks in total. And this medevac is going to be in the upper left, just chilling out for a couple of moments. Stalkers sending themselves out to the front. We do have the charge coming up, the gates coming through. Nexus coming by, Stimpack in the +1, will continue to produce on in right here. Just going to see another pick off on the hot car. And look at Classic go. He's going to choose to go straight into extra gates to get that charge going. And we'll see how aggressive he plays overall with this. We'll see if he drops into any other tech as well. I've got the Robo Facilities. The Robo Bay follow-up is very much so on the table. And in fact, just sits waiting. I mean, 2 Stalkers hanging back. So there is a defense available there. Clem pulling quite far back with this group of bio units into the main. It's scary because you blink in here, bam, Stim's gone. So you got to be a little cautious. That's what Clem preps for the most as the medevac tries to get in, but the Stalkers will say no. So again, the Widow Mine drop at least doesn't do much, but that does still keep, you know, Stalkers back on this side. It's less Stalkers available to be out on the map. Classic's going to switch it up. He's going to go Templar Archives in this game, so he's going to try and go via the Storm. That's going to be his plan of action as the Forge comes up. Gets that on the way through. All SCVs mining up on the refineries currently. Medevac loads, just going to boost through that left-hand side, or through the top side, I should say. Classic doesn't have vision over there. It looks like Clem probably just wants to try and get a catch on these stalkers, or he's just happy walking across the map as well. Kind of forgot to lift the rest of the units up. There is an observer here, so Classic does get a heads up on these Medevacs if Clem goes in that direction still. Classic's army goes to position down to the bottom of the third base. We'll see this now. No recall available into the main, but he will be able to warp into Zealots. Clem is going to boost through. 2 Zealots and the Stalker. And he gets 2 more Zealots warped in as well. So Clem will just kind of stand and trade. We drop a feedback down. High Templar is going to be in trouble. That will die. And then the rest of the units start to show up. Clem using this as a chance to move onto the map. Have to leave a couple units behind. Couldn't quite get the lift. Everything else moving into the middle. 2 Medevacs to support this. Looks like we're going to try and ping down to the bottom side of the map. As again, Clem, with this sort of move, is going to be able to try and keep Classic from completely repositioning against this. Bio just going to try and get in after the Stalker. A good storm. Going to hit a few of the Bio units as well. Another Widow Mine goes off. Just going to be seeing the Zealot being cleaned up. We have the Nexus in the bottom left from Classic gathering. And again, a couple more Zealots warping in at the moment. Ghost Academy coming through. The Barracks on the way. I'm just going to be seeing that Bio force will still collect together from Clem for a couple more moments. The Zealots, the Stalkers, the High Templars. Moving around to the bottom side, Clem around the top. Again, Marauders, the Medevacs, everything. Looking for an opportunity to come across through the top side. Widow Mine shot goes on a Stalker. The couple of Zealots are going to be there as well. And Clem will be looking for the chance to potentially make a move back on the top. I mean, he's just splitting armies right now. It's been a hot second since we've seen Terrans. Like, you know, especially Clem feeling the want to kind of be on the map and splitting armies. What he is going to benefit from this is obviously a slower 4th base from Classic. What he's going to, be in a very bad position because of is he just doesn't have units at home to deal with the Zealots. So this Prism play is going to be very effective. We're going to see 8-9 workers going down already. Now Classic moving on the map to try and take advantage of the rest of this. And Clem, he's going to just about get back to clean up there. These units are still here, and I don't think Classic respects that. He just warped in as well, so Classic could actually take a lot of damage here. As he's killed 16 SCVs, but I really think Clem is looking to get a lot done on that left side base. He's going to stim right in. He doesn't have an EMP or anything, but he can run straight through. Probes start to go down. Classic didn't respond quickly. Now going to drop the recall. That brings Classic back home. Clem just going to load, leave, get out of there. Stalkers will blink just for the Marauder. He gets 8 probes in return. Clem's base can relocate to the 3rd, so you can reestablish this. Yeah, this double drop on the bottom side was scary for Classic, as he only just now starts up the 4th base. So again, Classic is very late to get to base 4 at the moment. Drop in toward the main base. Just going to see the rest of the Zealot Stalker coming back around once again. Just going to pull back over. Just going to see double order turret coming down. A few of the probes being picked away at. Just going to see the battery coming about also here. Going to see the rest of the Bio coming around the bottom. Going to get in position. The rest of the Bio and the Ghost coming up to the top side. We are going to see double Colossus producing. Storm drop on the right, is actually going to be the culprit of 9 SCVs, 10 SCV losses. Again, Clem is back to splitting up, and he might be able to make a play for this base. He's going to start by running in over here. He'll turn and just try and make the most of this, because I think these units are in trouble. The Medevac is actually going to try and make a getaway. Does get rid of the 4th, so that goes down. Was that a kill? No, it was a cancel. So Classic gets the cancel off at least. New Colossus will be an answer to these Marines. Man, this is going to keep on being a scrappy game so far, because obviously Classic and Clem are both kind of very limited on their economy compared to what we've seen before. This Medevac has no real good place to go. Air blockers will just say no. There's not really meant to be dead airspace on this map, and this Medevac will just try and unload a little extra. Stalker's blink. It goes down. Clem already forgot about it. He moved on. There's the Raven over here still as well. Has 109 army supply of Classic to sits to 100 army supply of Clem's currently. 3 bases set up across this upper right-hand side. As everything joins together. Just going to see the army into the center. Just going to be seeing the Zealots still moving across. Just going to be seeing +2/+1 coming by. Nexus onto the bottom side. It's a different location, but I mean, that's really far out there, and that's definitely a position Clem's been on recently with drops and so that has a potential to just be denied. Classic's army does look good, though, doesn't it? Clem sees the warp in there, so he actually gets a little bit of a heads up that this army is here, but Classic also sees this force. Pulling forward for a medevac. Clem tries to kite, gets a stalker. He's going to recollect himself right now. 4 Vikings on the way. He doesn't have a lot of Vikings. Okay, he actually does. He has 6 already, so 4 more puts him to 10. It's actually not a bad number. High Templars in the Prism. That would be a great thing to get rid of initially with the Vikings if we can. First Storm coming down. Storm up to the top side. Few Zealots going to go running through, but the bunker there is going to help. Classic's kind of walking on his own storms after a couple of EMPs came down already. One more High Templar going to zone Clem right back in behind his orbital command. Clem has a few Vikings coming through. He's going to be able to get on the Prism, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. I mean, this warp-in will finish, but then the Prism will go down. Clem only lost 5 SCVs thus far as Classic is going to sit here. An EMP or 2 coming down. We still have High Templars available with Storm Energy. This Bio Army has nowhere to run to, so the Storms are going to be starting to be guaranteed damage. Clem tries to figure out a split. Classic's kind of walking into the Storms, but we've also lost 20 S6 SCVs already. Now Clem reinforcements come from the top side. A few Vikings there as well. I mean, the end of this from Clem is going to be a cleanup perhaps, but even if he cleans up, he's lost so many workers. GG will be called. And this very weird game, which was very scrappy back and forth and feisty, does end up going the way of Classic, and we will get a game back in this series. Classic will stand up and strong against this for now. Alrighty, I'll get a couple of people on the tree. Speed Racer, thank you for the 69-month resub. Steadfast on the resub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you. As we get ready for a game 4, our map will be Taito Citadel. As Classic tries to get this series to a game 5. All right. Get everyone into position. Drag everyone about. Give it a moment. A couple people on the tree when we count down. Yeah, what's up, Droidosis? Droidosis. Thank you so much for the sub as well. I'll have to get you on the tree after this next game because I'm going to put these guys on the tree. The players are ready. So I'll get you on the tree after this next game. Thank you so much, Speed Racer, Steadfast, and Pardamore. We'll get you guys on the tree right now. I'm going to stand up and put you guys on. Thank you again, Droidosis. Fresh sub. Love to see it. Thank you for supporting the StarCraft and the content and everything. I appreciate you. In the bottom right-hand corner, finding a way to get a game back in this matchup. It is going to be our red Protoss player. This is Classic. And the top left, our blue Terran is going to be Clem from Team Liquid. Game 4 of our series. Balance Winers in shambles. Clem lost a map. It's incredible. It's impossible for him to lose, they say. No, he only lost because he made mistakes, they say. What do you guys think happens a lot of the time when people lose? Usually mistakes. Do you guys think Classic shouldn't lose if he makes mistakes? Yeah. Just gonna ban... straight up, guys, I'm not messing around. I'm just gonna ban you if I see you balance whining, because I actually read it, and it annoys me that I have to read stupid things, and I've got too many viewers to respond to it, so... You know, I will just ban you straight up today, because if I can't respond to it and make fun of you for being dumb, then I'm just going to ban it. So I will just let you guys know that. And I don't do unbans, so balance wine with your own risk in mind. Jokes on you, you assume I'm thinking. That's why they get me. Ay. Probe coming back down to the bottom right. Factory and the Reaper coming through. Cybercore and Nexus on the way as we get going on Tyto Citadel for map 4 of this series. Again, Factory coming about. Reaper on the way. Warp Gate coming up. Going to be seeing the little battery down on the natural. That was a really weird game, like I say. Like, Classic was held back to a 3-base setup for so long. Clem took a... Like, it's weird because Clem denied Classic's bases really nicely, but in doing so, he gave Classic the chance to deal damage. Like, that split push of Clem opened the door to the Zealot counterattacks and the Zealot run-bys, right? And that's what kept Clem away from kind of being comfortable. And we've seen Clem defend against those things very well, while letting the Protoss freely expand. What's funny is, obviously, we know Clem's very good in that later stage of the game, and so it's almost better for Clem to just freely let the Protoss freely expand and go later, because he's going to guarantee he doesn't end up taking a weird position in the game, losing a bunch himself. So, kind of a funny kind of sequence of events and kind of eventualities on that. As we do have the two Reapers and Hellion joined together just on that central position, so it's going to get that set up. Do you see the Hellion is going to come down with everything else? So 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, a few more units than we've seen before. Potential for some damage here. Reapers could jump in the main, take some units out of position, and the Hellions running at the front. We'll see. There are going to be there is the Adept already in position. Shades backwards, so Classic begins to get that defense ready. Hellions will dive the natural. The Reapers will just trade for the Adept. We are going to lose... Yeah, we're going to lose 1 Reaper, now 1 Hellion, as we actually end up just diving straight to the main, and probes will go down here, so Clem... Oh, needs to keep the target fire going, though. Hellion needs to shoot on the probes again. That's where a lot of your splash damage comes from. That's going to add this up. Only 2 workers going down. So 2 probes, 1 Adept, but 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers. I don't think Clem is going to be super chuffed with this. Definitely felt like more potential. If that Hellion got another shot or 2 in the mineral line and a few more probes go low, then it's much more easier target firing available for the Reaper at that point. So Classic gets a good defense initially. Now the Widow Mine drop coming across the map, heading down to this bottom right-hand side. See that Nexus, that pylon both coming into place. The Medivac is going to take a boost. 2 Stalker as extra warping in. We will see Blink finishing soon. The Widow Mine just the Medivac just commits to get these Widow Mines burrowed. That first connection is going to be good, by the way. 3 probes go down initially, retargeting here to try and maximize value from this Widow Mine. Retargets a couple more times. Oh my god, found another target to the top. Just for another second or so of lost mining time. Clem gets 4 workers on the Widow Mine drop. Obviously, everything dies. But there was a lot of lost mining time as well, and Classic did not manage to clean up as cleanly as he wanted. As Clem made the right choice just to dive in with that Medivac and to try and get more done. So, great retargeting. I mean, nice for Classic to get rid of the Medivac so quickly. It's just, the mine still got in position and he didn't have a quick enough response. Just, it's so annoying when it's like 1 probe you didn't pull because it's in the gas, then becomes the reason that mine is still not cleaned up. And obviously, could have split better on that right side Widow Mine. That would have made this a whole lot less effective as well. Nice play with the Stalkers in position to put some damage on the Raven early. It's going to make it a lot tougher for the Raven to drop auto turrets into these mineral lines, so that's a good bit of positioning from Classic straight away. Adept is going to wander into bunker range. As Clem pretty safe at home. Classic not moving on the map at all to try and do anything to Clem here. Clem has 1 tank back defensively, but yeah, without any Stalkers on the map, Clem is going to be feeling very, very safe about the current setup of things so far. Storm, charge, gateways. A lot of that continuing through. The High Templar in the main base getting some energy to ensure it has feedbacks and potentially Storm available when Storm is complete. So that Storm on the way. Charge still building. Fire just comes back through. Again, all the upgrades coming about. Command Cinder on the way. The Marine Marauder producing by. A couple of probes get back onto that right side 3rd base mineral line as the few Stalkers here. Going to move over to the left as well. Just going to pull those right over in that direction. That Observer still coming up and online. And our Stalkers. Full position once again. Still having the bio units gathering up. The siege tanks settling. Stalkers will be in position over here. Again, the Prism coming about. Fortunately, gates coming through. Alon in the main base as the High Templar steps up the right side. A couple of Zealots will warp in. Double drop from Clem loads up and moves on the map. To be fair, Classic's been so passive, then Clem can kind of step up. He does this a lot, to be fair, trying to catch any units that are out. There is the Watchtower, of course, and Classic does hold this, so he will see the double drop if Clem moves further forward than what he has done so far. As Clem steps up, gets rid of the Observer, and now Classic does not quite know what Clem is doing. Is he approaching me? Is he hanging back? What is the current situation of things? He does take the Watchtower as well, so now Classic really is blind. His information will currently come from 2 High Templar in the Prism on the other side. They're going to drop in for a Storm Drop, looking to try and get some worker damage done. Getting right over to this left-hand side, so 2 High Templars available. Looking for the chance to get a bunch of damage. And to be fair, Clem's not doing anything else, so these will have potential as the storms come down. First storm, second storm, pretty quick pull away. 4 SCVs only going down. Ooh. Got another storm off toward the Marines that were running forward. The Prism is going to be nice and safe, though. It gets away. And 5 SCVs killed, a bit of mining time denied. Classic do put some pressure onto Clem there. As Clem has, well, 3 bases, fully set up now. Just wondering what his next step is. I guess armor upgrade, engineering bay 2 and an armory. Classic going for a little bit of everything. Look at this, robo facility, number 2, robo bay coming up, and the Stargate already coming down. So, I wonder if Classic just says, you know what, I'm not going to pressure much on the map from here. I just want to prioritize getting into my next stage of the game already, which is going to be, especially the Stargate, for example, and that fleet beacon for the later stage of the game could be a huge factor. Definitely think that is a big possibility at the moment as the Zealot joins up with everything else. The Prism overhead gathering as well. Put a couple High Templars in, looking for some initial storms. Clem will see the Prism coming through, drops a stim quickly. Prism didn't even get a chance to unload there. Clem was in position and ready to say no. And of course, Clem going into Ghost quickly this game because of everything else. The Marines across the map, the 8 Marine drop, ineffective a couple of times today just because I feel like Protoss are so used to Terrans not dropping. Like, it's become such a factor that Terrans just don't need to drop because you need to either stay with everything on the other side of the map to stay safe and defensive. But in this case, actually, Clem's been dropping a fair amount. I feel like it's caught Protoss players off guard as they're just like, oh, I'm not used to leaving defense at home or thinking about defense at home lately. And like I say, it kind of makes sense. Terrans are usually so afraid of being attacked into and broken down, they leave everything at home. They don't think they can get much done with the drops. So that's maybe set a precedent for the Protoss to be underdefended, and hence Clem, so far today, definitely seems to be taking advantage of that a little. Because I'm just coming here, double storm is going to be nice. It's going to be 5 SCVs go down very quickly. The Marines are going to stim back out after that Prism, so again, chasing through the top. Trying to make sure that that does end up being pushed away currently. 1-1 upgrades, thanks to the thermal lance all building through. That Robo Bay ticking along, double Colossus production. Clem currently, I believe, doesn't have Vikings. He has 2, so something he needs to get into for the later stage of this. Make sure you have some. I mean, we're going to be 4 Colossus with no Vikings on the field. And Clem does have defensive tanks set up, but it is a bit scary. There's the armory and engineering bay number 2 now. It's going to be late, though. I mean, +1 armor is already finished, so Clem's going to be a little bit slow to get to his 2-2 upgrades compared to what it maybe could have been. And as both players max out, it does feel like Classic has options in this Game 4. Feels like he's played for the later stage himself. I kind of like where he's getting to. Throws a next and 8 additional gates down, so he is powering up to warp in and rebuild, get that economy online, and then bam. He's going to have all of the reproduction necessary so far. Seems to be the game plan. And Prism speed coming up, +2 attack, +1 armor coming in. Zealot Stalker Colossus. Take a chance to move forward here. A couple of Bayous going to have to stim back. The Zealots will start to take some damage. A few more Bayous will stim through. A couple of Storms coming into place. The Zealots taking big shots. Cancels up a command center, or kills a command center there. I think it was a command center. Classic. It's starting to take a lot of hits. We do see the Vikings would love to get rid of some of these low HP Colossus. That one steps forward. It goes down. Another Storm coming into place. I'm lost 14 SCVs already. There's so many low HP SCVs right now. If this army steps forward again, a lot more of those SCVs will die. Classic uses what I think is his final storm toward the army. The SCVs somehow don't go down to that storm as I thought they pulled through it. One more Vikings on the way. Classic rebuilds with a bunch of Zealots. One more storm available. Apparently we're not done storming yet. There's only 2 High Templar here. Clem steps back into the storm and loses a chunk of supply, making a mistake. And Classic is going to have himself an advantage supply-wise after that. Man, that storm was unnecessary. effective. Obviously, Clem did not need to take that extra damage. That's Classic. The one thing I will say is that he comes out of this, Clem is going to be a 4-base Terran. Classic's going to try and keep on expanding, taking the gold base, trying to just go around the map and just take every base he possibly can right now, as we see the rest of the bio still stepping into play on the production tab. +1 ship weapons, 2 upgrades coming about. Classic is +2 attack, is very close to being done. So that slow 2-2 from Clem might come back to bite him here, give Classic an even better potential trade. 5 Colossus against what is not an amazing Viking count right now. We need some great EMPs here. Stalker's blinking through aggressively. EMPs will delete those Archons. EMPs toward the Colossus. We need to hit some EMPs on the High Templar. So far unable to. This Orbital has to lift off. SCVs will run. High Templar will hit towards a Storm that's going to hit a lot more SCVs, and Clem's economy still taking hits. Orbital retreats. Clem will leave this position for the moment. Just going to... I actually would like to see this Orbital turn around and get repaired. I think bringing this back through already is just asking for it to die. Then your -1 Orbital that maybe isn't really necessary. Clem's army supply is still decent. The Vikings now will get a go at the Colossus. That Storm is based on the Vikings. I still think we need to respect the Bio Army, which is sizable at this point in time. Oh, Stalker's going to get rid of the Orbital Command again. That just did not really need to be here at this point. Another Storm coming down, and Clem just says GG. That is going to be too much. And what was a dominating 2-0 lead is now a flip-flopping 2-2 series, as Classic will take us to another Game 5. Okay, guys, today's games are very good. I really feel like the finals might be a squash at this point. And let's just hope it doesn't. Thank you so much, Droidosis, for the sub just before that game started up. Thank you and appreciate you as we go Game 5 on 10,000 feet. Oh, ho, ho. Classic finding some really good opportunities to just find openings, push on through, take advantage of some of these positions. And now, Classic is clamoring for a rematch against Shin in the Grand Finals. Clem, so close, yet now so much further away, just because, well, he's still the same distance away, but momentum against him at this point as well. We will take a moment for the players to set up. And this final day is ridiculous. 3-2, then MaxPax Clem a 3-0, but with great games. Then a 3-2 Clem Reynor, 3-2 Classic Shin, 3-2 Clem Classic. And this is like the schedule that I see all the other tournaments having all year. I'm like, why do my final days never look like this? Well, today it does. Today it does. Clem will join us in a moment. Just throw an invite out. Give that a second or two. That's ready to go, go, go. Already mentioned there was always a Terran runner-up in such tournaments. Yep, in our 4 annual championships, we've had 3 Zerg and 1 Protoss winner, and a Terran has become second place every time. Don't jinx it. I mean, I can't jinx anything at this point. If the finals 4-0, the finals 4-0. Like, it doesn't matter. The entire day was fantastic, you know? Can't complain at this point. Clem joins the lobby. Classic's already ready. Just waiting for Clem to ready up as well. Try and double check. We're good. Classic says go, go. Clem still waiting. Do you jinx it? Yeah. Black Bear, thank you so much for another $5 on the super chat. Appreciate you. As always. Thanks for keeping it coming. Thank you, thank you. Clem readied up. It's time for Game 5, 10,000 feet. Goes down to this, guys. Who will be in the Grand Finals against Shin? Will it be Classic for the rematch from just a series ago? Will it be Clem or the CVT? Exciting moment. 10,000 feet. As we will have... I thought we were loaded in, but apparently we're going to take a moment or two longer. There we go. We're going to have in the top left-hand side the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. He is on a 2-0 lead and has not been able to control the damage being done in the last couple of games. Can he get back on track to that great defense that he's been having in these longer game TVPs? It is Clem in the top left of 10,000 feet. One map between him and the Grand Finals. Same to be said about our Blue Protoss, down 0-2. And now 2-2, looking for the reverse sweep here. This is Classic. Can he get the rematch versus Shin? Because honestly, he looked pretty okay against Shin as well. I kind of surprised he ended up losing that series after how that Game 5 was going. Game 5 coming through. Get this up and running. See what is going to happen for the next couple of moments. So, we get this underway. We get this sorted and started. And figure out what we're going to try and do. Gateway coming up. Barracks on the way down. A couple of probes will nibble in toward the SCV. So, SCV taking some damage already. Again, that barracks going to finish in a moment or so. The couple probes will still be chasing. Probes just stopping this SCV from doing anything too tricksy. So no engineering bay block allowed. Classic will get the Nexus down. I'm just building a Reaper at home. Classic definitely seen success with the storms. I wonder if that's going to be a kind of a secret here. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of it's kind of the storms into the follow-up as well. Like, we are storming and then having a very good kind of like I say, like we drop the storms and then the Colossus are so soon after that Clem doesn't feel like he's got Vikings ready, and so he can't really contest that army, and then he's kind of being very clumped up, so the storms are being very effective throughout the course of it as well. Reaper heads to the bottom of the map here currently. Nexus, Adept, Warp Gate, all coming into play. Gotta imagine Classic goes Storm again. It definitely seems like the better style of play at this point in time for him. He's definitely seen more success off of it as well, so it just feels like it's gotta be something we go for at this stage. Twilight Council to start us off, get into that blink-based opening. Clem, Reaper is gonna put some damage on the pylon. Doesn't feel the need to jump in toward the main apparently, as we have already seen the Twilight Council at the front, so he already has that little bit of information to begin with here. As on the other side, an Adept is going to make a little bit of a play as well. Just going to put some damage out onto the orbital for a couple of moments. So orbital will take some shots. Again, the blink coming through, warp gate coming up. You have a pylon nearby. Adept still firing it up. The Reaper gets turned away by the Adept. Adept still chasing it through and looking for said Reaper at the moment, pushing that back up the right side. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper taking some more shots. Depths will try and chase. It will go down. And the blink is coming through here from Classic, who... I mean, that part is unsurprising. I'm going to be reactoring those Marines single Widow Mines. So what, we're going to go back into this 6 Marine 1 mine drop and try and do some damage with this. Again, didn't quite get the position he was maybe looking for with that earlier. Maybe a chance for something this time. And when he turns around, it's going to be run off here by the Adepts. Third Nexus drops straight in from Classic as well. What kind of game are we going to see? And Hellion back around the right side. Medivac comes across. Let's see where this gets to drop into. There's a lot of positions where this can be very effective, especially specifically around this ramp where you can stop units that are defending the low ground, moving up to the high ground without giving up a shot to the Widow Mine. This probe sees the Medivac coming in, and that means that Classic can position aptly. And so that will not happen. And now what does Clem do? You can maybe go for a pylon pick off here. He's got to be careful because now he didn't get in position straight away. He's going to be up against Blink, so you've got to be very cautious not to lose this Medivac to a Blink underneath, because now the Stalkers will have that available to them. So Clem has to understand the timing of that in this game. If you do not, then like I say, you can lose this Medivac and lose a lot of your momentum potential very, very quickly. Raven, Cloaking, Stimpack. All building through the Medivac, the Widow Mine, the Marines. Join up on the top. On the left-hand side, the few Stalkers coming over as well. The Banshee down the left-hand side. We're going to get a Hellion here. Pick that off straight away. The unit's just returning home. across the map. Going to find a couple of workers. Doesn't have any tech attached to it just yet. It does actually have cloaking. And cloak up now is out of reach of the observer, so actually Banshee looks as though it'll get away. There's just a couple of kills on it, so Banshee escapes. A couple of kills, not bad. Not the best either. Only one Banshee. 8 in the end. So I actually thought that was just going to be a cloakless Banshee because it was just the one, but not the case. There's the 8 Marine drop. Clem again just looking for these little drops, and this time Classic has some Zealots left at home. He's just moving on the map with the Stalkers. Has no vision over to that left-hand side, so doesn't see what's coming over there, as we do drop a 3rd command center down into position. Banshee gets all the way back. The Marine's now going to unload on the left-hand side, so they're going to try and set up as well. Try and figure out what they might be able to do here. Storm and that charge continue to build into play. The Marines. Going to see the Adepts, going to see everything. Just going to pull back. Not waste any time at all. We lift up, the Stalkers blink, but we're not walking, we're flying. And, yeah, imagine Clem. Does he pull this all the way back home, or does he just try and keep that on the map? There's the Storm once again from Classic, so we see more of what we expect to see from him. Gets that set up already. Like I say, this has been what's worked for him throughout this series, and it's going to be what he goes back into again now. Medevac ends up unloading. Classic not really being aggressive himself. He'll get the Prism shortly, and that Prism will obviously open the door to some of these attacks. Obviously, he's been using a lot of Storm drops as well, so that's been something we've seen a little bit of also, that I imagine we might have continuing as well in this. Coming over. Raven going to be there. Units join together. Clem stepping forward on the map a little bit, just with everything really, just a little bit more aggressive than what we've been seeing. There's no 4th base yet. Stalker's playing forward, gotta be careful. Don't want to lose too much of that for free. Marauder feels like you can maybe get a Stalker, not quite the case, but don't mind the attempt. The High Templar don't really want to drop a Storm on one Marauder either. We find the Observer here. Remove that vision, we step back. Rocks are going to expire soon, so that these parts of the map will be cleared up. Because the rocks have just expired again. They are creep rocks, so if they're not connected to creep spread, they die over time. So they are naturally cleared up, and the map becomes a lot more open all of a sudden as Classic decides to go to the bottom left side for his 4th base. So not taking a forward position, not taking a position that Clem might be able to take some advantage of. Just saying, hey, if you want to push into my bases, you're going to have to come very far forward. Actually got another Observer here, so again, Classic's vision being removed. Order turret's going to find some damage on the Prism, and we know the Prism's now moving in place, so Clem should be able to take position. He actually already has a missile turret here. Marines in the main base are still nearby. This group of units, though, I'm a little bit worried for Clem. Oh, did Classic just completely miss this? He didn't realize they were there. I thought Classic was hunting these units. Turns out he's completely blind to it, and now Clem just going to show up. 4th base will go down. A couple Widow Mines will knock some of the Zealots down immediately over here. Clem realizes that army's going to be arriving back soon, so he's going to figure out where to take these medevacs. He's going to put them in the bottom left corner. Oh, that's just smart. He gave up a few of the units, but he already killed off the 4th. Not bad. Man, with how little Classic knew about this, it would have been maybe nice if Clem had been able to get toward the 3rd base, as Templars will feed back the medevacs, but nothing else will come of them just yet. Oh, Storm is in reach. That one medevac is actually going to go down. So one medevac dies. I think the other medevac is unstormable, though, so Banshee sees the massive Zealots out on the map, so just using this as some map control. Clem telling himself exactly where those units are at right now, so you know where that is. A few Stalkers still down in the bottom left. Stalkers back to the center. Again, bio units gathering up. 2-2 upgrades on the way in from Clem. We do just have the rest of the Zealots coming over. The Banshee cloaked up and just seeing those Zealots going back the other side. Another scan. Clem just seeing what's here. He actually doesn't see these Stalkers, but I guess the medevac sees those Stalkers, right? So just checking to see if the rest of the army is nearby on that position. His 4th base coming online. Gonna let this start going a bit later. I mean, Classic has not found as much momentum in this game as he found in some of the previous ones. This Banshee gonna go down. I mean, to be fair, the Banshee's not doing much now. It's a nice little bit of map control, but, realistically, it's not meant to be here anymore. It's not going to provide much, so Clem's not going to be too upset about it. I think most importantly is Clem is already getting to a much better Viking count more quickly this time. Because this drop actually did find a way over. We'll probably just get a couple Stalkers, but a few probes as well. I think also force a reaction from Classic, who pulls back. Actually going to end up getting quite a few workers, to be fair. These Marauders are very effective. 7 workers go down, plus a couple Stalkers. Now the Raven going to come along here, and it's going to maybe be able to sit in the corner and do some bits and pieces as well, or just off to the side. I've seen Zealots poised around the map a couple times from Classic. Hasn't found a way across with them. So I'm going to leave this left side mined, or unmined, so the only run-by position is here, and then basically you're defending here, and these two positions are your access to the base. As long as you don't let anything in up the main, like a prism or so. I mean, I wouldn't even hate to see a couple more turrets just here, just try and really deny prism play into the main, because it's just going to mean you don't have to pull away from these forward positions. And I get it, Classic's not being super active with the prism in that regard yet, but I do think that could just be a really good preemptive measure. A couple hundred minerals, it just really removes pretty much the only access points that Prism will be successful in this game. And that just makes your entire life so much easier. Stalker, Colossus, High Templars, Prism. Stepping up, we're going to start seeing a bigger fight here. Clems opens with an EMP. First Colossus. Ooh, I mean, the Stalkers didn't do much right away. This Colossus steps back in, gets the Widow Mine. Going to stem across over to the left side, so the Zealot's just going to run through there. Clem obviously having to deal with this, has a lot of available EMPs right now, but there's a lot of Ghosts of High Templars and Storms available too, so Clem has to step away from those again, peeling back to deal with these Zealots. Taking a long time to get back there. The longer it takes, the better it's going to be. Clem's running out of EMPs available at the front, trying to figure out a direction to come in from. He is going to get zoned. This Planetary Fortress is in some trouble. The Storm's pushing Clem right back, really being used as zoning devices. A lot of this is because Clem, obviously, like I say, had to go so far away with the rest of the army. The Vikings will come through. They'll kill off the Colossus. A lot of them low HP. Would be nice to keep some alive just in case the rebuild comes in, which you've already seen new Colossus on the way, so it will come through. Clem loses his 4th base. Classic lost a lot of army as well, though. The Zealots in the main were a sacrifice to open up the space, and Clem, he has a 50 army supply lead coming out of this, so he recognizes a little bit, I think, of the situation. He's going to have a replacement command center soon as well. Classic is only really... Classic has not mass expanded this game. Classic's 5th is this base right here. It doesn't have probes on it yet. Classic is down a lot of army supply for this. Clem is not 100% sure because it didn't feel great, right? It felt like he got bullied. It felt like a loss. But I actually do think Clem's kind of alright. If Clem could see the army as well, that would be huge. He needs to know new Colossus are here, so he knows to, you know, repair up the Vikings and get that back on track. But he's just not able to find that information just yet. 10.9 to 9.6k resources lost at the moment. Like I say, Classic, the issue more likely than anything is going to be the fact that he's... Nice deny on the Liberator. It's just the fact he's not expanding quickly, right? As Clem watches here, sees no base. It's this base here that Clem didn't know about. He was on the map and could have denied it. It's still not mining a lot, but it would have been just nice for Clem to know that that was, you know, in position, because, like I say, that could have been an easy deny. And then Classic is 4 base to 4 base still, and it's really not that pretty. We reset the armies right now as the Stalkers, the Archons, the Zealots pull back over the sides. Some sets up over here as well. 10,000 feet, 13.5, 14 minutes in. Game 5, winner to the Grand Finals, loser 3rd place. And the Grand Finals, I mean, Shin is great, but I think both these players have got to probably look at Shin and say, I can beat Shin, you know? Like, Shin beat both of them in the tournament. I don't think either of them look at that as an unwinnable series, so you got to feel like there's a great opportunity if you get to that final. And it comes down to this Game 5. Factor on the left side, we'll keep an eye on things. Moving over here, he's got a Sensor Tower too. A couple Storms will just force SCVs away. Classic starting to take some more of the bases now. Starting to take a lot of the bases at once. As Clem going to find a chance. He's going to run down into the Storms. EMP's coming down. There's a couple of Storms remaining. So he got a lot of EMPs off. Just missing a couple that would have completely wiped the Storms off the board. Would have been huge, but not meant to be apparently. As Classic falls back over this left side. We'll start to regenerate his shields and regenerate his energy. Morphs a couple of Archons in too. Those Archons are big because the splash onto the Vikings consistently is such a big deal. Being able to get onto those again and again and again is an absolutely massive factor. The rest of this army still sets on the left side. We see the bio pulling back up top. We see a couple more command centers coming through, so just going to have bases 5 and 6 potentially in the future for Clem. High Templars coming in from an awkward angle. That was a prism going down, right? As Vikings just need to be careful. Classic's attacking into a concave of terror, and the High Templars not really able to get far enough forward for the Storms just yet. I think all the Storms are gone, but Clem will not find much of a follow-up. Classic, this trade was much worse for him. 2.6k loss now, so it's about a 1k difference. It's not a huge amount, but it's still going to be fairly notable overall, right? I mean, it's still a win for Clem is what we're trying to measure here. So Classic suddenly is on all of these bases. Still only 75 probes, though. He has a bit of a bank, but not a crazy one. Clem just going to start taking base 5 for himself. This is where he's looked super, super confident in these TVPs. Once base 5 comes online, it's a very different situation. It's a very comforting situation for Clem, I feel like, because it means he's got the economy to see through the majority of the rest of the game. Of course, now this upper right base is going to be a location to be attacked. Classic didn't realize, apparently, that this was a command center in position here, so he was trying to put a nexus down. Finds that out now as the scan drops into place, so we see the rest of this army. Couple of storms coming in. Colossus goes down. Clem trying to chase this army. EMPs were good here. We have a prism coming in. High Templars from there will be the opportunity. We do get storms from that. Clem's going to fall back, but still, actually, this storms are friendly firing, and Classic chasing through his own storms to be able to have some sort of opportunity. He's actually still going to push on forward, a storm or two. Don't know how these High Templar are over here on the left-hand side, but they are. I think maybe the prism diving in there. Clem has more units coming in from the right-hand side. He's actually low HP on a bunch of units. He needs to get these Marauders controlled. As he starts to trade on through, you have EMPs left. There's a bunch of Archons he needs to be careful of. Gets rid of the High Templar, so there goes the Storms. Now the Colossus, probably in some trouble. Vikings will start to shoot through them, kiting back against the Archon, making sure that doesn't happen. The SCV is trying to repair up this Orbital command on the bottom side. The Orbital is surviving. Clem now has to step away. Maybe the Orbital still ends up going down as the Stalkers try and target it. Extra Zealots showing up. Clem losing a lot of SCVs. Needs to gather his army together here. Has Vikings landed? Man, his units are such low HP as he tries to run away from this. The Viking damage output will genuinely become meaningful right now. Clem losing 21 workers. It feels like this happens in all of these games, as he will be able to stop and get healed. The big thing right now is we are on just Zealot Archon. If we have a couple of EMPs available, these Archons melt. Clem has a lot of units on the high ground. He needs to figure out how he's going to deal with that, because he needs to recollect everything together. I mean, right now the main base units can come down and defend against the Zealots that just ran into the natural here. Clem down to 35 workers. Classic taking a good fight. This Archon in the front from the High Templar will go down. Obviously, Clem losing that forward base as well is a big deal, but he's becoming much healthier. Before, this army was in the orange and the red health bars. Now it's in the greens and the yellows. Actually able to stim more impactfully once again, and without kind of as much risk. Again, EMP energy available once more. 2 new Colossus are lovely, and Clem does still have 8 Vikings. We'll see where they're at. I'm not sure where they currently sit. Where are those Vikings? They're over here, trying to get repaired on the upper right base. Classic going to try and move into this position here. A couple Liberators get sieged up. The Stalkers are blinking for them. Clem will come in from the other side, though, so he's able to kind of wrap around this. The Zealots are now going to get caught up on that ramp. EMPs needed maybe on the High Templar. The Vikings will load into the sky. Classic is moving through on the left-hand side into the main base. Again, Clem is being pressured in 2 different angles, unable to break on a defense on that left-hand side. So he's taking a lot of damage. The Vikings going to get rid of the Prism here. Clem needs to pull back. The Vikings will get rid of the Colossus, but that is going to be every Viking going down. And again, Clem does not have the money to keep rebuilding. His main base is being sieged. His low-ground army needs to try and figure this out, but again, his economy is terrible, so rebuilding from here is going to be extremely tough. A couple of Stalkers, the only anti-air against these Liberators. I mean, Clem's going to kill a lot of Classic in the last few moments here, but his supply is horrible coming out of this. Again, so much eco lost. He will be able to mule the upper right side. He does have multiple orbitals that will replenish some of this, army through the mineral mining that he can create for himself. But Classic is getting into a good spot. Scan here from Clem, sees that left side mining. 3 Colossus are just up once again, and Clem has no Vikings to speak of, so I just don't think he has an answer to this. And Classic, who has been kind of Clem's nemesis out of everybody this year, from 0-2 down, is looking as though he might have the 3-2 victory at his fingertips. It's not over yet. Army supplies are similar, but I don't love Clem's army composition anymore. This became such a weird fight. Honestly, Classic wasn't even on that great of an army. I think it was just the positioning was so weird for Clem. He's going to run across the map. He's got Liberators to support him. Classic's going to run up and say, let's base trade. Because you know who has more bases to trade? Classic does. So if Classic base trades and shuts down this economy, Clem can't afford to lose bases, right? Like, every base Clem loses is so expensive right now. Not a great answer to the Liberators. Feedback's coming down. The High Templar walk into those Liberators. I mean, a lot of units walk into the Liberators in general. Classic's pushing himself into a corner. He is going to jump into the main base where a couple of units from Clem are just going to try and run the hell away. The Colossus are going to try and run to the corner as well. We're going to be able to deny the Prisms. The Warping gets denied. The Liberators will siege, and Clem is going to try and take this fight to play clean up. The Colossus start to go down. The missile turret in the main is going to be the savior, as now the Colossus have fallen, and Classic is going to lose everything he ran into the main base with outside of the recall. A couple of units get out alive, but Clem takes a fight that will keep him alive in this series. The Colossus ran over here, and this missile turret did so much damage to them and opens the pathway for Clem to get a cleanup. Liberators are a big issue right now for Classic. This is not a low eco game because Classic has bases, but Clem is still mining. And as Clem is still mining, his army supply is still good. His Liberators are effective. 3 new Colossus. I mean, I'm sure they're not going to run off into wherever this time around. Oh, we've seen this move before, though this time the Liberator will be in reach of these stalks. We will blink in to clean that out. Liberator is here going to deny mining. Classic on this base is a pretty fresh one for him. Obviously, Clem has some Vikings available. Again, these Colossus are not protected, although now the Stalkers blink through. Clem spreading the damage on those Colossus, has to unsiege and relocate the Libs to help himself out as Classic is coming for him. Clem tries to unload to this position here. We'll go after a couple of units, forces Classic back. Clem giving himself time, wants the Nexus. I don't think we're going to get the Nexus. If we do, that would be kind of ridiculous. Medevac's just going to back away. I mean, that's kind of a donation of units. We do save 3 Marauders, which, honestly, considering how this started, is kind of a miracle in itself. Classic and Clem army supply is still similar. Again, Classic's just mining significantly more at this point is the issue. And resources lost-wise, it's an 8k difference, but Clem, I don't think, has that efficiency that's going to continue into the super late stage of the game anymore. He's had a couple of better moments. He's going to see on the sensor tower that move to the upper right. You can't lose this base as Clem. This base is your mining. The Liberator sieged up. The Zealot Archon Stalker crashing through. The Colossus are here. The Bio going to take a stim over to the far left-hand side. As to be fair, Clem loses a base. Classic will lose a base. I mean, Classic has the central base mining as well, though. Clem can relocate an orbital here. He kills 10 probes. He will kill this Nexus. How far can he chase? I mean, can he go to the bottom left-hand side? A storm on this Ghost. Does Classic not have an observer? He does, but it's in the bottom left. So we actually snipe down the High Templar with the lack of vision to deny the Ghost right now. 12 new Zealots, though. This base mining, again, is keeping Classic alive. Replenishing the third base as well, giving that more life and giving him even more mining opportunity. Classic is maxed out. The army supplies are actually different at this stage. That's not been the case for a while. These Colossus are kind of leaving the charges. Not pretty, but Clem doesn't maybe see it soon enough to do anything about it. Some of his units trailing into this fight already are not going to be pretty. Again, at this point, how many Libs do we even have? Just the one. So he doesn't even have the kind of mega units that are going to really save him in this scenario. Finds a couple of probes. Prism goes down, gets rid of the High Templar that could have potentially stormed here, but Clem just says GG. He cannot get it done, and Classic is going to move to the Grand Finals for the rematch against Shin. Clem, from the 2-0 lead, cannot keep it going, and Classic will get the 3-2 victory. It's a PvZ final, and Shin versus Classic will play the best of 7 to determine this series. Alrighty, guys. It comes down to one final match. It comes down to Classic versus Shin. What a lower bracket final from Clem and Classic. As that final game, I felt Clem was dead, but there was just enough to keep believing for a little tiny bit longer, wasn't there? Just a little tiny bit longer. As we will get Classic and Shin coming up in just a few moments' time. Best of 7, Grand Finals. We will get into that in about 5 minutes, guys. We'll take a couple minutes of ads. I'm going to do a little bit of selling out. And then we've got a best of 7 Grand Finals to figure out who our 2025 champion will be. Let's look at the bracket. Get this going. And have a peek on this for a second or two. Let's have a look at where everything that's happened so far has brought us. So Shin and Classic, funnily enough, these were the guys that topped the seeding groups. But I still think the odds were kind of against this combo being the Grand Finalists here today. Classic 3-2 over Clem. This Clem lower bracket run was disgusting, by the way. Absolutely sickening. Classic giving us another Game 5. Now, obviously, we get this PvZ best of 7 coming up next to round out the year of content on WardiTV. Obviously, still got a couple Monday Cups, but this is it. This is our championship. It's the championship match between Shin and Classic. No winner bracket advantage. Shin's advantage is that he didn't just have to spend an hour figuring out a reverse sweep over Clem. He didn't have the danger of being eliminated for 3 maps back to back to back. He just got to sit in his finals, hang out, and enjoy some chill time. That's Classic. Yeah, lost to Shin early. I mean, what I do not love for Shin is I feel like a lot of his wins came from games that were very weird and crazy, and I don't think a lot of those are repeatable necessarily. I think it's going to be a good finals, honestly. I think these two actually match up pretty well right now. Shin is the aggressor, Classic is the more defensive player, typically in terms of what we see. Crazy business. Alrighty, guys. We will take a couple moments. In about a minute, ads are going to finish up, and you're going to have the WardiTV sellout of a lifetime. The sellout of a lifetime. I know. It's exciting. It's exciting. To give Classic more rest, he can take as much time as he wants, but I'm pretty sure he would rather play. I mean, if he wants a few minutes, he can absolutely take a few minutes. All good. I'm very happy for him to take a few minutes because like I say, I'm going to sell out, so he can take a little bit of time if he needs a little bit of time. Alright. Guys, we're back from the ads, and you know what that means. It means it is time for us to do the sellout section. Yes, okay, well, it's not really a sellout section. I just want to take a moment because, give Classic a few minutes, give it a little bit of time. What we're just going to talk about here, guys, is obviously, first of all, thank you so much for watching. The viewership has been incredible. The support's been ridiculous through this event. I'm going to say, if you guys want to show some love for the end of this tournament, first of all, still, donations are going directly to the players. Now is a great time to do it, because it means that I don't have to read out all, if you sub or something during the finals, that's fine. Don't feel like you can't, but just, if you want to get some hype going, this would be a great time to get some hype going, build up into the finals, get us in on full strength. If you want to support the content, consider doing it now. Get your subs out, get your primes out, like and subscribe on the YouTube, do the donations and so on. While you potentially do that, I just want to take a moment to say, obviously, it's been an amazing year on WardiTV. It's not been a super easy year. Like I say, we've had a lot of ups and downs. We had to scale back a lot of tournaments. A lot of our crowdfunding did not go to plan at all. We lost a lot of our typical crowdfunding support at certain points of the year as well. With, a year that a lot of other tournaments came around, a lot of other crowdfunding was available. It definitely hasn't been an easy year for us. This was meant to be a $10,000 plus event. Did not have the money to do that. The viewership was not there for a lot of this year. This end-of-year final has been absolutely incredible in comparison to some of the downtime moments that we've had this year. So thank you so much for turning it around, especially at the end, and allowing us to, just have a great finals and really making it feel like a championship event at the end of the day, because it really has felt like that a little bit. It really feels like all the players as well. Shout out to all of those guys, because they've really come in and really made this feel like everyone's playing their very best. Every match is super serious, super important. The bracket over the course of this week has been awesome, so it has been really, really sick. Echo Steel, thank you so much for the £20 donation. Go StarCraft, happy holidays. Thank you so much. Again, that goes to the players. Any donations are going directly to players. If you just want to support the stream in general, guys, consider subbing. I want to talk quickly about 2026, because I think it's going to be important that we keep things up in 2026. Again, we're going to try and keep taking as much support as we can and doing as much as we can with what we get. The plans for 2026, a rough outline, is obviously we're going to keep on making events, believe it or not, is generally the plan. We're not going to do any specific crowdfunding in 2026. The crowdfunding efforts we've done have been, honestly, crap. We failed. We did not hit any of the crowdfunding goals anytime we tried to make it happen. So in 2026, we're going to scrap any sort of crowdfunding pushes, as we call them, and we're just going to push all of our effort into promoting the Patreon. And the Patreon is going to become the official home of funding the WardiTV 2026 series. That is going to involve the following. First of all, we're going to be starting 2026 off with a team league, which is going to be a little bit of a separate thing. But while that happens, WardiTV Mondays will be continuing all year. We are going to guarantee a full year of WardiTV Mondays unless something seriously bad happens and no one watches StarCraft anymore. WardiTV Mondays will continue. Not only that, but we're going to build WardiTV Mondays into the WardiTV 2026 series. So every single week, players will be competing for the typical Monday prize money, but also some WardiTV points. So performing throughout the year will get you qualifications into bigger WardiTV events. It will qualify you to our end-of-year championship and potentially give you better seeding. So that's going to be a part of the point system, which is going to be part of the WardiTV 2026 series in general, which will go through the WardiTV Winter Championship, the Spring Championship, and Summer Championship. We're going to be bringing back the European League and the Korean Royale as 5 major WardiTV tournaments over the year. So we're going to have 5 major events alongside the Team League and alongside the weekly Monday Cups. And then on top of that, we're obviously still going to have, you know, if we have a week here or a week there, we're still going to do WardiTV July or May or whatever month it happens to be when there's a week free. So, if that sounds exciting, if that sounds fun, then I ask of you is to A, keep on watching throughout the course of 2026, keep on showing up, keep on enjoying, and all of that. We really appreciate it. And if you really enjoy, you really want to support, and really want to do more, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, is 100% the best place you can check out. Woo! Okay, that's a donation. I'll just finish my sentence, which is that the WardiTV Patreon page is 100% the best place you can check out because all of that goes directly into prize money. The one thing we prioritize more than anything else on WardiTV are the players. The most important thing is supporting the players and making sure they have reasons to keep playing StarCraft 2. We want to put out as much prize money as possible. We've put out over $40,000, almost $50,000 of prize money this year. And we're doing that with right now about $1,000 a month on Patreon. So we're taking money from everywhere. Like, we are, you know, the Patreon is the baseline, but we are doing so much to try and pay the players. So my only ask is if you can support the Patreon, consider supporting it, because the more support we can get there, the more we can do to run events and give out more money to the players that make StarCraft possible, because without the players, there's nothing to play for. There's no one playing, you know? So that's our priority, as always. Give the players stuff to play for. Check out the Patreon. I'm going to check the players already. That was a £250 donation from Brosidon7624. I'm going to get the donation start down. One sec. Thank you so much for the 250. That will be going directly into the prize pool. We're pretty much nigh on at like $7,500 prize money, guys. So we're very nearly there. We are very nearly there. Echo Steel and Brosidon, thank you so much for the crazy support. I'm loving the chat. I'm hyping the chat. Add you guys to the top of the donation star. So we're running out of space. Players are ready. Let's count down into our grand finals. Let's do it. Is it better to donate on Patreon or Twitch? Whichever you prefer. Right now, Twitch donations today will be going directly into this tournament prize pool. The Patreon is where we just use as a basis for all of our tournaments. So it's really whatever you prefer. The percentage of donating on Twitch and donating on Patreon is the exact same. We lose the same amount of transaction fees, which we then cover. So it's no different, because the Twitch donation is a Stream Elements one, so it's direct to me. It doesn't actually go through Twitch. Unless you're using like bits or something, that does take a bit more of a cut on Twitch's side. But if you're just donating with the Stream Elements link, all good. Wardy, have you considered restreaming these tournaments like ESL's channel does? I did, but it's a lot of work to keep a PC live, and I don't have the technical know-how how to set it up properly and stuff, and I just don't think it's worth it. In the top left-hand side, our red Zerg to start off the grand finals of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Hang on, people want the predictions. Hang on, just there you go. It is going to be the Red Zerg player. He got to the grand finals by winning this matchup not so long ago, just a series ago. Can he do it again? This is going to be Shin, our Red Zerg, to enter this best of 7. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss is classic, as he comes in to get revenge from Shin from that winner bracket match. Had to go through a grueling best of 5 against Clem because of it. Let's see if we can bring it back in this best of 7 series. What do YouTube donations go to? Right now, today, for the rest of this tournament, everything goes into the prize pool of the tournament. Everything goes into making this a higher priced event. So 100% goes into that for today, and then otherwise, donations just go into the general WardiTV fund. Sometimes I have to pay bills, sometimes I have to buy food. Other times, we have some money left over, we run, we put some more prize money into the tournaments. At that point, it's just part of the overall WardiTV ecosystem. So, as usual, all of the support goes a long way. At the end of the day, a lot of the time subscribing funds tournaments as well. It's just, I like to guarantee that if you're on that Patreon page, 100% of the Patreon goes into prize money. So if you absolutely want to make sure you're supporting players, there is 100% a place where everything you support with goes into the pockets of the players. I'm the in-between, I'm the link. You guys want to support the players, I give you a way to do that, is the idea. Thank you everyone who is responding to the Patreon shout-out as well. I see a couple of new members. I see a couple of increased pledges on the Patreon as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for supporting it. Let's have a great banger of a grand final. I'm going to stop selling out and talking about all of that. We're going to enjoy these games. I'm going to see where this best of 7 takes us. There's a couple lings coming around the top side. The drone going to step over as well. Shin's been proxy hatching a lot, but I'm not sure if he's going to start doing it now in this best of 7. I think that's a really interesting question as to how this goes. We drop a creep tumor down. Just going to be having the Stargate coming up in the main base of Classic already. The lag spike. Korean server, don't do this to me now, bro. Paused. Don't do this to us now. We've had no issues all day. Even in our previous best of 5 on this Korean server, nothing else happened. Gonna try and resume, and hopefully it just chills out.
Game resumed.
There's a couple of lings gather up. Stargate on the way, Warp Gate in production. Early game looking very, very normalized for the first few moments. Oracle coming about, the Warp Gate coming through. It's just going to be seeing the couple of lings going to turn back around. Third hatchery already setting up on the top side of the map. Getting that in position. We get this going. Queen's going to throw a creep tumor down. The Adept is going to shade about but not go anywhere. The two Adepts together will gather in and decide what they want to do, if they can get through for some damage or not. This is going to be one of the big question marks right now, as they will making an effort to get toward this high ground and toward that natural mineral line, but the defense is good, the lings are there, and so far so good. We're just going to keep this from being too much of a problem. The Adept still shading back down to the bottom side of the map. The Oracle is going to fly in up to the top as well, also trying to see a little bit more of what's happening. Again, gateway, probes, Oracle in the Warp Gate coming through, Queen drones, Overlord spores building as well. Just going to have the Nexus on the third base coming into place. Again, the hatchery coming through, the Overlord just stepping out the front. Oracle will fly up to the top. Again, another Oracle coming in, Nexus coming about, pylon in position. Just going to see what these Oracles of Classic can do over the course of this early game. Again, so much of this early game will be about defending the drones, keeping them alive, and getting into that mid game in a nice solid position with a really solid economy. If you can do that, then brilliant. And then Shin will have a chance, I think, in any sort of situation from there. Shin, as well, got to mention, he's our 2020 WardiTV champion. He is the only guy that could... He's the potential first player to ever be a 2-time WardiTV end-of-year champ. So, that's kind of cool as well. And he 4-0'd Cure back then. He was known as Ragnarok then, but obviously still the same guy, just under a different name. And kind of crazy that he just finds a way into, because he hasn't won any of our other tournaments, he hasn't won any of the winter, summer, spring championships, Korean Royale, or anything like that, but then here he is with another chance to win the biggest of the bigs that we do. Crazy business. The Ling's looking for a wraparound on these Adepts. The Queens are going to be right there. The Adepts will go down. A couple of them already cleaned out. 3, 4. I think one shaded into the main base, but the Queen finishes that up. That's a great defense from Shin. This is 5 Adepts down for 15 Lings and 2 drones, most importantly. The 2 drones is the important part. As long as we're preserving economy, we're going to keep ourselves in a very solid position. As Stasis Ward up on the top catches one single drone. The Oracle loops around over through the top side as well. Lings wanting to get across. The probe will be turned away. Just to see the rest of the Lings pulling back. The Oracle in the top right-hand side. Oracle just chilling. And a 4th hatch coming down. Melee upgrade going to be something we get away with here as Shin. Again, I think that's going to be a big story of this series as well. How often can Shin get a melee upgrade without getting punished for it? Because there's going to be a few times where he's going to try and go melee and he's going to get glaived. Or he's going to get charged and Archon. He just doesn't have the timing window in his favor. That's typically at least how PvZ has been going. There's a little bit of that kind of challenge of, hey, melee is the best, but can I get there reliably? It'll be interesting to see what he does in the non-melee games as well. He's going to go Spire here too. He had a really successful kind of Spire play in the game 1 against Classic earlier in the upper bracket finals. Looking for more of that again right now. Oracles, Stalkers, gathering. Creep Tumor comes down. We see a bunch of the Lings on the counterattack from Shin. There is an Adept in the wall off though. Shin, this is not hero. There is going to be walls. Yeah, he nearly gets that Adept, but he doesn't quite think it's worth finishing. As we are going to catch a few of these Stalkers. They're out on the map with no blink, and Shin just didn't even try and put damage on them. To be fair, he probably doesn't kill any, so not terrible. Just pull away maybe, but nice catch, forces the recall. And now the recall's on cooldown, so it's not available if the Stalkers with blink then try and move on the map and they need a cooldown, right? Classic already deciding he's going to go straight in towards Storm, so Storm's going to be his agenda for the next little bit of time. Stalker's getting a little bit more cleanup. In the bottom left, the Lings continue to gather together also. A few Lings down the left-hand side will set up. The Oracles will get back to the middle of the map. Again, Queens are going to settle down here. The drones are going to be nearby. Just, again, protect those with your life. Keep those drones as safe as we possibly can at the moment, as the Zerglings going to get hit back by the High Templar, hit back by the Stalkers. Lings back to the center. Rock's coming around. Just going to see the Oracles over toward the main base. Again, that Overseer flying back over there as well. 12 Mutalisks in production, but I think Classic knows what's coming up. He already has one Phoenix. He's going to make a second and another Stargate as well, so I think Classic is really reacting well to where this game is going right now. The Mutas are out, but we see Shin. He knows the Phoenix is coming through, so he's actually going to build Corruptors as a response to then protect the Mutas from the Phoenix. But that does slow down a lot of this. He is going to get a nice dive on the Oracles. He is going to clean up both of those. As I mean, I guess that's confirmation as Classic, but I think he already knew, so we're going to be seeing these Mutas. Let's see what they do. They want to be careful because we're making Corruptors to protect the Mutas, right? So if you're making Corruptors to protect them, you can't get too wild with the Mutalisks straight away. You got to have some amount of like respect given to those Phoenix, and you want to make sure you have these Mutas staying alive. Else this gets very ugly very quickly, right? So that's definitely one thing for us to already be thinking on. Seeing that pylon still coming up. The Muta's back over the left side. You just see the High Templars actually going to get dove on as well, but we force a Storm. So yeah, not going to commit to that as, like I say, more Mutas coming up. The few Corruptors, again, their goal is to tank Phoenix shots. It's very difficult to target fire specifically Mutas. So you put the Corruptors between the Phoenix and the Mutas, and then the Mutas have time to kind of hit whatever they want to hit during that time frame. Now you're seeing the Stalkers coming in as a response to this, trying to get up toward this high ground. Storm comes down. Stalkers walk into the Storm, walk through the Storm. Corruptors get over to the right side. Mutas regather together. The Phoenix get jumped on once again. We get rid of a couple of Phoenix right off the bat. 2 more Phoenix going down. The +2 attack upgrade building as well. A couple of High Templars coming in with this. An additional 4 Stalkers now producing. The Mutas want to get back toward the main base, looking for a chance to step through over here as the Phoenix will fire a few more shots. Muta Corruptor turns away. We do have the Archon Stalker Phoenix regathering itself. Just going to go back to the left-hand side. All those Mutas taking damage again. The Ling's gathering up. Archon in the center of the map. Just going to get picked away at. It's going to go down. The Stalkers will come through. The Phoenix will be there. You see the rest of the Stalkers coming about. You have the Hive already coming up. The Hydra Den as well in production from Shin. Looking back at home. As we just have that +1 missiles. I don't know what this infestation pit looks so cool, the skin on it, but B, the double infestation pit looks even cooler. Can you imagine this was a unit? That'd be sick. I want to see that thing fighting for me as the Zerg. Corruptor, Phoenix are back in action with some back and forth. Lings are going to try and run through. Storm comes down. It's a really interesting state of this game because Shin is truly playing with the worst army. But it's only worse in straight-up fights. It still has high mobility, it still has spam ability, he still has a lot of map control because of that, so he's able to kind of run around, take a fight here, take a fight there. We play a bit of back and forth initially. We see the Muta Corrupt on the left-hand side. We'll get in after a few of these probes. 5-6 workers going down straight away. A couple of the cannons coming by. The Phoenix and the Mutas will... Phoenix and the Stalkers will be right there. The Corruptor's having a run. And of course, a lot of the Phoenix range was absolutely a worthwhile investment. Clap's going to say I'm going to take advantage of the Fleet Beacon and the fact I've got multiple Stargates. He's going to start building Tempest already. New round of Corruptors from Shin, but it might be the end of this Mutalisk course because you see it's getting lower and lower. The Phoenix are able to get past the Corruptors and they're able to get onto the Mutas, so a lot of Mutas going down. Need to make sure we've got an answer to these Phoenix still, because right now, if Phoenix hit a mineral line, they can kill a bunch of drones very quickly. And any exposed units that are just on their own, they get lifted, they get cleaned out. I'm thinking the Queens and so on. Can be a problem. Of course, that's what the Corruptors are here to help with. But now we're what? We're a Ling Bane army. We are a Ling Bane Corruptor army. I mean, I will ask you guys, when was the last time you heard of Ling Bane Corruptor? Not very frequently. It's not a great composition, and I don't think we're going to love being here right now as Shin. He is going to look for the wraparound, though, and to be fair, there's only a handful of storms. If we can somewhat avoid the storms on this, maybe there is a way. We're going to roll on in. The Baileys do collapse on that right side. The storms absolutely deplete everything else, though. I mean, there's still a couple of full energy High Templar right in the background at the moment. We see the Zerglings going to get chased back over as well. 3 Ultras, 60 Zerglings producing also. Corruptors pull back to the center. Hatchery on the right side. Base 6 starting up at the moment on the 3 o'clock. Couple of extra Warpins coming through. The Zealot's going to be there. The Ultras and the Lings coming around. We see more Lings around that bottom left-hand side, figuring out where they want to go. Chance to run straight through onto this Nexus, perhaps, but I mean, there's a bunch of cannons. I mean, the Ultras are kind of the missing piece, because realistically, the Ultras are the unit which are maybe going to give you the longevity in this game and in this style of Shin. That's something that can be a little bit beefier. The Ling Bane alone is just too susceptible to Storm and the Archons and the Splash. But the Ultras give you, like I say, a little bit of something extra on this army composition. It feels like there's a little bit more of an opportunity with that. Stalkers, Knight Templars pulling back around. Still seeing a few probes mining away. +3 melee, +1 carapace coming up. Ling Bane all coming through. Chill. Free Immortal on the left side. We take that. Miss Rally from Classic. A little sloppy. Some mistakes definitely coming into play in game 1 of this final. It's late in Korea, but there's no way around that at this point. Time is in Korea. It is approaching 3 a.m. I think it's 2:45 right now, so yeah, it is late in Korea, but like I say, not much we can do about that at this stage. Just got to play through it. They're both playing under the same circumstances. The Time Warp good to slow down so many of these Banes. The Ultras that get on top of units are doing fantastic. There's a few High Templar that took a shot or two. If we could have just finished those off, that would have been amazing. Stop some of the storms for the future, or at least, force a rebuild on Templar. It takes up so much of the gas. That would have been nice, but it's just obviously not meant to be. So unfortunately, that doesn't quite happen here. We are going to see 2 new Ultras coming up from Shin. Shin's an 85 drone Zerg player who is trying to establish a right side base. Classic is a 5 base Protoss, though, so his economy is absolutely solid at this point in time. Like, he is not in a bad position in the slightest when it comes to the economy. The Lings gather in the center. The few extra Banes morphing in. A couple of Ultras still coming through there as well. The Lings will take a chance to run around to that far left-hand side. We see an Archon. It's going to be immediately up for grabs. So we just wrap around that. We jump onto the cannons. We jump onto the battery. And we will start to work our way through all of this. The probes will go down as well. 5-6 workers already dropping. The army of Shin coming down the right side. Ling's going to back away. The Ultras diving through. Corruptors. We really want to dive into this here. The Storms are a little bit late. The Banes crash into the High Templar now. Another Time Warp available, but honestly, not a terrible fight for Shin. Like I say, crashing into the High Templar is always going to feel pretty darn good. A lot of these units now backing away. 9 workers going down in amongst this fight so far. We do have, again, a little bit more Ling Bane Corruptor coming through. The +3 melee upgrade as well. Hatchery on the right side going to be under some fire, so we are going to see that picked away at here. The Immortals, the Archons gathering through, the Lings and the Ultras coming back to the left side, Corruptors joined together. We will see the Zealots over to the far left, trying to see what else is going on. Lings morph into Banelings, Corruptors on the way, Immortals and High Templars coming through, plus 2 air weapons building also. Shin getting the Neural Parasite as a way to try and deal with this later game kind of phase of the game, but I do think Classic is looking pretty good in this game 1 at the moment. See the rest of those Banes moving about. There is the hatchery down on the low ground. All the Zealots coming about. The Banes coming through. There's a lot of Banes morphing in right now. I mean, we've got to get maxed out again here as Shin. I just think Classic's army at this stage already 10,000 better off efficiency-wise throughout the fights that we've already seen. And like I say, I don't think it really changes. Maybe the Neuroparasites can create some opportunity, but that really has to be kind of the thing, because that's the only thing that's being made differently. And we need something to be different. Shin can't keep trading like this. I mean, Classic's army supply is also 136 to the 103, so he's in an amazing position in that regard as well. Gonna recall some units. Restrained recall, no? Oh, he recalled them back over here with the mothership, sorry. Yeah, so I got confused. The mothership uses recall to bring a bunch of units to it. Sorry, I got confused. I was like, what's he recalling away from? But he's just trying to save some units. Okay. On the mothership recall and cooldown, not the biggest of issues right now. It's not like he's trying to make crazy mothership plays anyway. He's just trying to establish a 6th base, which, you know, is a pretty stable kind of position on the map to be in. And that's exactly what he aims to do right now. So, get that set up. A few Lings are going to run by out to the bottom side already, so they're going to run straight in here as well. I mean, this is nice. That's going to be, you know, a base found that we can actually hit, and so Shin's run by is going to pay off for him. It's probably a Nexus skill, and there's still gases and minerals to be mined from here, so that's actually really good. And that's the issue with Classic. Pushing up this right side to be able to attack this base more easily, it really opens the left side of the map. And, okay, there's a lot of stack defense here, but, you know, at least that far left base doesn't come up just yet. I mean, Shin's going to start expanding to the left side, recognizing the situation, realizing that he kind of needs to kind of, you know, pull back toward that at the moment as well. Then this has come through. The Zealots getting jumped on, cannon being picked away at as well. Zerglings is going to get into the rest of these Zealots. We are going to see, oh, a diving fight here. Shin actually gets a few Neurals off on some of the Immortals. What a great set of Storms from Classic. Wow. I'm going to take a rewind on this fight, guys, because I kind of missed the start of it. But the couple Neurals were kind of cool, but the Storms on the Neurals were kind of fantastic as well. So Shin, he's losing his base. And so very quickly going to come into this fight. So we move up this ramp as Classic. Shin has the Infestors, so he initiates good Storms immediately from Classic. Love the Time Warp. The Banes are just rolling into Archons. And these Infestors do get a bunch of Neurals off, but the Storm's just saying, cool, if I just Storm where these Infestors are at, they're sitting ducks, and then I can get rid of them, and bam! GG. What's this supposed to do as Zerg in this scenario? Not get in this scenario. You played Mutas, which did nothing, realistically, into Corruptors to protect the Mutas, which then really did nothing. It's not that they did nothing, but the game wasn't good for you. You did not trade well early, you did not get momentum on your side, and your late game army, like, the army Shin's playing is like an overwhelming, I'm gonna overwhelm you kind of situation, but like, realistically, like, it wasn't that overwhelming. Like, it was never overwhelming, you know, because the early game was rough. And because of that, he's always playing from a bit of a deficit, so you never get the ideal army comp up. Maybe more spellcasters could have been cool, but he's never in a super comfortable position. Classic is really running into a great position the entire way through, more or less, so I think a little bit of that is kind of the factor. Thank you so much, Husky Woofer, for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Also coming through, Relax Decaf, fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for giving your Prime a home this Christmas here on WardiTV. Classic and Shin are ready. Do we have all of our casters? Let me just try and see. I think so. Let's go into game number 2, guys. I'll get you guys on the tree, Husky Woofer and Relax Decaf on the tree after this game, okay? Just gonna write you guys up at the start of the game instead of wasting time for the players who are, again, playing late at night, so want to keep the games moving as long as the players are ready to keep things moving as well. As it takes that first game. We're on the loading screen, guys, so we're very close to getting into the next one. Beautiful. in the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be down a game in this best of 7 grand final. Shin. Like I say, tried it for the mutas, was really... His entire plan was just figured out. Like, the moment the answers to the mutas started coming online, it became a very difficult scenario for him right from the very beginning. Coco with the lag.
Game paused.
Oh, I think Coke is AFK. One second, guys. Man is straight up DCing. French stream. Rebelling because Clem didn't make the finals? Ay, ay, ay. Unbelievable. Couple moments. Looks like Coco's gonna full disconnect. We'll get back on track. Instant drop. Alright.
Game resumed.
Game number 2 is in the bottom right hand side. Our blue Zerg player will be Shin. Fortunately, if you lag, going out. Korean server, sometimes it fixes in the next game and stuff as well. It is very temperamental, guys, so again, no blame to the guys. This is not typically them lagging necessarily or their internet or stuff. It's just sometimes the Korean server decides your connection is the one that sucks right now. And sometimes it changes game to game as well, so we'll obviously allow them to take another shot at it after this game. And hopefully it doesn't continue, because like I say, it's just the connection sometimes. Alrighty. Shin bottom right, classic upper left as we get into this for a couple of moments early. Probe just nibbles up. Obviously scouting as well, giving you some good info initially. Observers should pay a Bitcoin every game they lag. That's how we fund StarCraft. And that's how you guys will never watch StarCraft again, because no one can afford to observe a game. Just following that probe, Ling's doing a good job of keeping on top of that, pushing it away for a few moments. I do wonder if Shin will return to the proxy hatching at some point in this series. I feel like there's enough variation on those proxy hatches to absolutely make some of those possibilities happen. Oh, what's up, Nero? Thank you so much for the £15 donation. Please convince Cyril to play next year. Man, the best way to convince Cyril to play is to get the prize money higher before we start the tournament. And the best thing you can do for that, and I say this to everyone, is support the Patreon and the streams ahead of time. I did my absolute best to crowdfund this tournament ahead of time for the sole purpose of being able to get Maru, Cyril, etc. to play, and it just did not work. Unfortunately. It just did not work at all. So like I say, like this year's crowdfund was kind of weird. There's a lot of different events like crowdfund, so I get it. But realistically, that's the only way I can do it. And it didn't work this year, so we're going to try it differently next year by having more love on the Patreon or more effort on the Patreon, and we're going to try again. So I will do my best. I will do my best, but no promises. Trust me. Trust me, I try. I too would like to cast some of the best players in the world on the channel that people always want to see. That would give us more viewership. Like, trust me, I want them to play too. You need promises? I can't promise anything. Like, I've made so many different tournament formats, and I invite players to so many, like, to loads of them. Like, I just can't convince Cyril and Maru to play in pretty much whatever I do. But I know they play in $10,000 events, so, like I say, I will try. I can't promise until I know what I'm able to do with it, you know? These games have been great. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. It has really been an amazing tournament. I will stand by that and toot my own trumpet. It has truly been an absolute banger of an event. And today's games have been amazing as well. Again, at the end of the day, shout out to the players. They make this possible. Without them, this would not have been as epic, plain and simple. Just donate 10k, chat? Yeah. Simple as that, really. It's as simple as that. Wouldn't it be funny? We actually someone donates 10k and I still can't convince them to play. Oh no, Shin. Fourth base goes down. That's rough. That's not a cancel, that's a kill, which is why it's particularly rough, because that's minus 275 from what it needed to be, so not great. 10k is the Cyril meet and greet. For 10k, Cyril will show up and wave at you guys on the webcam. Another 2k, he'll unmute the microphone. And then 3k more, he might sign up to play a show match at the start of the tournament. I mean, to be fair, obviously, like, the thing with all these events as well, the formats are very different. Like, my tournaments usually do, like, play out over a longer period of time. And that's also something which I know, like, Maru and Cyril are not a bigger fan of, right? So that also has, you know, an impact on it. So, you know, part of it's my format, but my format really works well in a lot of other ways, so it's very difficult to change my formats based on simply trying to convince 2 more guys to play, you know? So let's see the Hydra. Of course, going to try and defend this here. This is going to be where I actually think Shin has a chance to put himself in a good position early. The Archon doesn't get saved by the Prism, so that Archon goes down. The Prism microing back, and Shin gets a great defense here. Again, just see the Hydras gathering back up. +2 and Storm coming in. We do see the Spire on the way as well right now in the main base. Just going to get that up already. The Archon going to fight. The Overlord will go down, and Shin will be supply blocked. But it was a good defense otherwise, opening with that missile upgrade in the early stages. Storm +2, a couple of gates all coming about. Just going to be having ourselves the Oracle, setting up a stasis ward on the left-hand side. The rest of the Lings pull back over. Just going to see the Zealots and the High Templar getting there. Archon going to step through. Fourth base down on that left-hand side, and we just have a Spire again from Shin, so going back to the Spire in this game, obviously off of a bit of a different opening, is going to be the main kind of talking point of this. And that is going to give a very different kind of vibe on these mutas, as we do see the Hydras right now going to threaten. There is Storm available. This is scary for Shin. You got to be very cautious with where you step to, because if you get overcommitted here, you get chased down by those charge lots. So you got to be really cautious. He's actually going to get up this ramp. Ooh! Kind of missed the denial on the stasis ward. A few Lings getting caught. Not all the Lings. It just could have been a bit better because it felt like we were going to kill it. Shin, I think, still unsure himself as to his approach here. A Prism nearly going down, and Shin's just going to try and step his way back. Like I say, wants to keep these Hydras alive. And then he's going to get the mutas on the way. Right now, we are I mean, this is going to get interesting because it basically comes down to, can we clear out the Archons? If we can clear out the Archons, Mutas will kill absolutely everything else. But we've got to be able to fight the Archons initially, as the Mutas are going to work their way up towards the top. They're going to try and force the High Templars to storm early. And get rid of one of the High Templar. 2 storms already used. So again, we got to now be very careful of the Archons. The Prism could be a target as well. And the Mutas are going to turn around and put some damage on the Prism, but they kind of missed it. So the Prism will get back to the Archons also. Can Classic keep pushing here, I guess, becomes another good question. It's a bunch more Zealots. So many Zealots being warped in right now. Mutas, like I say, they definitely have a role they can play here. First Storm coming down. Of course, the Storm on the left side. Archons get peeled away, so that's going to be a little bit nice. They're going to dive for the Prism. Right now, we want to stop the Micro on that. Oh, the Mutas, though, are going to take a big set of hits. And those Zealots are looking good as they just stream on through. The Hydras are not going to survive, and Shin has to say GG. Classic will take a 2-0 lead in our grand final. 2-0 advantage in this best of 7, and Shin, the Mutas are not doing it for him right now, so that's going to be something he has to try and figure out here over the next a little bit, as we already ourselves for Ruby Rock map 3 in a couple of moments time. That's another big donation. Holy! El Jam says, thanks for the great tournament, Wardy. Let me just take a moment to actually load this up properly so I can read it properly. Thanks to great tournament, Wardy. I think we need more debate over the seeding for the winner of the upper bracket, though. yeah, sure, yeah. Should we talk to him about this again? Shin came from the upper bracket, and he's now down 0-2. I actually think Classic playing a long best of 5 against Clem that's super draining and mentally tough was probably an advantage. You're right. Go, and go. As we have ourselves map number 3 on the way. Players are ready. Obviously, they want to keep going. I do have Relax Decaf and Husky Woofer for the tree. Thank you so much, guys. LH Champ, I will get you on the donation star, mate. Thank you so much for the £50 again. That will go toward the prize pool of the tournament. I will get you on the donation star in a sec. After this game, I guess. I think the Mutas were kind of a weird one as well, by the way, guys. There's so many worlds where you can see where the Mutas could do well, but then it just didn't come to be on this one, so a little bit tough. And thank you for the donation to the prize pool. Appreciate it, guys. Let's get into this next one. Photobaz with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Going out to Octopus C, Stigmatic, Chess Cub, Nath Draws, and Conquering Kangaroos. Well, that's a hell of a set of names. Love that. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. Photobaz, if you have a preference between pink, green, gold, orange, or red, let me know. And I will get you a bonus decoration for your tree tag, which we've nearly gone through the whole box of, which I'm very appreciative of. Green, oh, great choice, because and green was very, very unpopular in the last day or two. It's been really popular. Crazy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, mate. Appreciate you supporting the stream and the content. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty, Shin, down 0-2. Trying to figure out a way back in this series. Maybe we're just doomed to have one-sided finals. We're not there yet, but it is funny because like it was our finals in the past. Shin 4-0 Cure, Zest 4-1 TY, Reynor 4-2 Cure was the closest we've had, and then Dark 4-0 Gumiho. So we've had kind of a bit of a mix and match of results in that regard. Drone chasing the probe for a couple of seconds here early, running around a couple of corners. Entry will come up onto the natural. Cybercore coming through, a couple queens and the lings all coming about. If you need to defend with the Mutas, you're doomed. I think it would have been fine if you could have just found a way for the Hydras to kill the Archons, and the Mutas obviously become a defense, shut down the Prism. Yeah, it was a bit complicated. I mean, there was just so many zealots in the end as well that the Archons were super well protected, so then the mutas can't get involved either, right? So the entire situation just becomes like a really awkward affair at that stage. So it was very, very difficult. It became really rough. Hey, what's up, Beto911? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you for supporting. Appreciate it. Queen gonna shoot. The Adept will take some damage, so a few shots going back and forth initially. Obviously, just gonna see that link speed coming up as well, so just get that all prepped up for a few moments here. Queen is going to fight. The Adept gets chased away. Circling speed still about halfway done. Adept will take a shade and move towards the natural expansion for a couple of moments. Circling speed very close to finishing up right here. Again, those extra drones coming about. The Oracle and the Warp Gate will be coming through as well. So again, a lot of this just coming straight by for now. Everything gathers together, and link speed to finish soon. What else is going on the map? Not too much just yet, just the Nexus dropping down from Classic. Oracle production, so we're going to start seeing the Oracle harass, and that will be our kind of go-to here for these next few moments. Get that Oracle harass set up, and just sort of figure this out from that point on. Warp Gate's about to finish, still got the Gateway coming through, the Nexus building as well. Our additional drones will also continue to build. And there's the Twilight Council, unsurprisingly, as a follow-up from Classic already. Plus the Forge. Get both of those on the way. And, like I say, get set up to party as the Oracles. We got a little cancel over here. Going to turn around. The Queen's now stepping over. The Oracles pulled back up toward the natural. Roach Roaring going to get placed down into position. Twilight Council Forge and the Robo Facility coming through. The Oracles want to get after a couple more drones. That's 2 drones going down already. Queens will chase. The Oracles will be hunted. And Roach Roaring, drones, Queen, all coming up. Creep Team is on the way. Adept will fight against that Zergling. And again, extra gates with everything else coming online as well. Only a couple drones killed. I mean, Shin's been pretty good defending in the early stages of this series so far. I do think he's done a good job of ensuring that we've been able to kind of stop this from being anything kind of, you know, too out of whack. Just see the Stalker there going to hit the Ling for a few moments. Again, Temple Archives already building here on the side of Classic, and the charge and the +1 will be part of this as well for now. Oracles turned around, pushed away, and removed. Again, the Temple Archives coming up, extra gates coming in, Immortal and the charge coming online as well. That +1 are going to be a part of this. Everything coming through for the moment is... I think the Ling's going to make a jump over here. Again, just going to see that Roach speed still coming up. The extra Roaches all building through again. We still have the Storm on the way through. The charge is building. The Immortal is producing. A couple of High Templars just going to warp in as well. So get 2 of those High Templar warped in immediately. Immortal will still step out to the front. Just going to join up with that Stalker. And again, the Storm on the way. Gates and the Probes on the way. Roach is building. Roach speed coming through. If the Ling's is going to run around over to that right-hand side. Just going to move back over there as well for the moment. Continue to set this up. We'll just get rid of a couple more creep tumors. So again, just taking the map control and really running with it. At this point, Overlord speed coming up. Shin, I like it. You know, it's a Roach-based army. It's going to be a little bit bulkier. He's looking to attack. He's going to be up against Storm, but I think there's a very good shot that he works his way through this successfully and actually sees some success. Let's see if Classic can find a defense here. I don't think Classic is ready for the fact that Shin is 56 drone all in. He's throwing down a 4th base. He's, you know, building +2 attack. I feel like Classic is on a little bit of autopilot at the moment, honestly. As I think now he's just realized what's up. Cancel, starts a battery. And, yeah, there's just a lot of units here. First Storm comes down, kind of hits between all the Roach Ravage. I mean, Shin's just going to start running straight through this. Corrosive Vials are very good. The Ling's looking for a wraparound. The Immortal in the back is going to go down too. The Stalkers warping in, remember, do not have Blink. We're going to Corrosive File the Archon. That's just free damage because it can't move. The Oracles are going to be out of energy in a second already. There's still a good amount of Roach Ravager here. 18 army supply from Classic at the moment. He warps in a couple of units to try and help with this. The Ling's coming across. At this point, it's just a matter of getting through the stack defense, basically. There are a lot of batteries. There's going to be a brand new Immortal on the right-hand side that's fresh and healthy to welcome into this battle as well. A couple more Corrosive Files coming in. Still hitting some of the warping in units. Getting a lot of damage done there. Classic is getting toward +2 in Blink. If Blink finishes, this becomes so much tougher here from Shin. He's probably going to step back, take a moment. I don't hate him taking a moment, but like I say, he's got to go ASAP again because he can't let these Stalkers get to Blink. Blink is going to make this so much more difficult. Love those Vials again on the warping in Stalkers, always making the most of the Corrosive Vials so far. Stalkers still warping in. The batteries are now out of energy, so I'm really just trading blow for blow at this stage. Blink is so close to being done. We're going to energy recharge one of the batteries into play. Another Corrosive Vial or two on a warp in. Can these last few units of Shin break through? Or is Classic actually going to make a defense? Blinking in, gets a Ravager, kills off some changelings. Oh no, I think Shin is, I think Shin is in trouble. I mean, does he have enough with this final wave? Like I say, Blink now done. Soon +2 is going to make this an even more efficient set of trades for the Stalkers that are already going to be efficient. And I think Classic actually has a defense as he's going to push this away. Overlord start to fall, and Shin, it's becoming a disaster series. It's becoming an absolute, utter disaster. He's about to be down 3-0, and he's tried a bunch of different things, and nothing's working. Unless he can swing this game back in his favor a little bit. But I just don't think he did enough right now. And Classic was not really aware it was coming right at the start of it either. I really felt like Shin did a lot of the things right already. Brutal. Overlord spreading the creep. Creep team is trying to push on forward. Oracle pulls over the left-hand side. Ravager runs at the front. Couple more Stalkers warping in. Storm landing on a cluster of those units. Run forward. The Stalkers have to blink back. The Immortal going to be in trouble straight away as well. One more Storm onto the Roaches. Stepping through again. Immortal taking a bit more damage. The Oracle overhead trying to do what it can. A couple of Corrosive Vials coming down after these Stalkers as well. The Immortal will get picked away at. That is going to be GG for Shin. He just doesn't have enough. Classic is going to take a 3-0 lead. And we have a grand finals that is very quickly becoming a disaster. El Hicham, thank you for the 50. Welcome to the donation star. Put you back on the tree. And I've also got Photo Baz and Beto911. Thank you, Photo, for the gifted subs and Beto for the prime. I get you guys all on the tree as Game 4 hosts on Tourmaline. And Classic is a map away from being our 2025 champ. He is very close. Man, Shin just, I mean, he's not going back into... Is it time you just throw the proxy hatches and stuff back in? Is the time of the day an effect at this point? I mean, it is late in Korea. It's after 3 AM, guys. It's just, the one downside of this entire format is that it's hard to play these final games live without it just being disadvantaged for the Koreans. I mean, they're both playing at 3 AM. That doesn't mean it's easy, right? You know, I don't think we get 100% at 3 AM, if I'll be honest, but... Players are ready. Let's jump into game number 4 as Classic. Might be about to close this out. Put you guys on the tree as well. And be 1 sec. In the top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. He's down 0-3. You guys want a 1-0 advantage for Shin? Go on now. Yeah, there you go. Have a map, Shin. Oh, I mean, at this point, we're in reverse sweep territory. Hey, he pulled it back from 0-2 down against MaxPax, but 0-3 down in the finals. This feels tough. This feels very, very tough. Shin top right, classic bottom left, 3-0. Looking to be our second Protoss champion. Again, was a great year from Classic. Came through initially as our as one of our seeded players with the victory back in the WardiTV Summer Championship, right? Summer Championship 2025, beating Clem in that finals back then, 4-0. Classic is now a map away from being our 2025 champion. Prop nibbling, gate coming up. Hey, what's up? Dragnia1337. Thank you so much for another Prime sub on the channel. Thank you for supporting the StarCraft and everything we're doing. Well, everything we're doing is the StarCraft, but you know. Thank you for supporting me and the StarCraft, I suppose. Maybe we should try worst of 7. It's okay, guys. Like, you know, we've had such good games today. Like, if this is a 4-0 and Classic looks great, so be it, you know? Like, every other match today has been absolute banger after banger after banger. Like, it's impossible to be upset with how today went, you know? Like, every series has been so good. Like, doesn't matter if the finals is a 4-0 flop and whatever. Like, even, and to be fair, like, the games have been kind of cool. It's not like Shin's just roll over and died every single time. They've been cool games. I mean, it's the scoreline that's disappointing. But I mean, the day has just been so good that it's just impossible to be upset at all, to be honest. If this is a 4-0, I have to play Classic until I get on the board. I get the feeling Classic will just let me win a game so he can go to bed. There was a tournament called The Biggest Loser. Yeah, wasn't that a Hearthstone tournament? So if you win your first match, that's it. You're done, and you win the most prize money. And then if you lose, you have to play another matchup. And then if you lose again, you play the finals. And if you lose the finals, you get $1. So you play the most, and you get the least. These games were awesome. They certainly were. And thanks all for being part of it. We'll do a little outro at the end, but it's not going to be super long. We've already been live 7.5 hours, so when we're done, we're going to be pretty much done. But again, thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute treat, this entire tournament. I couldn't have asked for more. Format turned out amazing. The games have been incredible. Been awesome. I will say, don't forget that tomorrow will be WardiTV Mondays, so if you're looking for more, we'll be back tomorrow with our Monday Cup. I am off on Tuesday, but then on Christmas Eve on Wednesday, I will be live for the WardiTV Christmas Eve games. You guys want some series of that? How about some Hearthstone versus Young Yakov, Scarlet versus Creator, Shin versus Percival, and Spirit versus Mana? Those are going to be our Christmas Eve games, and that acts as a warm-up to the WardiTV Christmas Day Games 2025 on the 25th of December. We open the day with Solar versus Bjorn, into a Classic versus Clem rematch, into a Pure versus Hero series, into Reynor versus MaxPax, into best of 7 semis and finals. That's coming up over the next few days, guys. It's going to be an awesome few days of StarCraft still. Just because we're wrapping up the 2025 championship, we've still got a lot more coming over the course of this Christmas week. We get 4 drones, but we lose an Oracle, so pretty aggressive out of Classic. And does end up, again, a little bit punished for it, but still getting some drone kills is very nice. As the Lings run down the bottom, the Adepts are just going to shade through that. The Lings will get turned away for the moment. And just pushing that back up to the top. I don't like Shin's already washed. Oh no, I'm just playing into the moment, right? Right now, Shin's down, you know, I'm hurting. I'm not going to get overly kind of like crazy, like, wow, you know, here we go. Like, I'm just going to let it happen. If it happens, it does, you know? I mean, Shin reverse swept MaxPax. I just do think there's something about, like, being 0-3 down in the best of 7. It feels even more impossible. Though, the Gyron, thank you so much for the £25 donation. Thanks for all the great casting this year. Thank you so much for the 25 to the prize pool. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Bling's going to run down after these Adepts. Adepts are going to shade. Temple Archives and the Gateways coming up. Prism Charge and +1 coming online. Oracle peels out over the side. The Zerglings are going to get back into the center. Going to head down to the bottom left here for a couple of moments. Things will come about. Just going to be seeing the Oracle coming over. Again, the Queen's going to be there. Going to be seeing the Adepts are going to shade around a little bit. Going to try and reposition. We see the Zerglings back up to the top. Again, Lair on the way. Melee upgrade, Baneling Nest. All of that coming through for the moment. Those Adepts is going to be there. Keep the Lings back, so not going to do too much else on that one, as we just have, again, the Hydra Den coming up, +1 melee, Baneling speed, all coming around. Prism will go to the upper left-hand side with those couple of Archons. Going to see the Lings. They're going to try and break through, get towards the Stalker, get toward the Adepts. Just going to be seeing a couple of probes coming back over as well. The Oracle's still going to be right there. Lings running around, going after the Adepts initially. So as Adepts get caught, the Oracle going to activate on the Zerglings, the Archons and the Zealots. Will go through onto the hatchery. Just going to be seeing the Spore Crawler still coming about. Hatch is going to go down, so Hatch will fall, and that is going to be Classic already getting rid of this 4th base, so it's a kill as well. So the Zealot Archon, little shove here, already doing well. We're going to warp in more Zealots, and we're going to try and send this. No Bane speed yet, so the Archons will try and get some value in initially. Good pre-splits from Classic. He does get eaten up by a few of those Banelings, but the Zealots in the front are still doing some work. Now no Banelings left. 3 of them morphing in. They will get to finish here, and Classic walks right into them. So Shin is going to get a defense in the end, and Classic will probably be getting held back at this point. Still going to warp in more, though. I mean, the thing is if you just lost the Banelings, then I guess we don't have more Banelings available. Prism dead to the Hydras and the Queens, but we're going to step on forward here again. Queens at least are tanky. There's more Zerglings showing up. The Archon doing everything it can as Shin tries to hold on to this championship by the skin of his teeth, refusing to be thrown out of a 4th game just yet. Resources lost, a little bit favorable to Classic, but not so much. And with the Prism gone, the pressure gone, Shin will get a chance to set up in this one at the very least. I just gather Immortal Archon +2 attack coming up, +1 missiles, and the Muscular Augments coming up as well. Extra Hydras coming over. Man, those 3 Banelings, if they didn't connect in, I wonder how much Classic would have gotten done. Those 3 Banes over here were absolutely clutch in the end, as 75 drones, melee and a missile upgrade both finished. Time to get us building. Extra Banes will morph. We will see the Overseer checking around the main base. Just going to be having a lot of the Hydras moving around. Again, Muscular Augments coming up, +2 melee coming in. Extra Banes completing as the Hydras will take a step forward. Shin taking a chance to start moving down to the bottom left-hand side of the map here. The couple of cannons are going to be finishing. The Archons are setting up. Hydras will spread out for a few moments. Eleven more Banes will morph in. A few Hydras coming up. I'm just going to have, again, the Hydras looking for a chance to hit at the front here. Just going to be seeing the cannons still building. Shields coming up. Here we go. Fight looking to break out. Shin has a good concave on this. He's going to start wrapping around. A Classic is moving very far forward. First Storm has to come down very preemptively. Doesn't do a lot. Classic does have an absolute ton of static defense on this position, so if Shin's plan is to break this spot, it ain't going to come easily. Another 19 Banes morphing. He wants as much as possible to try and storm this position as the Hydras will get through. Cannon already taking some shots. Shin figuring out his position, but like I say, you got to go sooner rather than later here, because now you're maxed out. Now Classic's army only gets better and yours doesn't go anywhere. Archons on the left side, good stasis to start us off. Storms need to be really good on the right. That's where a lot of these Banes are coming in from. We do have a fair amount of Storms. First ones have been good. Storm on the Banelings here, going to be very good for Classic. Stack defense going down, but that's about it so far. Shin's supply already not looking great. Now it's just Hydras. This was not it for Shin. The Banelings do not find anything. Classic gets every storm that he needs. Now the Hydra's still going to try and come through. A few Banes on the left-hand side. They're not going to do much. The Hydra's still getting stormed. The Zealot's charging forward. The Lings are going to be in trouble. And Classic is going to come pushing on through. A couple of Morphing Banelings cancelled up. Some of them do connect, but this army of Shin is getting shoved the other way. Classic defensive masterclass on that forward base. And this Zealot, Archon, Immortal, Templar Force pushing on in here. Just going to see these Banes dropping down. The Zealots are going to keep charging through. And Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. 4-0 dominance. Full stop. Damn, Classic. What a run from Classic, man. Started off the seeding matches with a loss to MaxPax, then bopped through Bjorn, Solar. Comes into the upper bracket semifinals from that performance. 3-1 Solar. 2-3 Shin, a 3-2 against Clem, and then 4-0 Shin in the grand final. The revenge match is very real. Jeez. Dragnia 1337, thank you for the resub, or the fresh sub. I will put you on the tree. And I will say, everybody, one more time, thank you so much for watching the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's been an incredible event. You can actually take a breath and... Classic says GG and insta logs off. We can take a breath and we can say we did it, man. This week was brutal. This week we have streamed so much StarCraft 2. We have had a bunch of long days, as you probably noticed if you've been watching and so on. I mean, today we're almost 8 hours long. Yesterday was 8 hours long. 6 hours Friday, 7 hours Thursday, 6 hours Wednesday, 8 hours Tuesday. So we've had so much StarCraft this week. It has been absolutely non-stop. Shout out to all the players, because I think, again, they've given us 8 great games, and they've also been pretty much just super easy to work with. When there has been scheduling issues, we've been able to figure them out. We've been able to get players here on time. No one has been missing for more than a couple of minutes, which obviously keeps everything moving through super smoothly as well. So shout out to all the players, because without them, we wouldn't have had the great games, and we wouldn't have had a Wardy at the end of it either, probably. And yeah, it's been a long-ass week, but it was super worth it, guys. If you have enjoyed, if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. It helps so much. It really does. Follow if you're on Twitch and you haven't followed already. And of course, like I mentioned before, you can still donate any donations for the rest of today that if they come through after the stream still, I will still add to the prize pool. We raised £1,852 and 7,000 bits, which I believe is $2,462. So let's just call it 2,500. So we will say that this was, unless we see a major donation come through, when I go offline or something, we will say that this was a $7,500 tournament. So $7,500. So we'll redistribute the other $2,500 over the next couple of days. I'll figure that out. I think we're probably gonna give everyone at least $50. We could either give everyone at least 50, or probably everyone like 75 to 100. I feel like we might just give everyone an extra 75 or something, and then anything extra we just put on first and second or something. I think that'd be really cool, because then there's a lot of the guys that get that further down will then just get a good amount of money for playing, because it was a championship and just getting here was impressive. So I think we're probably going to do it like that. So shout out so much to you guys for raising about $2,500 extra. I super appreciate it. Thank you so very much. That's awesome. Obviously amazing to give more back to the players. And yeah, if you enjoyed, obviously, as well, outside of that, like I say, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, 100% of pledges on the Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools, what we use to build the base prize pool off of. If you want to support further, just keep watching, keep tuning in. We're not going to do any sponsorship stuff today, but we've got Surfshark going on. If you want to check out Surfshark for a VPN, we're going to have a bunch of Twitch sponsors over the next few days, so we will have some extra sponsor content at the end of the next few streams. Just tune in, watch. If you can't afford to support, the best thing you can do is just watch. We run ads, we run sponsors. These are the things we do to take advantage of your viewership. So check that out. Of course, if you can't afford to support, if you've got a Prime sub, help us out. We're 3 away from 1337. That's a funny number, no? Surely we can get the... but no, the sub's crazy. I mean, the fact we're at 1,300 plus is ridiculous. This is the highest sub count we've probably been since, like, probably in 3 or 4 years, I would say, if I had to guess. So, yeah. Appreciate it, guys. I'm drained. I am going to go chill out for the rest of tonight. I'm going to show up. I'm going to do a nice, succinct WardiTV Mondays tomorrow and start resting up for Christmas. I got some work to do. I still got some Christmas Day games and stuff to cast, so I'm still busy, but we will be here Monday. We will be here Wednesday and Thursday this coming week, so make sure you tune in for all of that. You subbed for the first time this month, and you'll keep supporting. Super appreciate that as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I know a lot of people, like I say, even if you support other people, usually you support us this month for this tournament, still super appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anything else to say? I do not think so. I think we're going to wrap it up, guys. You can only donate sublots of 5. Rough, man. I mean, I get it. 1339 is not a funny number, so... Soulman, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for hosting and all you do for the community. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Congrats again to Classic, our 2025 champion. Not who I would have predicted. Especially, remember when the seeding group started and Classic lost to MaxPax? I wasn't even considering Classic as a player who was going to win his game at that point for some reason. And he ends up winning the seeding matches, and he just has a great run. Even drops down to the lower bracket to be Clem on the way, just to give us an even more awesome, another awesome series. Big guy Classic. Alright guys, I'm going to run some ads on the outro. The ads do go a long way to supporting. There's a reason we run them, so they do help support the event. Super appreciate you all. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Like I say, like and subscribe on YouTube if you didn't already. We've almost gained 100 YouTube subs today, which is incredible. That's not happened in a long time. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays. That is in 17 and a half hours. So WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. My voice is giving up, so it's time for me to go and call it a day. I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you all. Set of ads. I'll host someone up. I'll see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays 66, I think, actually. Bye.